I begin by awakening a divine level planet. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51 Intersection. A lot of science and technology will be involved. For example, integrated circuits, like chips. Another example is satellites. More than 30 million gold coins. Luo Xu can't get all the krypton. The current leaders, if they want to improve their abilities, rely on mental power. Although the spirit is not a time accelerator, let the life on the planet evolve and develop on its own. However, the spirit can increase the energy of the planet, increase the diameter of the planet, and increase the strength of the transcendence on the planet. It can make those extraordinary people, from a small humanoid, a few days, into teenagers. As long as the spirit is enough, you can use a lot of power to cultivate many extraordinary people. Luo Xu now directly uses gold coins to krypton. If he fails to leave a record of buying spirits in class, it will definitely arouse the suspicion of the class leaders, even Fang Wei. Luo Xu does not have the strength to turn against Fang Wei directly. As for running away directly, that is impossible. He has signed a contract with the class. At that time, Fang Wei can find him with that contract. Without your wave of the hand, Luo Xu may not exist. Luo Xu doesn't want to take this risk. The remaining 20 million gold coins. He plans to buy spiritual power and then continue krypton. The system does not price the spirits of low level and intermediate civilizations high, but they are very high level, and the cost performance is not rough. But Luo Xu cannot transform high level spirits. After buying it, isn't it the same thing that may attract the attention of those people? Rest for a night. The next day, Luo Xu followed Zhang Ting to Zhao Xianshan's office area, a spacious and exquisite conference room. Here, there used to be a master, but it was that old one. How is the recovery? Xianshan saw Luo Xu coming in and asked. I can see. He still cares about Luo Xu. Not bad, just want to buy some spirits and cultivate for a while. Amanda's loss is so great that she hasn't fully recovered yet. Zhao Xianshan nodded and said, no problem. The newly divided mountainous area is being explored by our star hunters. You can use this time to recover well. Luo Xu said thank you. Zhang Ting took Zhao Xianshan's sealed documents and came to the liquor sales department of Jiangnan class. They walked directly into the VIP room, and then there were full-time staff to serve Luo Xu. Luo Xu bought almost more than 100 kinds of spirits with 10 million. All are spirits of low-level civilizations. There are architectural foundations, deification, and then, the mind, innate ki and other planetary civilizations. Then, I exchanged the technology in the system and the second time accelerator. Go this way. He began to use his spirit to restore his strength, and at the same time he also improved his strength. That's it. He has a way to improve his strength. The convenience that electricity brings to the people of Jiangnan has not really been realized. When they go from south to north, it only takes more than a day for them to fly in the sky and enter space. This is a real technological leap. Now, it's time to lay a lot of scientific knowledge on this planet. The basic theory is there. The rest is left to time. Under the completely correct guidance, under the knowledge imparted by Luo Xu, Jiangnan's technology has developed so fast. From the birth of life, to the mammoth era, to the emergence of humans, to the south to establish Jiangnan, and finally to now. For that planet, it has been a long time. For Luo Xu, it's just 2 months. Sometimes, talent is everything. Sometimes, krypton can overcome everything. The second explosion of scientific and technological knowledge began. With the development of electricity, many technologies have to step onto the stage of the history of planetary technological development. For example, CNC lathes. For example, the research and development of computers. The first year of the second acceleration. It ushered in a big explosion in various fields. The Polytechnic Institute was once again divided into many branches, which were established in other areas of the imperial capital. The entire imperial capital is expanding every year and now covers an area of 17,632 square kilometers. You know, Now the diameter of the planet is only 1,210 kilometers, and the entire planet is not much. The imperial capital has already occupied an area of more than 17,000 square kilometers. It can be seen that Jiangnan has developed very quickly in recent years. Of course, this rapid development is also concentrated in the imperial capital of Jiangnan. In fact, the development of remote areas is still relatively slow. Because Huangdu Institute of Technology has many inventions and innovations, after applying them to practical fields, it began to build factories. This factory is usually located in the capital near the imperial capital. It won't be too far away. Because the Polytechnic Institute also needs to test data at any time, and then innovate. In addition, the advantage of water gets the moon first. The emperor himself has a large population, and the royal relatives, princes and nobles are all here. This is also for the convenience of development. In the first year of this second acceleration, medicine, physics, chemistry, biology, materials science, etc. More than a dozen scientific and technological fields all ushered in an outbreak period, and began to establish their own branches one after another. Under the guidance of Luo Xu, the United Kingdom began to set up branches in other capitals. That's it. It will also promote the development of surrounding areas, and it will also give talents from all over the country an opportunity to innovate and invent. Luo Xu will also let the system calculate all places, and the most talented people will be the heirs of new scientific and technological knowledge. A single flower is not spring. 100 flowers bloom in the garden of spring. Because Britain practices some martial arts of fighters, and Luo Xu incorporates some civilized spirits of fighters. This makes him strong and healthy now, and he also has almost 20 princes. Among these princes, only one prince is kind, and has a sense of justice. These princes have some ideas about that position, and various efforts are made to cultivate their own forces. Many ministers also began to speculate. Britain saw this, but never intervened to stop it. Under the guidance of Luo Xu, he was committed to the development of science and technology in Jiangnan, building more factories that benefit the people, and engaging in production. Of course, he never forgot the research and development of Jiangnan weapons. There is also one of the most mysterious colleges of the Polytechnic Institute, presided over by the director of Jiangnan, and guarded by Chu Huijin. Here, the artillery has been further improved. A great battle took place. The effect of the cannon on Michelle is extraordinary, and it seems to be Michelle's nemesis. Moreover, artillery cannot completely harm external enemies such as immortals or archers in battle. But as long as the power of artillery is strong enough, it will definitely have a certain impact. Britain saw with his own eyes that a cannon directly knocked away the immortal holding a sword in the sky. So he thought, if it is powerful enough, can it really kill the immortal? Look at Britain's research on weapons, which exceeds other scientific fields. There is nothing surprising. Britain is actually a war maniac. He likes to conquer. He has a strong desire to make progress and be motivated. He can subdue the ghosts and gods of the current Jiangnan dynasty and make all officials surrender. He can also win the hearts of the people. Jiangnan people admire Britain because the times are developing. Up to now, the quality of life of Jiangnan people has achieved a leap. This span is unprecedented, and they attribute this great change to the current leader of Jiangnan, Britain. In the third year of the time accelerator, Luo Xu's scientific and technological exchange system in various fields has also ushered in a mature period. In any case, as long as there is a new innovation and Luo Xu's instructions, Britain will order strong support. The officials don't even have time to sit together and talk and laugh. If anyone neglects it, he will have a lazy heart. Then I'm sorry, you can go home and retire. Britain is also tough in this regard, and personally issued a notice to formulate a code of conduct for Jiangnan officials. It won the support of many people, so Jiangnan officials actually didn't have much time to fight each other. Everyone was like a gyroscope, spinning around, promoting the rapid development of Jiangnan. The fifth year of acceleration time, Jiangnan finally had powerful weapons, and the knight's armor was also strengthened. From the previous iron armor that did not protect the head and tail, it became chainmail. This is conducive to the soldiers' movements, and they can make some difficult movements without being affected by the armor. In terms of defense, the Chuhu army has upgraded to a higher level. The round shield, which is small and easy to carry, can be carried directly on the back to protect itself when necessary. The shield of the shield team can also form an airtight shield wall after being connected. The research and development of artillery has also been greatly improved. From howitzers, bombs, cannons, anti-aircraft guns, to small portable guns, hands, mines, etc. Their weapons have also been strengthened again. Automatic has been used. The Chuhu army has never given up crossbowmen, and has also strengthened their crossbows. Now the crossbows with large elasticity are fast and powerful. 10 years have passed. The population of Jiangnan is rising again. The development of Jiangnan has also reached modern times. There is no threat of war and the impact of war. There is no dispute over positions. There are no traitors in power. Jiangnan has established national yigwang in various places, which are managed by the Jiangnan Imperial Medical Hall. Reasonable drug prices have been formulated, and many doctors have been trained. Now the largest medical school in Jiangnan has been established in Chuzhou, and Jiangnan Divine Doctor Hua has been hired as the dean and Britain as the honorary dean. This also makes the people of Jiangnan feel the care from Britain. In the field of medicine, in fact, after the microscope, it has also entered the first stage of biomedicine. Hua dissected the human body many times, and then developed a series of biomedical knowledge. In fact, these were transmitted to him by Luo Xu through system exchange. In the field of material science, some chemical element have also been developed, forming the mutual integration and promotion of material science and chemistry. In the past 10 years, some people have been doing various experiments. In the Huai building in the imperial capital, experiments were conducted with lead balls and iron balls. The theory of two different objects landing at the same time was verified. Then the physical knowledge of free fall and acceleration appeared, and many scholars poured in, and began to study why objects always fall to the ground, not in the sky. Finally, someone proposed the law of universal gravitation. This laid the foundation for Jiangnan to fly into the sky in the future. In the past 10 years, someone looked at the birds flying in the sky, made a pair of wings, and wanted to fly. After failing again and again, he finally made a paraglider, realizing the wish of the people of Jiangnan to fly in the air for the first time. Britain even rewarded this person with 100,000 gold coins, which were later included in an R&D project of the Polytechnic Institute. In the past 10 years, the Jiangnan Railway has spread all over the country. With the imperial capital as the center, railway tracks in all directions lead to various regions. It only takes a few days to get from Huangdu to the northernmost Shuafang city, which is much faster than riding or not. And people in remote areas, as well as those living in the north, walk in the north. Finally, we can also bring local specialties into the imperial capital and expand the market economy of the entire Jiangnan. The development of these 10 years was under the macro control of Luo Xu. Another leap was achieved. In fact, the development of Jiangnan has always been smooth sailing. Under the macro control of Luo Xu, no mistakes were made. This may lead to the invincible appearance of the Jiangnan dynasty. However, once a huge loss occurs, such as the first collapse of Chuhuajan, there are actually some relatively large reactions in Jiangnan. This is because they have never experienced failure or real war. Sometimes, the trauma of war can make this dynasty remember the bloody lessons of history. The expedition is only aimed at the Chuhu army. It can only let Jiangnan know that there are many powerful enemies outside this Jiangnan. They just saw the wild boar invasion. Luo Xu felt that such a scene would be repeated several times in the future, and even more powerful wild boars or mythical beasts would be released into Jiangnan. Don't break or stand. Of course, this kind of thing is not done now. Because Jiangnan is still in the early stages of development in an electric era, Chuhuajan's equipment is actually not that powerful. Chapter 50 to Center Home. Take a 3-day break. Let Zhangting bring news every day, and you can explore the mountain city. The mountain city is very big. So far, the leader's development of the mountain city may be just the tip of the iceberg. The records left by the most powerful leaders only stay in the place of purple air. What is behind the purple land? Everyone knows. Maybe, it's Luo Xu. The level of these people is not enough. Came to the hall. Luo Xu saw 6 people sitting there. The leader was Zhao Xianshan. Zhang Ting hurriedly introduced Luo Xu to the other 5 people. It was the class staff and the 4th level leaders who were vigorously cultivated. In the past few years, they have also participated in youth competitions and achieved some results. They are considered talented people. The 5 leaders also know. They are the bodyguards who will escort Luo Xu to the mountain city to experience. After all, Luo Xu is the leader of this year's Jiangnan class and has been praised and valued by Fang Wei. On these 2 points, they can't compare. On the current Jiangcheng, the discussion about Luo Xu is not over yet, and they also looked at the records of the competition. I also saw the river and called Luo Xu a technological master. With an ordinary technological civilization, they defeated those brilliant leaders of advanced civilizations. Please take care of me in the future. These 5 leaders are not stupid, although they have older qualifications. But in this class, this world, the strong are always respected. They stopped at the top 20. Luo Xu won the championship. This is the gap. Luo Xu nodded and said, take care of each other, and please give me more advice in the future. Zhao Xianshan was very satisfied with Luo Xu's point. No matter who you are, you can be humble, and don't be arrogant, just because you won the championship. This mountain city is an area developed by the 10 city lords not long ago, just north of Jiangnan and north of Nanshan. Our people have gone in to explore, and it should be a mountainous area between level 2 and level 3. Luo Xu, this time, you are the main fighter. How is Chu Huajin recovering? Luo Xu replied, the recovery is very good, and there is a little improvement. Zhao Xianshan seemed relieved. Luo Xu is now a key talent. For this, he has given up some other projects in the class. He didn't want Luo Xu to die prematurely. That's good. I wish you a triumphant return. They came to the interstellar fleet area on the 3rd floor and walked into a luxurious and bright room. Here, identity authentication is required to enter. With several layers of array and shooting array defense, the general leader cannot break this defense. Board the starship and transform time and space. Luo Xu and the other 5 leaders came to the water world in the blink of an eye. This is a very large planet. According to the planetary data of the starship, planet civilization, vitality civilization planet. 3 planet diameter. 1369 kilometers planet. 1. The diameter of this planet has exceeded 1000 kilometers. At the level of the 3rd level planet, it should be in the middle stage. Maybe, it may be later. Because of the death of the leader, the transcendents on the planet have lost their spiritual practice. They have been consuming the energy on this planet, causing the diameter of the planet to shrink. There is something wrong with this water. One of the 5 people, the handsome and tall player civilization leader, looked at the water under his feet and said in a deep voice, the water is not very deep. It just submerged their calves. However, it doesn't look like the water they see. Luo Xu immediately asked the system to calculate it. Its vitality. Such a strong vitality. Luo Xu immediately took a detour and asked the Chu Huajin, who had been prepared for a long time, to set foot on the planet. They must find all the extraordinary people on this planet and then kill them to complete the first step of the interstellar hunter. Then, after the planet turned into a spirit, it was sealed with linen. But Chu Huajin had already set foot on every corner of the earth. All you see is a water area. I have never seen an extraordinary person. None of the other 5 leaders have seen this situation. At that time, they also looked at the vast water area and were at a loss. Luo Xu asked the system to recalculate. If you chase the star alone, what do you need to do to succeed? System, the spiritual power is drained, the Yuan beast is forced to appear, and the Chu Huajin firearms can suppress the Kayang people. Without the support of vitality, the combat effectiveness of the Kayang people will gradually weaken and eventually be conquered. Seeing this, Luo Xu immediately ordered the Chu Huajin to prepare and drain the spiritual power here. The other 5 leaders saw Luo Xu's behavior. It was also a big surprise. Sending spiritual power to your own planet? 2 different planetary energies will definitely produce confrontation. One is not good. Your own planet should be covered by this heavy spiritual power. They never dared to let extraordinary people from other planets enter their own planet. They were worried that the other party was too strong, and if it was not good, all the extraordinary people on their own planet would be killed. They never converted the spirits of different civilizations. This is exactly what I'm worried about. Luo Xu's approach opened their eyes. I really admire Luo Xu's bold behavior. They did not stop it. Because they are bodyguards now, Chu Huajin can't support Luo Xu. Will join hands and prevent other star chasers from entering this mountainous area. Luo Xu injected telekinesis into his own planet and placed it in an inner lake behind the capital of the empire. In order to prevent the overflow of spirit, a technical exchange was carried out within the system. This technology is ready-made and disposable. A protective shield specially used for the physical isolation of telekinesis. Otherwise, full of energy, it will be a great threat to the poor students in the imperial capital. Luo Xu had seen the technology system of Beijing conducting spiritual research before. Wait until this period is over. Maybe you can try to use these special abilities to enhance Chu Huajin's strength. After Jiangnan has engine technology, the water pump was invented. This is also a special response to natural disasters of floods and droughts in Jiangnan. Although the planet is small, but the population is quite dense. If it is based on the proportion of the planets in Luo Xu's past life, it is possible that the planets of many leaders are not planets. Because the diameter of their planets is too small, there is not even a moon. However, the civilization transformation on each planet is different. Luo Xu imitated the blue star in his previous life and first converted light energy. Then using light energy in this condition that can breed life, he can eventually cultivate single-celled organisms. It can be regarded as the first life on a 1 kilometer planet. This is the reason why the diameter of his planet eventually reached 35 kilometers. Other leaders, after awakening the planet, will also transform life. That kind of life depends on spiritual transformation. The body may be large, even larger than the planet itself, or it may be small, like a baby. When Luo Xu's planet was more than 300 kilometers in diameter, humans did not have a normal height. Until now, their heights have not been normal. Only some specially evolved ones, such as Nan or Chu Hua, are tall. Other soldiers, after passing the Iron Chain Bridge, will be unsealed. Moreover, as the diameter of the planet increases, their shackles are also slowly weakening. This is the result of institutional evolution. Otherwise, how could there be so many people on such a small planet? Britain did not participate in the war this time. He was sent to the general of Chu Huajin. Knowing that the king was going to lead a kind of holy water to Jiangnan, he immediately ordered Chu Huajin to guard the inner lake behind the imperial capital. Ayo. After half of the telekinesis was taken away, a sharp roar appeared. On this planet, a tall monster formed by telekinesis, somewhat transparent, slowly revealed Nan's true body. Hey, a monster that looks like a wolf, but is not a wolf. Full of white hair, up to 2 meters tall, the whole body is full of a noble and fierce momentum. Under the mobilization of Nan's spiritual power, it turned into a small one. It's just, these are spiritual powers, not real bodies. Chu Huajin immediately blocked their impact with vibranium, and then the knight immediately opened fire. The crossbowman in front threw out a grenade to stop the surging spiritual power. Bang! The sky was full of fire. Look, it's quite shocking. The other 5 leaders also saw this wave for the first time. They felt that Chu Huajin at this time might be stronger than Chu Huajin in his youth. They were orderly and not panicked at all. Seeing his spiritual power, Luo failed to hurt the enemy. Moreover, the enemy's attack posed a certain threat to himself, and the blazing flames made him feel great danger. Luo raised his head and roared. Liling has built 3 Liling temples as high as him. These 3 came directly up. After breaking through the artillery, they hit the vanguard shield formation of the Chuhua army. There was a very large gap in an instant. General Zhao Xian of the Chuhua army immediately ordered that part of the knight's artillery fire be aimed at the spiritual power that broke through the Chuhua army's defense line. The scorching artillery fire made those spirits begin to dissipate. It looked high and transparent, and there were many black spots on it. These black spots were caused by gunshot wounds. Luo began to worry. Nan was wise and knew strategy, but the enemy was very powerful, especially the artillery fire, which suppressed him. If it is at its peak, Nan's spiritual power can form an effective protection and constantly repair your wounds. The threat of artillery fire to Nan can also be ignored. But now there is no spirit, no leader, and Nan's spirit is seriously lost. No compensation. Only 3 very large spiritual powers caused some damage to the vanguard of the Chuhua army. However, it did not affect the knights in the rear. Under the cover of artillery fire, these special abilities slowly began to dissipate. There were more and more black spots on the body until they covered the whole body and turned into black residue. Beside Luo Xu, the 5 leaders who followed me saw this scene. They were even more shocked. If it were them, they would definitely not be able to bring spiritual power into their own planet. They could not achieve such a large-scale killing range. If it was really aimed at this old man, it must be based on sneak attacks, entanglement, and delay. Use the sensitive postures of players and immortals to slowly consume their own spiritual power. But this kind of battle may take a long time. And Luo Xu's Chuhua army, from the beginning of the war to now, it's just less than an hour. The combat effectiveness is really too strong. The key is that the defense is strong, and the artillery fire is not known what weapon, but it has a restraining effect on the psychic murderer. When watching the youth game, this artillery fire restrained Michelle. Many people were surprised at the time. Chapter 53, Good luck. Now it seems that the firearms made by this technological civilization are extraordinary. They were even born with the intention of purchasing these firearms. The 3 special abilities eventually turned into residue. The Chuhua army has killed hundreds of people. They were all beaten to death or crushed to death by the 3 tall spiritual dogs. Jinzen's defense is stronger. It cannot completely defend against all kinetic energy. Luo went to the battlefield in person. Nan's body can be big or small, and it has survived the fire. Rushed to the Chuhua army. It became bigger in an instant. Get out of here directly. Seeing this scene, the 5 leaders immediately said to Luo Xu, "Do you want us to do this?" Luo Xu shook his head. "Chuhua-jun must grow up. If we face this small loss, we need foreign aid. After that, how to face a stronger enemy? Bows, arrows, artillery fire, hands, and mines are all concentrated on Luo. The Chuhua army in front has also built a shield formation and retreated a distance." Luo struggled to stand up. It turned out that the white hair had turned white. Not only that, there is no more spiritual support in Nan's body to repair Nan's body, which makes it difficult for Nan to mobilize even his spiritual power. Then, the artillery fire covered again. The spirit of this planet is in action. The remaining spiritual power immediately gathered on Luo's body and merged into Yi Nanfeng's body, repaired Nan's body. At this point, the planet has become a southern desert. The surface is a layer of some kind of sticky special substance. All the spiritual power entered Luo's body, making Luo regain strength again. This may be Luo's, and also the last fight of the spirit of this planet. The Chuhua army is commanded by the general. The most powerful defense has been established. There will be a pillar under the shield. Unfold the pillar. Then behind the shield, there are layers of defense. This can ensure the safety of the last knight and threaten the monster Luo. Bang! The artillery fire has been covering non-stop. Before the war, Chuhua army brought a lot of equipment. The last side of the Chu army, there are several rows of trucks, all weapons, bombs, and medicines. While absorbing the telekinesis, Luo's wounds were also being repaired under the firepower of the Chuhua army, until Nan completely absorbed all the special abilities on this planet. It turned into a 4-meter high behemoth. Diving. It belonged to the front camp of the Chuhua army. Instantly trampled to death more than a dozen soldiers of the Chuhua army. The rabbit rushed into the camp of Chuhua-jun. It also prevented the knights in the rear from attacking in all directions. Because under the rabbit, there were soldiers of the Chuhua army. Livestock, be healthy. I will die with you. Some soldiers rushed directly to the rabbit's feet and grabbed a few hands and thunder. Bang! The rabbit's mouth was burned by the scorching fire. Lift your feet and walk uneasy and angry. Not only that, there are also psychic energy bombs at the mouth of the south. It caused some damage to the soldiers of the Chuhua army. If there were no Jinzen's armor, perhaps this psychic energy bomb could take away a large number of Chuhua army soldiers. Some soldiers saw that the self-explosion method could hurt the monster. Immediately, they also collected some hands and thunder, and then rushed up. Bang! The knights behind increased the attack angle, and attacked the upper body and head of the rabbit. The war situation. A bit tragic. Beside Luo Xu, the player leader asked again, "Are you sure we don't need help?" After all, it has been ordered. In order to ensure Luo Xu's safety, we must also ensure that the Chu army is not wiped out. In this case, if they take action, it can completely reduce the losses of the Chu army. Luo Xu shook his head. He once again stopped the leaders around him from selling. Since it is the experience of the Chu army, they must have felt such a cruel war, time and time again. Only in this way can they promote their development and growth, instead of always feeling that someone will support them in times of crisis. The 5 leaders were resolute when they met Luo Xu. I have to admire it. It can develop from a planet with a diameter of 1 kilometer to the current leader. It does have advantages. When it is really learned, they used to treasure the extraordinary people on their planet too much. There are more and more black spots on the rabbit. Lying on the ground, there are more and more bodies of Chu army soldiers. Many of them are stumps. Trampled by rabbits, swallowed by the south, bombarded by psychic energy bombs, unbearable. The rabbit is approaching the knights. More soldiers, for revenge, to kill this monster. Go and save the knights, brothers. With a gun and bullets, choose to self-destruct to affect the rabbit's advance. The rabbit wants to dive again. Go straight to the knight's position. Unfortunately, every dive of Nan was suppressed by the knight's artillery fire. In addition, Nan's 4 feet were almost completely covered with black spots. The action was not as intense as at the beginning. Crossbowman, go. The general has mobilized the troops on the entire battlefield. After the rabbit dived down, the shieldmen immediately formed a circular position to protect the other soldiers. Then let those fast rescue soldiers rescue the injured soldiers. At the same time, let the death squad come forward. That's what stopped the rabbit. Now, there are more black spots on the rabbit. Jin can slap these black spots. You can also break the rabbit's 4 legs first. Swish. Dense arrow shot at the rabbit's 4 legs. With a scream, the rabbit fell to the ground. The general waved his hand. Let the knights suspend the artillery coverage. Go forward in person and check the rabbit's situation. At this time, the rabbit has been amputated, and there are still many black spots on it. Xiangnan's eyes are full of anger, but also unwilling. Tears moistened my eyes. Finally, it fell to the ground. All things have spirits. Nan also has the desire and hope to survive. However, General Zhao Xian has seen more life and death, and he feels sad and wailing for a monster. Can't produce a trace of pity. Swish. An arrow feather went straight through the rabbit's eyebrows and pierced into the rabbit's head. The rabbit raised its head and landed slowly. Luo Xu saw that the war was finally over. He waved his hand and set up an iron chain bridge. Zhao Xian waved his flag and ordered the Chu army to begin to clean up the entire battlefield in an orderly manner. This is already the rule of Chu Jun. The rainbow bridge appeared in Jiangnan. It means they are going out. After the war, the rainbow bridge appeared on the battlefield. It means that they want to go back to Jiangnan immediately. Can't wait too long. You are worthy of being the champion of this year's youth championship. You Chu Jun are very strong. Player leader Li Shan admired. Luo Xu sighed and said, I can't help it. At the beginning of my awakening, I may not be able to build a low-level civilization. I had to choose an ordinary civilization, and then work hard to train ordinary people and train them into soldiers. Li Shan pouted and watched a battle of the Chu Jun in person, which made her feel the difficulty of building such an army. So I admire you for being able to persist after awakening a planet with a diameter of 1 kilometer. In the history of this leader, how many leaders chose to give up after seeing the diameter of their planet on the awakening day? How many people can stick to your steps? I think I should learn from you. Luo Xu hurriedly said, I dare not, I dare not. Several other leaders also hurriedly expressed their admiration and said some compliments. In the final analysis, how to look at it, they are also leaders of the key training class, but they did not win the championship. I have never received rewards from Fang Wei, as well as Fang Wei's respect and appreciation. That is something they dare not think about in their lifetime. Maybe, the dream will come true. The rabbit's body was transported back to Jiangnan by the Chuhuajin. How to say this? It is also a monster raised by telekinesis. After that, it also allows doctors in the medical school to do research. Become a beast Dan. After the rainbow bridge is closed, the transcendent rabbit on this planet also completely left the planet. After a while, the diameter of the planet began to shrink. Eventually it became a spirit. Luo Xu sealed it with linen. The first experience. This is a successful completion. Back to the hall. Give the linen to Zhangting. Then wait for this spirit to be bought by the buyer. Then get a certain dividend. Of course, Luo Xu can also choose to use it for himself. However, he cannot absorb all other spirits outside the warrior civilization. Luo Xu doesn't want to show too many cards and shortcomings. I don't want to attract Fang Wen's attention again. The antidote to the illusory desire. It's 4 gold coins. Every week, I watch Luo Xu's projection against the monster rabbit. It turns out that Li Shan and others are not only protecting Luo Xu and Chuhuajin, but also recording the war. Because the data department of the class wants to analyze the combat strength of Chuhuajin on Luo Xu's planet. At the same time, we must also find ways to improve Chuhuajin's strength from all aspects. After next year, we'll enter the Xianjiao list. Can Jiangnan get the recognition of Jiangcheng? And can any leader enter Jiangcheng? It depends on the competition of Xianjiao list. Boss, these are some data analyzed by the statisticians. Based on this battle, Milan and Jet Jane came in together. Zhao Xianshan took the Jade Seal, and the data on the Jade Seal was transmitted to his gods. I remember when Luo Xu beat Michelle, his artillery could restrain Michelle, right? Seeing the fire from Luo Xu, it suppressed the rabbit. It was a bit unexpected. What material is Luo Xu's cannon? Why does it suppress and affect these extraordinary monsters? You know, it's not that they haven't seen artillery fire. Before the history of leaders, there was a very ordinary history. In that history, humans use artillery fire. Milan also thought about it and asked, but yes, does the boss think that Luo Xu's artillery also has some special features? Zhao Xianshan played with the jade slips, looked at the projection, and answered Milan, this is not a feeling, but a fact. Then he went on to say, at the beginning, real gold sold for millions of gold coins. To this day, many senior leaders want to buy special metals such as real gold. According to the analysis of the class, this metal has strong defense and hard texture. It is not an ordinary metal. We tried to use this metal to attack some fairy beasts, and found that, as long as it is a low-level fairy beast, it is hard to defend against. Milan was surprised, because they have seen many special materials. This is also recorded in the history of the planet. Some leaders themselves are not very strong, but they can get a very high income by selling some special materials on their own planet. But special materials are really too rare. It's been almost a few decades, maybe 10 or 20 years, and there has never been such a special metal. There have been records before, that is, immortal pills or immortal pills. Chapter 54 Night. The more critical point is, the special metal on Luo Xu's planet is a planet that can maintain its original characteristics in the bodies of other leaders. This is enough to be recorded in the annals of the history of leaders. So far, the class has only been sold once. The rest, part of it is used for research, and part of it is taken away by the Duke. Find a time to talk to Luo Xu again. Since you have such a powerful weapon, you can also use it. This is also an income. Zhao Xianshan said some of his thoughts in his mind. Milan nodded. If Luo Xu wants to improve himself in the later period, he will definitely need a lot of spirit and more combat experience. Speaking of this, there are some difficulties every day. Because Luo Xu's current planet is still an ordinary planet. At most, it is just absorbing the spirit of some warrior civilizations. It is impossible to quickly cultivate a very powerful transcendent. It has always relied on the human seed tactics of the Chuhuajin. Now this special metal and the equally special artillery weapons. But time waits for no one. A year's time is fast and slow, not slow or slow. At that time, it will be another youth competition. Not only that, there is also a fight for the Xianjiao list. By then, it is bound to meet Xianjiao who has practiced for more than 10 years. Their background may be much deeper than Luo Xu. Instead of the top players in this year's youth tournament, most of them are newcomers and haven't practiced for a long time. Luo Xu still can't absorb the spirits of other intermediate civilizations? Zhao Xianshan asked. Milan replied with some regret, yes, Luo Xu bought almost millions of spirits a few days ago, all of which are civilization spirits of low-level warriors. Unless you can encounter that special spirit that can be transformed and fused, and then a monster like Amanda is born. If there is a demon army, it will be stronger than the current Chuhua army. Zhao Xianshan also felt embarrassed, such a good seedling. Because you can't just use warriors to absorb the spirit of civilization without improving yourself. We can still afford the spirit of low-level civilization. Later, the class can supply it for free. As for other resources, since those advanced spirits cannot be transformed, use other methods to enhance the strength of those soldiers in the Chuhua army. When Milan heard Zhao Xianshan say this, I suddenly remembered that Luo Xu bought some wild boars in the class again. Boss, based on the situation of the Chuhua army's previous battles, I think Luo Xu has not fully explained his situation. Maybe it's because he doesn't want to use our class's channel. Even the spirit of warrior civilization should be purchased with his own gold coins, rather than asking for trouble. This shows that Luo Xu has a strong sense of autonomy. Boss, do you still remember that Luo Xu bought a few wild boars in the class? Perhaps, those wild boars can also enhance the strength of the Chuhua army. Zhao Xianshan frowned slightly, and thought about it. I thought of a possibility. In the culture of cultivating immortals, there are immortals who can use wild boars to refine immortal pills, thereby enhancing their own strength. Perhaps, it is also possible on Luo Xu's planet. It seems that I still have to have a good chat with him. Luo Xu didn't know this. He was also thinking about it. After entering the class, he was also strongly cultivated by the class, and he must find a way to improve his strength in the future. However, what exactly does Fang Wei want to do, and why did he get such a chronic and toxic medicine? He didn't know why. Luo Xu was worried that Mu Xiu would be destroyed by Lin Feng, and then it would become Fang Wei's pawn. Now his technological civilization has only reached level 2, and entered the electric age. And there is still a long way to go to become a truly powerful technological civilization. If you want to resist, you must have the capital to resist. Being targeted by such a popular boss who is hypocritical to the extreme. It's really uncomfortable. Just a day off. Zhao Xianshan looked for meeting room. Zhao Xianshan first gave Luo Xu a pill. This is a marrow cleansing pill. You can give it to the soldiers of the Chuhua army. The energy of the elixir is too great for ordinary people. Dilute it first, and then find someone to do the experiment. See if it works. Luo Xu didn't mention this either. After he took it away, he put it into the awakening space. Zhao Xianshan continued, the youth tournament is over. Now it's time for you to improve your own strength. Our data engineer has also analyzed you. But I think, if you can have a strong strategic vision, you will also have a comprehensive understanding of your situation. If you can get to this point alone, every decision you make must be better than that of the data master. Tell me, what do you need this class for? Luo Xu thought for a while and answered sincerely, I said before that what I want is freedom. So I don't want to owe anyone. But people are human society. I can't completely refuse your kindness to the class and the boss. Luo Xu also thought of this. After all, it's not okay to be too unreasonable. One of the ways I improve my strength now is to transform the spirit of the warrior civilization, so as to provide energy for the planet continuously. Secondly, it's wild boars. There are some ordinary people on the earth who can dig wild boars and then use wild boars as materials to refine elixirs. Those pills can improve the combat effectiveness of the Chuhua army. Zhao Xianshan said, last time you bought wild boars, you had 200 strong warriors in the youth competition, and statisticians analyze this. If there are other planets with different civilizations, their extraordinary people will not be able to transform elixirs from different civilizations. The shooting civilization has shooting fruits and shooting medicines. The immortal civilization has elixirs, and the players are elixirs. And you are an ordinary civilization born based on light energy. It is possible to integrate into the warrior civilization, because ordinary people can become warriors through training. As for the mind, it's still resentment or something like that. These are all manifestations of planetary energy. In that case, the class will support your spirit and wild boars in the future as a basis for you to improve your combat effectiveness. Then, it's to enter the mountain city for training. Luo Xu took a deep breath and was a little moved by Zhao Xianshan's ability to cultivate himself in this way. In short, he must improve his strength. Only in this way can capital be released. Thank you, boss. Thank you for your kindness. Luo Xu will remember this favor. Zhao Xianshan shook his head and said, no need. You know, when I help you, I'm actually helping myself. I can sit in this position because I signed you. Go back and manage the planet well. Late spirit, 1 a day. As for going to Shancheng, that will be 3 days later. You are ready. Luo Xu stood up and saluted, saying, I will work hard and live up to expectations. After Luo Xu left, Zhao Xianshan stood in front of the window. Look at the outside world. The gods are flying in the sword, and the huge ferry boat is floating in the air. At the bottom, ordinary people are anxious. After the history of the rise of the planet came out, it seems that the identity is very different. The most important thing is that there are those powerful leaders who are extraordinary people like Conan the Destroyer. You can see it in the real living space. The senior lives on the top floor, where there is an independent space and another world. Freedom? Maybe you managed to stand on the top. I found that I'm still like a grain of sand, living in the sea of sand. The best way to improve yourself, of course, it is Krypton gold. However, this method is only known by Luo Xu himself. Back to the lounge. Luo Xu has spirit. Enter the awakening space and dilute the marrow washing pill first. The system has calculated that the effect of the marrow washing pill is not very large, but at least it can make the soldiers of the Chuhua army stronger. Britain held a sacrificial ceremony with Chuhua Jun. Then, I ate the marrow washing pill. Falling from the sky. Mao yin mao mao. At this time, the soldiers of the Chuhua army were all enthusiastic. And those officials, as well as the people of Jiangnan, were also envious. Many people wanted to join Chuhuajin. However, the recruitment rules of Chuhuajin were very strict, and the physical fitness test had to be passed. In addition to people's personalities, Chuhuajin was very strict with every soldier. Once they failed, they would be expelled. As for why there was such a sacrifice, it was because Britain had been in power for decades, and all the princes had grown up. However, he was still very strong and powerful, and it was estimated that he would abdicate soon. This time, in order to strengthen the prestige of the imperial rule and the majesty as the leader of Jiangnan, Britain's Luo Xu, who was a great spirit, was invited to play such a play. In fact, that is, the concept of divine right of kings. Luo Xu also achieved good results through system evolution. Only then did he agree. Britain diluted the marrow washing pill to every soldier of Chuhuajin. After drinking it, they felt a gas wandering in their bodies. After a while, it was sticky and smelly. Rub it. What a big mud pill. The soldiers of Chuhuajin, whose skin was originally tanned by training, have now turned white. It seems that the skin is not so rough. Moreover, they also feel that they are full of power. This is a gift from God. Luo Xu exchanged some technology with his spirit. Want to develop scientific and technological civilization. It is impossible to reach the nuclear energy age all at once, let alone the reactor age all at once. The invention and development of energy takes time and requires the accumulation and innovation of various scientific knowledge. Today, Jiangnan has established many scientific research projects. There is indeed a qualitative leap. However, because of this, Luo Xu needs more gold coins and spirit. Behind the scientific and technological knowledge, a person needs millions of gold coins, or the spirits of a dozen low-level civilizations, and one high-level spirit. But Luo Xu certainly can't use the spirit of a high-level civilization. He had to rely on the support of the class to exchange some scientific and technological knowledge with those warriors of spiritual civilization. As for the 10 million gold coins in his hand, this is Luo Xu's business card, and he will not easily change it unless it is absolutely necessary. Fang Wen's alarm also sounded the alarm for Luo Xu. 3 days. Luo Xu got the return of spiritual civilization. It is also for the spiritual civilization of the 3rd level warriors. It is enough to exchange for new technology. For example, high-end physics and mathematics knowledge, paving the way for the nuclear energy age. 3 days later, Luo Xu and Li Shan and others entered the mountain city together again. Located in the northern part of Jiangnan, it faces Nanshan Mountain to the north. Of course, in the real world, it is a desolate place in Nanshan Mountain. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55. Please understand. And in the mountain city, the coordinates here are the starfield formed by large and small ownerless planets. This time, they came to an ownerless planet with night civilization. The diameter is not large. This planet is the 3rd level. There may be a Wang Cheofan fighter. In the intermediate civilization, the night is an underestimated planetary civilization. Because there was a brilliant night civilization leader who went all the way from the arena to the 5th level advanced civilization leader. In the end, he defeated the opponent. This is also the only leader in the history of Jiangnan and even Chuzhou leaders who entered the Xianjiao list with night civilization. When Luo Xu and others arrived at the planet, they were surrounded by 10 dukes. Li Shan immediately took out Fan as a defense, and Luo Xu also set up an iron chain bridge to let Chu Huajin go to battle. This time, he also sent Amanda as the only extraordinary monster on this planet. Amanda's combat effectiveness is also very strong. The two sides met one by one. Chu Huajin was besieged by the Barrel Division. If it weren't for the strong defense of Zenjin, maybe in this round, Chu Huajin's troops would lose about half. After all, these are 10 dukes. They have their own abilities. The point is that they are not ordinary warriors, but great warriors. Just one duke is already an extraordinary existence. Facing ordinary people, waving his hand can definitely kill 10,000 people. Such a strong person. There are 10 in total. Chu Huajin has been under tremendous pressure from the beginning. Luo Xu's will is to send intelligence to Zhao Shan, the general of Chu Huajin. Let him know. What is the civilization of the night? Also, we must understand that in front of us, the enemy's power still has weaknesses. These 10 masters are not without weaknesses. First of all, this is a planet without a master. Without the support of energy, the energy of the planet cannot be supplied. The master will only become weaker and weaker. Secondly, the horsemanship of the master can hurt Chu Huajin, but it will not kill Chu Huajin soldiers at once. Vibranium chainmail and vibranium armor play a certain defensive role. Swish. Zhao Shan immediately ordered that the knights aim at the 10 dukes for bombing. The master can equip his wings with knights and fly in the air. High altitude, and high altitude artillery can just suppress the enemy in the air. Although the power of the artillery was blocked by the knight's armor. But if you get hit, these big barrel divisions don't have an easy time either. The power of the bombardment is not very strong, but there is also a kind of force. Amanda is also on standby. After that, the consumption of the Chuhur army will be almost the same. Opening his mouth is a beam of energy, aiming at a duke. According to his trajectory of action, he predicted the opponent. Bang! Master Dushi used his strongest riding skills to drain almost all the knights in his body. The energy of both sides collided with each other. The huge force generated by the collision. The aftermath. It directly affected several dukes next to him. The extremely fast crossbow went straight through the duke's body. Made of real gold. It damaged their knight armor. Swish. Suddenly, a very powerful flame shot directly from a distance. The target was the knight behind the Chuhur army. Defense. Zhao Shan immediately ordered, and the Chuhur army soldiers built a defensive wall. The fire was blocked by the real gold shield. However, the impact was very large. The temperature was also very high. In an instant, the soldiers behind the shield blushed. But these soldiers never retreat. The Chuhur army only fights and never retreats. Swoosh. Another big fire. This time, the target is still the knight of Chuhur army. The other side seems to understand that in Chuhur army, the knight is the most powerful. So catch the thief first. As long as the knight can be killed, the combat effectiveness of Chuhur army will definitely be greatly affected. At that time, He fired again. When Luo Xu saw the fire, one after another, the soldiers were burned to death. This can't go on. Order Amanda to fight immediately. Amanda, wearing real gold chainmail, has improved her defense again. Hit from the south. Find this Dao Wang hiding in the dark. Amanda followed the fire and saw the black man standing on a hill. Then he opened his mouth with an energy beam. The other party was not afraid either and waved his hands directly, forming a formation in the air. Then a column of fire spurted out. Bang! Amanda looked at it evilly and immediately continued to output his energy beam. That's it. The two of them were even stunned. Look at Chu Hejun here again. The 3 dukes who have been seriously injured and died. The remaining 7 dukes formed a formation. Then a huge curtain of flames was formed. The Chu army was trapped in it. The temperature rose instantly. It was almost more than 100 degrees. Once the temperature is too high, the Chu army soldiers in front must be unbearable. They may be burned to death. Let Luo Xu calculate the system and get a solution. That is to put out the fire with spiritual water. Last time I went to a planet with spiritual civilization, I got almost the general spiritual power on that planet. The thick spiritual power is like water. Luo Xu immediately set up a chain bridge and asked the Chu army to transport part of the spiritual power. Stab. With the watering of spiritual power, the originally blazing flame slowly went out. The 7 dukes saw this scene. They were already shocked and scared. Their strongest law is no longer effective. How to defeat the enemy in front of them? Swish. Bang. Chu Hejun arrows continued. Artillery fire formed cover again, shooting densely at the 7 dukes. They just used the knights to control the formation and formed a flame curtain just to trap the enemy and burn the Chu army at the same time. But their flame knights were actually extinguished. The loss was very large. Suddenly, they could only hold on, and the war between Amanda and Wang has reached the final stage. With the death of the duke, the energy on the planet is slowly being consumed. In the end, Wang directly swallowed up several dukes. This swallowing, it's also like fusion. The barrel master directly sealed the wings and flew to the top of the mountain. Then it turned into night energy and entered the body of King Dao. King was at a peak. It appeared. The Chu army also rushed to the battlefield. Amanda took the lead in launching an energy beam attack. The artillery fire and arrow feathers of the Chu army followed closely, almost razing the hill to the ground. When the smoke cleared, Dao Wang was not dead yet. The powerful night defense protected him in it, and these attacks did not hurt him. He also began to fight back. The flames wrapped around the stone and hit the Chu army. Not only that, Dao Wang flew up, accelerated suddenly, and rushed towards Chu Hejun. His hands condensed hot energy. That was not an ordinary flame, but a blue flame. Those who commit crimes in civilization will be punished, even if they are far away. Charge. In the chivalrous civilization, it belongs to the mysterious riding technique. It is also a riding skill with very strong combat power in the Zuan level. The flame of the knight's transformation. It formed a lotus-shaped flame. The temperature is extremely high. As Wang flew, a flame was brought out directly. The Chu Hejun soldiers stained with flames burned directly, and even the Zenjin armor could not stop it. Seeing Dao Wang approaching poses a greater threat to the knight, Luo Xu said directly, "Please do it. At this time, don't be hypocritical. The current combat power of Chu Hejun is still too weak. Facing a fighting king in the night civilization that has been cultivated for many years on a level 3 planet. There is no power to fight back. Give it to us." Li Shan finished speaking. With people, build a chain bridge directly. Then let the transcendents on their planet go to fight. Swoosh. A player is very fast and flies forward directly. Just a palm. He pushed back the king who rushed towards the knight. Then, some other extraordinary people directly formed a formation to trap the king inside. Finally, a powerful immortal trap formation was used. Slowly refining Dao Wang Jiang Zhe. Luo Xu recalled Chu Hejun and Amanda. There is only one battle. He also clearly realized this. The real gap between the second and third levels. If he was fighting against the 5 leaders of Li Shan, and the other party was just a player with extraordinary strength, I'm afraid he could completely annihilate the Chu Hejun. Not to mention the other immortals, powerful immortal trap methods and so on. The loss of the Chuhuajan this time was not very large, and more than 2,000 people were killed. Seal the soul with linen. Back to the lounge again. Luo Xu got the civilized spirit of the warriors from May. Enter the awakening space. Watching Britain offer sacrifices to the dead. Luo Xu looked at Li Ling, who behind the imperial capital. There is a heavy spiritual power drawn from the previous spiritual civilization. These special functions are calculated by the system. If the element converter can be used, it can form a strong special liquid. It has a very good effect on quenching vibranium and can form new alloys. Unfortunately, Luo Xu doesn't have enough gold coins or spirits to exchange now. After this battle, Luo Xu really saw it. In the early days, technological civilization is really not as powerful as those intermediate civilizations or even advanced civilizations. Maybe many years ago, after humans were able to awaken the planet, they have been verifying this. They have also been developing technology themselves, but it took 100 years to break out of the planet. And Zeuxan civilization, even player civilization, can develop into gods. Between gestures, it is a huge force, enough to destroy a world. Can technology do this? No one knows. Because the development of technology is not to cultivate an extraordinary person and feed him spirit every day. The development of science and technology is multifaceted. It will eventually evolve into a higher technological civilization, and it is not a single one. If you want to develop nuclear technology, you just need to keep developing in this direction. Because a person's ability is limited, and his thinking is also limited. Only the efforts of generations and generations, and scientists one after another, can really promote the development of science and technology. Chief, Jiangnan must vigorously develop nuclear energy and bioenergy, and accelerate the research and development of high-end, technological superweapons. In the future, the enemies we face will be stronger. The current artillery and arrows are no longer enough to form absolute suppression. Chuhuajan's repeated losses are enough to prove it. We are still in a relatively weak and backward stage. If you lag behind, you will be beaten. Having no weapons in your hands is not the same as having no weapons. The overseer, the prison overseer, stood at his desk to defend Britain. Chapter 56. Do your best. Because the current funding for weapons research is still a little small and not taken seriously enough, what they need is the greatest support. What is needed is the attention of the British leaders, so as to stimulate the enthusiasm of those doctors and bachelors. Now many people want to be Chuha, or officials in Jiangnan. How many people are willing to work hard to learn scientific and technological knowledge such as physics and mathematics? Decades of development. Jiangnan is really a different place. From a barren dynasty to a powerful dynasty. Every oak tree must be an acorn. Steel foundry. The Polytechnic Institute at that time was so sacred. However, today, it is no longer possible to continue to cultivate the same individual talents as it did back then. Britain has seen the plan proposed by the public transportation theory. The Institute of Nuclear Energy, Weapons, and Instruments of the Polytechnic Institute needs to build an Atomic Energy Weapons and Instruments Research Institute in Nanmo. Because nuclear energy will be accompanied by nuclear radiation. At first, you can't get close to the capital. It is better to build a research institute and factory in the South Desert in the northwest, and then concentrate on research. And the annual expenditure is to cultivate another powerful Chuha army. Such a huge property expenditure. Let Britain make this decision at all. Luo Xu just let this system calculate whether it can succeed to establish such an atomic energy weapons research institute at this time. Will it also have an impact on the development of Jiangnan? Because now Jiangnan is self-sufficient in the general environment. There is no diplomacy, no import and export. The market economy is only the local market economy of Jiangnan. The only resources that may belong to the outside world are those wild boars, rabbits, or special functions. But these are not mass-produced to form an effective market. The operation of the dynasty must be inseparable from a finance. Now Jiangnan does have a relatively loose finance through taxation, and there are more state-owned assets. But take out the money that can build a Chuha army to study atomic weapons. At that time, Britain did not dare to make this decision. Waved the public transportation manager to leave the study. Britain fell into contemplation. Now Jiangnan has various projects various developments, and various infrastructure construction. A lot of financial expenditures have been spent, and many of them have not been recovered, because many of them are people-friendly policies. How to collect this? Chuhu will become richer and richer, and can build factories of various sizes, and buy a lot of real estate from the local government. Then build luxury real estate and sell it. In just a few years of development, Chuhu in these real estate industries is about to become the richest group in Jiangnan, and Britain can only watch. The other party did not violate the laws of Jiangnan, he just had no choice. Over the years, how many officials have been robbed and eliminated for embezzling public funds? For some greedy officials, Britain enforces the strictest laws. There is no room for maneuver. This is also the source of income that the finance department can receive every year. King Luo Xu stepped on a cloud and floated into the study. Seeing this scene, Britain was excited, because he knew that only the king could give the most reasonable advice at this time. Luo Xu betrayed his hand, said to Britain, "I already know the choice you encountered. I'll tell you a history of another planet, and you can also listen. Then I'm making a decision." Luo Xu's story is a historical story from the previous life. There is no sword available and there is no sword available. This really means something different. The current Chuhu army is obviously at a disadvantage when it comes to night civilization. If it weren't for the help of other leaders, with the current strength, it may take several such Chuhu army to completely consume the fighting power of Dao Wang. Such a gap, reflected in the weapons and equipment of the Chuhu army, it is still too poor. The soldiers of the Chuhu army are also ordinary people. At most, they take the marrow washing pill and the Wanshao pill to improve their physical fitness. But compared with the truly extraordinary people, it's still too far. Luo Xu also believed that at this time, it could develop into other powerful planetary civilizations. For example, let the soldiers of Chuhuajin cultivate immortality. But according to the calculation of the system, they are not suitable for cultivating immortality at all. They don't even have spiritual roots. How to cultivate immortality? Moreover, even if Chuhuajin is allowed to cultivate immortality, so how should Luo Xu transform the spirit of cultivating immortal civilization? The success rate is only 1%. The low mood made Luo Xu completely lose confidence, or insist on continuing to develop science and technology. As for Luo Xu's transformation of the spirit of so many warrior civilizations, it will only increase the diameter of the planet in the end. For Britain, the most powerful warrior on the planet. In fact, it has not much effect, because the energy he can bear is limited. It is not an extraordinary person cultivated by the spirit itself. You can continuously improve your strength by absorbing your spirit. After listening to Luo Xu's story, Britain understands that for the research and development of weapons, he can't hesitate, just because of a large sum of money. Jiangnan is facing more than just financial problems, but those powerful enemies outside. This time, he did not lead the team to the expedition in person, but there is no ambition to conquer like the failed expedition. As for why it is difficult at this time, because it is a difficult decision. Once the Institute of Atomic Energy and Weapons is established, then he was one less Chuhuajin. Luo Xu's visit this time was not only to instruct Britain to establish an atomic energy and weapons research institute. There was another purpose. That was to guide Britain to establish an expedition research institute. This institute needed top talents who could be temporarily transferred from Xianjin Polytechnic. Join in, make some strategies for the expedition, and study some materials harvested from the expedition such as wild boars. The first step of the Expedition Research Institute was to establish the research of spiritual power and create an alloy metal. When Britain heard that it could make a stronger alloy, it immediately agreed. Suddenly, Jiangnan had two major projects that needed to be established. Luo Xu was in a world that used spirit as an accelerator. 1 year, 2 research institutes were successfully established. One in the northwest Gobi Desert, one in the northeast and south, some distance from the emperors of Jiangnan, but at the same time as the establishment of the institute. To facilitate the transportation of materials, Jiangnan built 2 direct railway lines and a highway route. This also greatly facilitated the travel of these 2 places and some people along the line. And Jiangnan's finances had become a little short of money. Luo Xu saw this. I bought some low-grade pills directly outside at a very low price. Just tell Zhang Ting what she needs, and she can quickly obtain these resources for Luo Xu at the first time through special channels. Low-grade pills are at best for strengthening the body. For many rich people who are seriously ill and not in good health, this is a lifeline. Britain began to reap the money of those rich people by auctioning these elites. There are too many ways to make money. Luo Xu also exchanged many inventions that benefit the people, such as televisions, washing machines, refrigerators, etc. These are all funded by the state, and then many workers are hired to start production. And technology monopoly. The price is not very high, and it is full of technology. With television, a large entertainment environment is naturally formed, and many people also found BG in it. But Britain, through Luo Xu's suggestion, banned those TV stations from broadcasting some programs without bottom line. After the appearance of color TV, there is only one program that is broadcast by Jiangnan de Bao. They are all records of the development of Jiangnan and what happened in various places. It hasn't been live yet. It has just entered the era of wireless communication. It can't support too many programs, nor can it support live broadcasts. This also makes Jiangnan's finance begin to pick up. Because the resources are in the hands of the government, a monopoly is formed, and small profits but quick turnover. It can not only benefit the people, it can also provide financial support and greatly develop science and technology. It's not just a matter of weapons. There are also Jiangnan people on this planet. Wait until the next day. Luo Xu used his spirit to exchange for the time accelerator again. 1 year. The Expedition Research Institute finally made great achievements in the deconstruction and reorganization of spiritual power. With the help of vibranium forging technology, after refining real gold with telekinesis, a new metal was obtained. The ability to absorb kinetic energy is greatly improved, and the vibranium metal is lighter and has stronger defense. Luo Xu looked at the weapons displayed in the system. According to the results of the calculation, he used this alloy and atomic energy. Atomic laser cannons can be built, and the price tag of this technology, it's 10 million gold coins, or the spirit of advanced civilization, 10,000 intermediate civilization spirits, 10,000 low-level civilization spirits. Clearly marked. Children are not easy to bully. System production. Pure fine products. If you can exchange this technology, in the future, the weapons of the Chuo army can be completely updated. Enter the era of weapons 3.0. However, this requires too much money. Luo Xu doesn't want to use the 10 million in his hand now. It seems that I have to find a way, find a channel, and strive for extra money. I don't get much just by attending classes, and I can't completely expose my golden secrets. However, I want to skip classes. This is not an easy thing either. Luo Xu felt a little embarrassed. He couldn't ask the class directly for 100,000 low-level civilization spirits. Such a large resource. Maybe the class can't afford it. The key is that he doesn't want to expose his krypton secret. If possible, the spirit of advanced civilization. It can still be bought on the dark web. The price is about 5 million gold coins. And soon a spirit of night civilization can get dividends. Luo Xu will use other channels to increase the storage of gold coins. It shouldn't take long. Atomic laser cannons can be exchanged. 1 alpha day. A little less. Maybe it's because Zhao Xianshan thinks Luo Xu is an ordinary civilized planet and has been transforming the spirit of warrior civilization. It's hard to say, and it doesn't necessarily have much effect. Because Luo Xu's Chuo army has never shown that it has the combat effectiveness of soldiers who are much stronger than ordinary people. This is not to say that Zhao Xianshan is stingy, but Luo Xu's situation is somewhat special. A Jiangnan class, an upgrade platform for multiple leaders. If even the spirit of low-level civilization cannot be fully guaranteed to be provided in large quantities, it really doesn't make sense. With the spirit of civilization, it may not be too much. After all, not many leaders die every day. However, there are still many spirits without civilization. Chapter 57 Recovery. In the mountain city, there are also many ownerless planets without civilization attached. Because at the beginning, those leaders failed to transform into life. You can't be a real leader. It's even more impossible to have outstanding qualities. That is, an ordinary person. There are still many such spirits. Luo Xu also wants Zhangting to raise 3 such spirits every day. He wants to increase the diameter of the planet. In this way, it can accommodate more people and have more resources. If possible. If there is really such a special spirit, it will be better, and some monsters will be born. Form a monster army. Unfortunately, the class got that one. Luo Xu also applied again, and went to the mountain city once a day. He needed more gold coins. Then he also bought a lot of mental power through gold coins. In short, as an accumulation, it is better to directly exchange some techniques in the future. In the eyes of Zhao Xianxun and others, this is because in the last chivalrous civilization, the Chuhua army failed to completely resist the king, which led to a crisis. Zhao Xianxun felt that this crisis also had benefits, which could motivate Luo Xu to improve himself. At the same time, as a class, it also gave great support. 8 million gold coins, plus 20,000 low-level civilizations and uncivilized spirits. Finally, the atomic laser gun technology can be exchanged. And this time, through continuous acceleration, Jiangnan also successfully broke through the bottleneck of nuclear energy physics research. In the Great Gobi, the first mushroom umbrella experiment was realized. Britain saw a huge mushroom cloud. Go to understand. Adhering to the research of nuclear energy, new weapons and other technologies will have a strong impact. If you throw such a weapon on the exploration planet, what if it is one? Luo Xu also saw the mushroom cloud. It is not in vain that he has frequently entered the mountain city during this period, insisted on the expedition, and consumed nearly 10,000 soldiers of the Chuhua army. It took almost a month. There are the current results. However, after the atomic laser cannon, Luo Xu believes that it needs further improvement. Entering the mountain city with a mushroom cloud gives Zhao Xianxun and others another shocking lesson. Before the advent of the planetary era, they had also heard of such a powerful weapon. But with the development of the chief era, this weapon has long been abandoned. Unexpectedly, it can still be seen now. This lethality is very strong. Zhao Xianxun is also confident in the competition of the Xianjiao list. Milan was shocked, and at the same time, I admire Luo Xu. When I led the team, it was just an ordinary army, using a crossbow. Although there were artillery later. But when fighting against immortals, the lethality of those artillery can be ignored. Unexpectedly, in just over a month of development, Luo Xu was able to make such a powerful weapon. He admired Luo Xu's efforts. In order to improve himself, he would never step out of the class. It was always a 2-point line between the mountain city and the lounge. Others would like it more or less. Luo Xu never showed how high his pursuit of material things was. With such weapons, there must be a place for Luo Xu on the Xianjiao list. Milan said firmly and admiringly. Zhao Xianxun nodded. In the future, perhaps technological civilization will be included in the sequence of advanced civilization. This situation is rare. Even so, there is a teenager named Xiao Yan who defeated the 5th level immortal of advanced civilization with chivalrous civilization. Outstanding talent. However, it failed to change the law that knight civilization is an intermediate civilization. And Luo Xu. This is different. First of all, technological civilization is the first time. Luo Xu is improving rapidly and has an army. Moreover, his planet is constantly innovating. From arrows to nuclear weapons now. In the future, there may be more powerful weapons. Such a civilization, once it can be well developed, there is also great potential. Luo Xu looked at his planet information. Planet, technological civilization planet. 2 planet diameter. 1963 kilometers planet. 119,892 root. Nuclear energy era. The diameter of the planet has increased a lot. But at a distance of 10,000 kilometers, there is still a lot of room for improvement. As for routing, it has entered the nuclear energy era from the electric age. The next step is the reactor era. With the reactor, plus vibranium metal, we can build a powerful steel army. At that time, we will build a supercomputer. Probably later. There will be a mutual dependence between humans and artificial intelligence. It is necessary to exchange more knowledge in the field of computers in order to create more intelligence. Satellite technology should also be upgraded. Otherwise, without satellites and powerful wireless transmission functions, it will take a long time to develop communication technology and achieve direct interconnection. It may take a long time. Luo Xu looked at his deposits. Discovered. He has become a poor man again. Luo Xu still can't go out to take private work. Once discovered. This must be the end of betrayal. I didn't say that you can exchange some technology with the spirit of advanced civilization and then improve yourself. There are many advanced spirits in the class, absolutely willing to give it to Luo Xu. But Luo Xu can't do it now, at least before it completely resists the power of a level 5 leader. It will not be exposed. You can use the spirit of advanced civilization, even all the spirits, because he can't transform. Direct kryptonite. Just exchange technology with the world system. In this way, he needs to work hard, keep struggling, and keep making money. After 10 years of acceleration, Jiangnan Nuclear Energy Research Institute finally broke through the bottleneck of atomic energy, created the first atomic laser gun, powerful atomic energy. Even real gold melted instantly, almost breaking through the awakening space. Luo Xu was completely relieved. But only one day. Amanda, who had been sleeping on the seabed, stepped on the land. Then I walked to the Great Gobi. Nan needs this nuclear and atomic energy to upgrade himself. Turn the energy beam into a more powerful energy. Luo Xu still has 2 trump cards. The developed mountain city has now entered a mature stage. It is completely integrated with the previous mountain city. In more than a month, Luo Xu has fought for more than a dozen ownerless planets. For Krypton. In order to improve strength, Luo Xu never stopped. This time, they drove away the interstellar spaceship, came to the mountain city, landed on a tree-lined planet. Planet information shows. Planet, shooting civilization planet. 3 planet diameter. 1396 planet. 1 and these trees should be the world trees in the shooting civilization. After transforming energy and building the planet, the leader began to transform the planetary energy. Then it was successfully transformed into the planetary energy of the shooting civilization. Finally, cultivate life on the planet. A shooting tree was born. It is very tall and has some wisdom. Their defense and attack power are very strong. So it is also called the world tree on this planet. On the planets of shooting civilization and cultivation civilization, it is a fairly common plant life. It has not landed yet in Luo Xu and other places. The branches of the world tree began to extend, trying to wrap up Luo Xu and others. The accompanying leader immediately summoned the flying shooting and defended the shooting. Luo Xu lost a nuclear weapon. Building the world means expanding more branches. Attack Luo Xu's part. Part of me grabbed the nuclear weapon and tried to crush it into pieces. However, the material of the nuclear weapon is improved real gold, and the defense is very strong. Bang! It is not a very large planet. A mushroom cloud came out directly. Those branches that originally wanted to attack Luo Xu retreated quickly and directly. A planet that was once lush and covered with trees. It turned directly into ruins, and many trees were on fire. On this planet, a large tree with lush branches and leaves was not affected. Look. Around the big tree, there are many starlight points. These starlight points formed a powerful defense to keep the power of the mushroom cloud out. This world tree is very defensive, and it feels like it's not an ordinary world tree. The leader cultivated such a life from the beginning, and must have been improving its strength. It's not easy to go from level 1 to level 3, and it's just this world tree. Li Shan, the leader of the entourage, analyzed beside Luo Xu. Luo Xu nodded. Just now he asked the system to calculate it. I found that this world tree is really extraordinary. If you can conquer it completely, those branches can be used as a kind of wood, and after combining with true gold, a new alloy will be produced. But how to conquer this world tree now? It's a problem. The opponent has a shooting defense, and even mushroom clouds can be defended. Then it can only be an atomic laser cannon. 100 Shuhuajin soldiers, pushing a 3-meter high cannon, appeared on the planet. Swoosh. Choose a place. Set up the gun rack. A bullet was fired at the world tree. The stars around the tree immediately moved to form a wall of light. Bang! The atomic laser cannon just fired a shot and directly destroyed the stars. The tree began to shake. The whole planet was like an earthquake. Bang! The earth cracked. Then, I saw the world tree, which sank directly into the underground of this planet. Finally, the earth is closed. Lost the world tree. Can't run away. This is the first time I met Luo Xu. The other side sank into the ground. To kill the world tree, you need a stronger ability. You can force the world tree out. Now it's Luo Xu. I don't have that ability. A mushroom cloud, an atomic laser gun. Only the former. Keep frying. Keep frying. Maybe we can blow up a deep pit and find the world tree. Do you need our help? Li Shan asked on the side. They have a leader of shooting civilization who can shoot the world tree on this planet. But Luo Xu refused. No, since it is to train Chuhuajin, you have to see it, on such a battlefield. With Chuhuajin's weapons, can you beat your opponent? Li Shan listened to Luo Xu's words, nodded, and said nothing more. The more you follow Luo Xu, the more you can feel the other party's tenacity and strong perseverance. Fight every day. Cultivate your own Chuhuajin every day. Moreover, the Chuhuajin always insists on fighting to the end. They only fought 3 times. Boom. Boom. Mushroom clouds continued to bombard the planet. In the end, the tree was helpless. Or the spirit of the planet was helpless. Chapter 58 not qualified. Bang. The ground cracked. The world reappeared on the planet. It was gone. It was thriving at first. The bare trunks and branches looked very vigorous. Luo Xu chose Jin Zhenyu Jian this time. A dozen soldiers shot an arrow at the world tree when they passed the rainbow bridge. Before the branches of the world tree attacked. Walk into the rainbow bridge. The world was hit by vibranium, but the vibranium was directly integrated. Luo Xu, look here. A smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Bang. The world shook violently. It was like being drunk. Then part of the trunk, some black smoke came out. Originally, there were small firearms in Zenjin's arrow. The soldiers of Chuhuajin left. Just press the remote control. Remote control commands small firearms to explode. Inside the world tree, it caused huge damage. It can't be broken from the outside. Break directly from the inside. System calculus 90% success rate. And the world tree was seriously injured. Luo Xu immediately sent the strongest excavator to Britain. Dig out the world tree. Cut off its roots. This also cuts off his connection with the planet. The internal injuries of the world tree have not healed yet. After the roots are broken, they directly lose the support of the planet's energy. Turn into dry trees. Then they are transported directly to their own planet. And new alloys can be created. This wave is not a loss. Since the mushroom cloud and atomic laser cannon appeared, Luo felt the power of technology. This also encouraged his determination to persist in developing technological civilization, and he also hoped to improve rapidly. It is better to establish a 3rd level technological civilization as soon as possible. For example, those super weapons. Even the Earth can be directly blown up. Death Star weapons. Invincible. Or water drop weapons. A technological weapon comparable to the Death Star. It is composed of a shell with a strong interaction force. It is an internal force field generator and control system. Ringtail nozzle. The attack method of the water drop is impact. This is a physical attack. At the beginning, I'm afraid that not many leaders can resist it. However, because Luo Xu sealed the soul of this planet, the surrounding space fluctuates. Visible to the naked eye, a group of people rushed over from a nearby planet. They were wearing white robes, all hiding under hoods. Starkiller. Li Shan's face changed. Shouted loudly. Array. Luo Xu paused. What does Starkiller mean? Why are they so scared? So scared, and immediately sent out most of the extraordinary people on their planet. It was just a moment. Around the 5 leaders behind him, there were more than 60 extraordinary people. These extraordinary people also rushed directly in front of those people in white robes. Li Shan didn't even have the heart to continue watching the battle. He just said, go. They immediately took out the portable controller and wanted to call the starship out and return to the real world. The starship is also a very advanced transmission array. Made by the extraordinary people in the very advanced Zeuxan civilization, they developed a starfield in Shancheng. A transmission matrix will be established here. This transfer matrix can cover a large part of the starfield. But the transmission array generally requires spirit stones as energy support, and the consumption of spirit stones is almost 10,000 gold coins at a time. Fortunately, Luo Xu and others were waiting for the starship to open, so that they could be sent back to class. But found. The starship did not appear. Li Shan gritted his teeth. He felt that the starkiller who attacked them was very powerful. Our transmission is blocked. Now we can only go back if we kill those starkillers. Li Shan said in a deep voice. The other leaders were not comfortable either, because it meant that they were likely to die. They were in the void. It was just that this planet had been conquered by them and turned into a ghost, sealed in linen. In the mountain city, people don't need to breathe and will be in a state of weightlessness. On many planets, there is no gravity, and their extraordinary people are all creatures cultivated by various native energies. Naturally, it is based on the planet, and then the leader feeds a large amount of planetary energy, and finally achieves extraordinary results. Li Shan ordered the 4 leaders behind him. Let's go up together and trap them directly with the strongest formation. Everyone else nodded and replied, this is the only way. Luo Xu has been observing and using the system calculus, the sudden enemy of the Starkiller. Why are these people afraid of Li Shan? Why are they in the mountain city? The final result. Luo Xu was surprised. System, a low-level strange man from the super leader, specializing in assassinating the leader and sending the planet inside the leader back to the mountain city. Plunder countless special civilization spirits and strengthen the leader. They are the leader's second biggest nightmare. Warning, if you see a Starkiller, please stay away, otherwise you will be killed without mercy. Luo Xu, low-level strange people from super leaders? That is to say, the leaders of the super civilizations that exist now have trained these Starkillers to assassinate the leaders. After the leader dies, the planet will return to the mountain city, and it will become an ownerless planet. But, he plundered these spirits with civilization, and after absorbing them, can he strengthen himself? Special civilization? Isn't that me? Luo Xu thought of this. Just a cold sweat. How could a small technological civilization suddenly bring so much trouble? Being targeted by a fake duke. You dream. Now he is being targeted by the leader of a super civilization. How can this be justified? And the battlefield ahead. It has also entered a white hot stage. The white robes of the Starkillers seem to be able to split infinitely, from 1 to 10. There are not many people, but after a while, dozens of white Starkillers appeared. Their abilities are still very strong. There are about 80 strange people sent by the 5 leaders of Li Shan. In less than a moment, only the strongest dozen extraordinary people were left. As for the transcendent people with lower realms, it was just a face-to-face encounter. He was killed. Luo Xu, take a deep breath. Of course, there is no air here. He doesn't need to breathe any air, and he won't suffocate to death. Because there is nothing here. The system said. Either run away, or kill the Starkiller. Now their retreat is blocked. The only way is to kill the Starkillers in front of you. The rainbow bridge appeared. The Chuhua army soldiers in spacesuits appeared. But, there is no focus here, and it is not good to set up atomic laser cannons. Luo Xu directly found the shooter, and asked them to shoot, forming a place like an island. The soldiers of the Chuhua army set up atomic laser cannons. Get out of the way. Luo Xu immediately notified the 5 leaders in front of them to remove this unconventional. So far, they have not been able to complete the construction of the strongest law. The Starkiller on the opposite side seemed to know that they wanted to build a strongest law, so they directly used the clone to mess up their plan and prevented them from forming the strongest law. Luo Xu shouted. The extraordinary in front of him was immediately removed. Swish. A laser cannon directly hit the white-robed Starkiller. The opponent suddenly turned into an energy ball. Bang. When the energy of both sides came into contact, it turned into a super explosion. If the shooter had not stood on Luo Xu's side to defend, they would have turned the tables. Seeing this, the rest of the white-robed Starkillers immediately started to get busy again, wanting to attack. Swoosh. This is another atomic laser cannon. Killed 2 white Starkillers. Luo Xu sent Amanda again. Talk about this combat power. Or is Amanda stronger? Because the atomic energy of the southern body is greater. White Robe Starkiller, don't stop the atomic beam. Come over to stabilize the Starkiller. They were all killed. Woo. That's close. Li Shan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally killed the Starkiller. But Luo Xu looked at the starfield in the distance and said, it's not that simple. Just appeared in the Starkiller. I just discovered them by chance. In the battle just now. The Starkiller has sent out the coordinates. Li Shan tried the starship summoner. Sure enough, they still can't be transported away. A relatively large shutter appeared. Like a dimensional door. A white Starkiller came out from it. The door closed. Luo Xu also asked Amanda to shoot at the Starkiller at this time. One person at a time. Shooting atomic energy beams. Only, the white robe Starkiller stretched out a little bit. The atomic energy beam was directly transformed into a little star-like energy and dissipated into the void. Very strange energy. A heavy voice came from the mouth of the Starkiller. What civilization have you established? Starkiller looked at Luo Xu. Luo Xu frowned. The other party didn't do it? Technological civilization. The white robe Starkiller seemed a little surprised. Is there only one technology that can develop to this extent? It seems that you have a lot of secrets in your heart. I won't force it. Would you like to go with me to see my master? Luo Xu naturally didn't want to go with the other party. If this goes on, there is no reward. What should I do? Li Shan was right in front of Luo Xu. He said to the white robe Starkiller, why should I go with you? You Starkiller only kills people. After that, he asked one of his team members to rush up. The magical skills were recorded in heaven. There were powerful players around. At a very fast speed, he attacked the white robe Starkiller. Look. The white robe Starkiller waved his hand. Then Giant Tong records will directly counterattack. Also more powerful. The player screamed. Turned into black slag. Luo Xu and others looked solemn. The opponent was too strong. Probably already an extraordinary person on a level 5 planet. Even stronger. Luo Xu's atomic laser cannon was turned into starlight by the opponent's hand. The player's amazing skills were recorded and also waved back to the player by the opponent. Just 2 cups. Let Luo Xu and others feel a desperate suffocation. The white robe Starkiller continued to be expressionless and said to Luo Xu, your planetary civilization is very special and has great potential. My master is very interested in a talented leader like you. If you go, maybe, there will be higher achievements. Outside, you will be buried. If it is said that the white robe Starkiller has a little expression, that kind of vivid persuasiveness, it's also like a temptation. These words were said expressionlessly. How to listen? Or this is like a lie. Luo Xu has completed the calculation of the system. There is no solution. The method given by the system. Among them, even he killed Xu Huajin and Amanda. Let Li Shan and others establish the most powerful law. Not enough to suppress the white Starkiller. Chapter 59. Pay attention. The opponent's strength is already the peak strength of a level 5 planet. A god in the period of crossing the tribulation. As long as you can complete the crossing of the tribulation, that is the real immortal. In the advanced civilization, Zeuxin is the strongest civilization. This is worse than the sacred civilization. But in the late stage of Zeuxin civilization, there are more and more gods in the Mahayana period. It is also comparable to a super civilization. Luo Xu, now is a critical moment. You sent Xu Huajin and that monster to find a way to suppress the other party. We have set up the strongest array. Maybe there is still a chance to escape. Li Shan used a secret method to make a sound. But Luo Xu knew. The white Starkiller can be heard. Sure enough. If you don't want to, I won't force it. But you just killed my people. This account must be settled. The white robe Starkiller is listening to Li Shan's voice in secret. Look. He waved his hand and turned it upside down. A mysterious force is dividing this space. It seems to be a very special martial arts. But it doesn't look like martial arts. Puff. One of the 5 leaders who followed couldn't stand it. He vomited blood directly. There are 10 great strange people around Li Shan and others. They are connected to each other through energy, forming a very powerful protective shield. However, for the white robe Starkiller, it only takes a little energy. Raise your hand. an immortal sword appeared. That immortal sword was like kindling. The white robe rotated in the palm of the Star Killer, making the sound of a sword. It means that this sword has the spirit of a sword. The immortals in the period of crossing the catastrophe. The magic weapon with the remains of the core of life. No wonder. Forgive. The white robed Star Killer snorted coldly. The immortal sword seemed to be rejoicing. Wandering in the air. Then like a ray of light. Passing through the defensive shield. Passing through the bodies of these extraordinary people. Passing through the hearts of leaders such as Li Shan. Finally, returning to the palm of the white Star Killer. Disappearing. The Star Killer carried the white robe in his hand on his back. Watching quietly. Those extraordinary people, one by one, seemed to be sucked dry. Turned into powder. Dissipated in the void. Li Shan and other leaders were unable to say a word. It turned into dust and dissipated in the void. Luo Xu was left alone. A chill. From the soles of the feet to the brain. This is the real immortal in the culture of cultivating immortals. Raise your hands. It is a powerful and unparalleled force. Below level 5. They are all ants. Luo Xu feels that the water of this world is too deep. He is a little skeptical. Still thinking about freedom? Now it seems. The freedom I pursue is simply ridiculous. The other party may not give himself the opportunity to improve his strength at all. It's just a second level leader. Moreover, it has only developed to atomic energy. It has not yet been fully popularized. The comprehensive strength is actually still at level 2. Of course, if you go to the youth competition, according to the planetary level of the event, Luo Xu may already be the 3rd level. In just a few months. Come to this step. General leaders. I really can't get there. In Luo Xu, there is a krypton gold system. Crazy kryptonite. Only with today's strength. See. You follow me. You can also have my strength in the future. Luo Xu will buy time. If the whole class feels that he has not come back, there must be something wrong. Will anyone come? So, are you also a leader? White robe Star Killer. I used to be. Luo Xu asked curiously, what do you mean, you are not now? Why? White robe Star Killer seemed to know that Luo Xu was stalling for time. If you don't want to, I won't force you. One day, you will still meet my master. Just then, there was a sense of vanity. Then a flash of white light. A light gate appeared in this mountainous area. Zhao Xianshan flew forward. In front of Luo Xu. I didn't expect that you Star Killers would catch up here so quickly. You want to take him away, you have to pass me first. White robe Star Killer looked at the leader beside Luo Xu. The figure loomed. Finally disappeared into the void. It was as if you had never been here. Zhao Xianshan turned to Luo Xu and asked, are you injured? Luo Xu shook his head. Li Shan, they were killed by Star Killer. That one was about to do that. Boss, you are here. Zhao Xianshan breathed a sigh of relief. So did the others. Let's go back first. Zhao Xianshan directly urged the starship, and then everyone teleported over. Back to the classroom. Follow me. Zhao Xianshan said to Zhang Ting. Then he left the hall, and went to the conference room. Luo Xu gave the linen to Zhang Ting. Come to his conference room every day. At the same time, neither of them said a word. Conference room. Zhao Xianshan gave Luo Xu a glass of spiritual spring water. This matter is a secret between leaders. In order to achieve a certain status, it cannot be known to others. You will understand later. Luo Xu wanted to say that the riddle man got out of Gotham. This is the same as you didn't say it. However, Zhao Xianshan treated him very well. Since this matter is a secret that ordinary leaders don't know, this must be strictly observed and not told to others easily. After this time, the other party will not do anything to you for the time being. Don't worry. Zhao Xianshan said it in a riddle, but he certainly won't hurt people. As soon as he entered the mountain city, he immediately stopped in front of Luo Xu. I can see it. For Luo Xu, he still thinks highly of him. Of course, the most critical point. Because Luo Xu is also related to his future and future. Otherwise it is irrelevant. Zhao Xianshan would definitely not do this. He could die for Luo Xu. In such an environment, it's hard to find such a person. To die for an irrelevant person. Mile is not. Li Shan and others are not. World War I Mile is no longer Mile. And in Shancheng, Li Shan and others are also trying to survive. In front of the Star Killer, it's hard for a leader to survive. Zhao Xianshan comforted him every day. Seeing that Luo Xu didn't care too much about it, he was relieved. He was also worried Luo Xu would investigate this matter. Or, because of the strength of the Star Killer, there is a psychological shadow. Appearance Luo Xu is very calm. How will Wu Kui be settled? After all, they died in battle to protect me. They have relatives, and I want to take out the pension. Zhao Xianshan was stunned for a moment. Then he said, there should be. Don't worry about that. We will arrange it. From what you get this time, deduct 500,000 gold coins. How come? Luo Xu nodded. It's a kind of promise. Zhao Xianshan continued, this is still the same practice as usual. At that time, we will continue to arrange 5 leaders to accompany you to the mountain city. After this period of time, I will explain the situation to the Duke. At that time, someone will pay attention. Protect those star killers and appear again. Luo Xu thought that the other party should stop looking for himself. Bay Star Killer said, one day, I will meet the owner of the Star Killer. Although it is also a mystery. But it sounds like it should also express a meaning. You can't go now. I will still go in the future. So, shouldn't the other party come to find himself again? If Fang Wei caught his attention. That's really. Boss, I don't think this matter needs to be reported. Fang Wei is busy with everything. Why bother the Duke for such a small matter? The appearance of the Star Killer in the mountain city should be an accident. If we meet again at that time, won't you still be there? Zhao thinks about this every day. I think what Luo Xu said makes some sense. It is not unheard of for the Star Killer to appear in the mountain city. If something like this happens, it should also be reported. That's really bad. It's not that their class doesn't have a level 5 leader, a leader at the elder level. You can also fight those superstar killers at any time. The point is, after the report, Fang Wei may just send someone to pay a little attention. After all, Luo Xu is very talented. He really has to grow up this road. Or should he go by himself? You can't care about it like a flower in a greenhouse. Zhao looked at him with a slightly appreciative look every day. You are right. I'm also relieved and proud that you can think so. I had a good eye at the time. I can find you and let you join this class. Go back and do a good job. You don't have to worry about the appeasement of Wu Kui. Our class can swallow our anger and give our loved ones some comfort. Luo Xu saluted and said, thank you. Back to the lounge. Luo Xu held flax, which is the civilized spirit of the warrior. I thought. There are mushroom clouds and atomic laser cannons. There is a place among the leaders. But now it seems. What I see is just the tip of the iceberg. What I learned in high school is just the basic knowledge about leadership. The water in this world. Too deep. Luo Xu may have just been exposed to that movie. At first, he felt it. It's like living in a cage. Some of the things you do, it may be caring. It's like the Truman Show. Your every move is being monitored. Luo Xu also let the system calculate the world of this leader. The result of the system. This also seems to be a mystery. It has not been fully told to him. What is the truth of this world? Maybe. His strength is too poor. Not enough to understand the truth of the world. After absorbing the mental power, Luo Xu lay there. The consciousness has entered the awakening space. In the eastern continent of the earth, the people of Jiangnan ushered in their electrical age. Many families have electrical appliances. It won't be cold in winter. It can be said that this transformation is much faster than the world where Luo Xu lived in his previous life. From the primitive age to the establishment of the Jiangnan dynasty later, it took only a few decades. I entered the steam age. It took only about 100 years from the steam age to the electric age. And now, the hot stage of the development of the electric age is only a few decades. Not only hydropower, coal power, now there is nuclear energy and atomic energy. Britain has seen several wars recorded by Chuhuajin. Today's Chuhuajin. There is no need to fight directly. They have powerful weapons. The advantage in numbers can no longer be reflected. But more advanced technology and weapons are needed. When Chuhuajin meets Daowang Jiang Zhe again, perhaps an atomic laser gun can solve this battle. However, when Chu Huajin recorded it and saw the white-robed man star killer, he once again demonstrated his strength. Not enough. It is necessary to reflect the numerical advantage of Chu Huajin. It can also reflect the advantages of Chu Huajin's technological weapons. Go this way. There is a chance to defeat such an enemy. The opponent's dagger has always been invincible. Chapter 60 Encouragement. Luo Xu saw what Britain was thinking. Just go and see, and you will know. King Britain quickly stood up and saluted. Luo Xu nodded. Look at the player in the white robe. Chu Huajin is still not strong enough. I will find a way to provide you with more powerful weapons technology. As long as you have perseverance. In the face of a powerful enemy, we can also defeat it. Britain agreed and said, the king is right. At first, we only had crossbows. Now, even atomic laser cannons have been built. The super strong man in the district also grew up from a weak and extraordinary person. As long as we give us time and technology, weapons, and technology, I believe Chu Huajin can defeat him. Luo Xu is not painting pie for Britain. Because Britain itself is good at painting pie. This is a fact. What Luo Xu wants is Britain's ambition. Only ambition can lead Jiangnan to super strength. Jiangnan Building. This is the largest and most magnificent building officially built in Jiangnan. The overall look, like a sword. It is the most eye-catching landmark building in Jiangnan. Standing on the roof of this building, you can overlook the entire Jiangnan. The most important thing is, it is the residence of Xiaoming, the Duke of Jiangnan. Above the clouds, the sun shines in the distance. Sprinkle a layer of golden brilliance on the building. Above the tip of the sword, Xiaoming sits in his seat boldly. Just now, he received a message from Ji Feng in the middle of the Jiangnan night class. I met a very strong player in Luo Xu, Shansheng. The player did not kill Luo Xu. There seems to be some communication between them. Moreover, the player did not kill Zhao Xianshan and others. Let them live. In short, Yi Feng suspects that Zhao Xianshan has Luo Xu, and there may be some connection between him and the player. I wonder if Zhao He is an undercover? In fact, Xiaoming knows what's going on. Between the player and the leader, it's a secret. General leaders, it's impossible to know why the player exists, and why they keep killing some leaders. I don't know. The existence of the player is something that the top leaders have long acquiesced to, because the resource of spirit is really too little. Every day there are leaders who want to use spirit to improve themselves. If there are no players, with the strength of the leader, it is not a problem to live 100 years. But many talented people can't wait 100 years. If they are alive, they will also need spirit to improve themselves. Even if you know you can't be a leader with super strength, they still want to improve themselves as always. This cannot be stopped. Once the spirit is exhausted, there will inevitably be a war. The battle of spirits. This is not a good thing for those real super leaders. In some areas of the mountain city, a strong leader is needed to explore what kind of energy is the purple gas, how to absorb and use it. No one knows, and the leader's life has an end. The transcendents on this planet can cross the catastrophe and cultivate immortality. They can die, or die with the help of energy, but the director can't. When the level, diameter, and civilization of the planet reach their peak, it will usher in a decline from prosperity. At this time, many leaders began to use seal printing, seal themselves up to avoid the erosion of the law of time, and become an immortal person. However, this sealing technology requires a high price. After the seal, once the seal is lifted, their power will disappear quickly. In the end, they will be eroded by time, become old men, and then die. The planet and the body will become an ownerless planet and return to the mountain city. In addition, there is another way. That is to transform the spirit of the same level and civilization. You can forcibly extend your life once. Make your energy sufficient. This can also achieve the realm of immortality. However, we can really meet the spirit of the same level and civilization. It's really difficult. Even if so many leaders are awakened every year. But as time goes by, a very talented leader, it's really too rare. There are also people who use this method to cultivate talented leaders by themselves. Let him progress and protect him to grow. When we reach the same realm, we will find a way to kill him. In this way, you can also get the spirit of the other party. In fact, there are many secrets about leaders. Xiaoming doesn't know everything comprehensively. Because the Zhao family only has the old ancestor of the year, it is the area that entered the mountain city, about some news and historical analysis of the leaders of this world. Xiaoming put down the communication, thinking about the current situation. What will happen when the player knows Luo Xu? He doesn't know. But you can't ask Luo Xu directly what the player said. It will arouse the suspicion of the other party. As far as Xiaoming is concerned, it is to protect Luo Xu, or ignore it, and let Luo Xu develop on his own. Around him, the air fluctuated. A genius appeared. Seeing the genius in the air, Xiaoming smiled, making people feel like a spring breeze. Nana, you said, why don't the players kill Luo Xu? Nana looked at Xiaoming with watery eyes, and her voice was clear and refreshing. Because he also wants Luo Xu to successfully upgrade and enter the mountain city area. Xiaoming nodded. He thought so at first. So, the regional strength that has not entered Luo Xu's mountain city will not affect Luo Xu? What about our plan? Will the players stop? Nana floated to Xiaoming and slowly sat on him. She stretched out her white hands and saved Xiaoming. No, the players have to balance the leader's spirit. Our plan actually helped him, which is almost the same as his purpose. Besides, this era is already rotten. If you want to become stronger, you still need the baptism of war. We are also helping him to create the strongest god of war, isn't it? Xiaoming held Nana in his arms and said with a smile, you are smart enough to come up with this truth. It seems that I have to go back and convince some stubborn old people. Just a player. When we have the resources of a country, we can cultivate the most powerful leader. As long as you can enter that area. After understanding that place, repeat it again. We will be able to control that place in the future. Isn't it? They are too timid. I want to go again, but I dare not violate the current rules. What kind of strong man is that? Xiaoming naturally knew this. Luo Xu's planetary civilization is very special. It may have been noticed by players as early as the initial youth competition. Now, players don't kill Luo Xu. I just want Luo Xu to grow and become the strongest leader. You are qualified to enter that place. Wait until he can integrate the spirit of a country's cultivation civilization. We will definitely break through the current bottleneck. Become the strongest leader. Have the capital to enter that place. My capital is strong. Xiaoming said in a deep voice. Nana's eyes are tender and watery. Under the prosperous times, the corners of the mouth are slightly raised, which can charm all living beings. Xiaoming's hand, on her head. Nothing is difficult in the world. I'm afraid of a willing heart. Luo Xu knew that, if he wanted to break through the cage, he must have enough strength. And now, he is too weak. Continuing to fight in the mountain city is the only way for him to improve himself. This is not just to gain spiritual strength. It is also Chuhuajin who exercises himself. Mushroom clouds and atomic laser cannons. It is not just the sword in your hand. This sword, it must also appear. After the test of war, continue to improve. There is another one. It is to consume energy. Those organized scientists. After building nuclear energy and atomic energy, they cannot be dissolved on the spot. Because they are the top scientists in the Jiangnan dynasty. They are here. Nuclear energy and atomic energy can be continuously improved. After collecting a certain amount of mental power and gold coins, Luo Xu changed the time accelerator again. Develop at the same speed as reality and want to build more powerful weapons. It is estimated to take hundreds or even thousands of years. Only the time accelerator. Let the development on the earth continue to accelerate and transition from one era to another. Only in this way can we quickly reach a truly powerful era of technological civilization. Sikeng Jiawang, the governor of Chuzhou on the Xianjiao list, formulated this regulation 10 years ago. Because there are too many superplanets in Jiangcheng. The population of Jiangcheng is also constantly increasing, and the planets coexist with the extraordinary. Just like that. In order to make the river less crowded, and to balance some resources. 10 years ago, City Lord Sikeng Jiawang found the 9 cities of Chuzhou North asked about the situation of the immigrant population. Those ordinary people, as well as all the leaders under the leaders of advanced civilizations, all migrated to the land of 9 cities. If anyone objects, The final result is arrogance. The land of 9 cities also needs some leaders of intermediate civilizations as the blood of their new generation of leaders. Because according to big data, the leaders of advanced civilizations and the leaders of advanced civilizations are combined with each other. The probability of their offspring having higher talents is also very high. Many leaders choose blood ties instead of love in order to cultivate stronger offspring. Until now, they have just gotten married. Second Jiuyang decided on this regulation, which was actually the intention of the leaders of advanced civilizations in Jiangcheng. No one dares to disobey. The land of 9 cities needs these leaders. Jiang only needs the strongest leaders. Both sides agree. As for the ideas of the masses, the idea of resistance, they are not considered at all. In front of a strong leader, individual resistance, even the resistance of hundreds of thousands of people, that is insignificant. After driving the leaders of advanced civilizations out of the river, Second Jiuyang also set up the Xianjiao list to appease the super leaders of Jiacheng. Only those who enter the Xianjiao list can be qualified to enter the river, and this year, it's time for the triennial Xianjiao list competition. Jiangcheng is bigger and has more resources. If there are leaders in Jiacheng land who are qualified to enter Jiangcheng, they also have one more channel to obtain Jiangcheng resources and even have a super leader. Youth competition. Xianjiao list through these events. Choose a more capable leader. Then train them. Maybe there is a chance to enter Jiangcheng and help them get resources. In fact, Jiangcheng should also train stronger leaders and let them enter the capital of Emperor Bian. There is the strongest spirit. The leader who first came into contact with flax that year got the spirit, which was the first generation. Then there will be the second generation, the third generation, and the fourth generation. Now the spirit they get, in fact, I don't know which generation it is. Only the most exciting spirit is close to the original. Chapter 61 Too much is the strongest spirit, and the Xianjiao list. First of all, a qualifying competition needs to be held in each capital. This time, it is no longer a team, but a person. With his own strength, he defeated all the participating leaders. It can be called Xianjiao meeting room. Every day, watching the increasingly mature Luo Xu is like looking at a piece of precious jade. Just like, after his carving, Luo Xu was a rough jade, turned into a precious jade. The precious jade is flawless. This time, there will be 10 leaders in the class. Here are their lists and information. You can take a look. According to the regulations, you won't meet them. However, you can also find out about it. It is also possible to meet in the last game of the Jiangnan Xianjiao list. Luo Xu nodded. Take Yu Jian for example. The projection above shows the information of the other 9 leaders. 3 leaders of Zeuxan civilization. 2 leaders of Player civilization. 2 leaders of Shooting civilization. Leader of Demon civilization. A leader of Dragon Soul civilization. Among the advanced civilizations, the most talented and powerful should be Zeuxan civilization. And this time, Luo Xu saw a civilization that was only rumored and never seen. Demonic civilization. I learned about this civilization in high school. There are some demons on the planet, divided into magic beasts and demons. Among them, magic should be the strongest in the magic civilization, and it is also the most likely to exist. The powerful transcendence. In the history of the leader, a demon god appeared. When its strength is at level 3, it can defeat the extraordinary at level 4. At level 5, it is already comparable to the Mahayana practitioners who practice the longevity civilization. Luo Xu opened the information of the leader of the magic civilization. He found that the other party had reached level 4. This is on the Xianjiao list. In fact, it is no longer what it used to be. In this year's Xianjiao list, there will probably be a level 5 leader. Luo Xu finished reading the information. Zhao Xianshan continued, there are still 3 months before the Xianjiao competition. Before that, you must participate in this year's youth competition. It's exactly 1 year since you woke up and came to this planet. This time we have trained 4 leaders, 2 of whom are from normal schools. Good talent. In a few days, you will go to Shancheng together and try it first. Luo Xu knew this a long time ago, and this year's youth competition should be easier. After more than 10 months of hard work, his planet has entered level 3. There are strong techniques. Yeah. Luo Xu gave a reply and then said, "Boss, I want the spirit of an intermediate civilization. Become attached to the spirit of spiritual civilization. I want to give it a try. Now that the planet level has been upgraded, can the intermediate civilization be transformed? Even if other civilizations cannot be born, it is also good to increase the diameter of the planet and improve the physical fitness of the soldiers of the Chuhua army." Zhao Xianshan answered very readily, "That's no problem. I'll have someone send it to your lounge later." Luo Xu said gratefully, "Thank you, boss. That's why I said that. Because the system needs spirit more and more." Luo Xu felt that if it continued like this, he couldn't even afford Krypton. The feeling of being suppressed was really uncomfortable. If I could really get into the Xianjiao list, I would have a chance to terminate the contract. At that time, you can set up your own company and get more mental power and gold coins. That's it. He can Krypton gold as he pleases. I was poor in my last life, and I will never forget it in this life. Such a good opportunity in this life, and there is a Krypton gold system. If you can't because of poverty, that's really shameful. Luo Xu had to plan to borrow his planet level to level 3. Fake can absorb the spirit of spiritual civilization. At that time, we can also get more Krypton gold resources. Wait a minute. In any case, we should use more advanced civilization to Krypton gold. Luo Xu returned to the lounge for a while. Zhang Ting brought a linen, which contained the spirit of spiritual civilization. "I'm going to transform my spirit. Please stay outside." Luo Xu was actually not bad to Zhang Ting. Zhao Xianban thought that Luo Xu had no feelings for Zhang Ting, so he changed someone else. Luo Xu politely refused. It's not that he has no feelings for Zhang Ting, but now is not the time to waste time. Only when it is really strong to think about these things. Zhang Ting also knows about this. She has long known that she is not attractive to Luo Xu. Therefore, in the future, I have never behaved in front of Luo Xu, but behaved very decently. Even thank Luo Xu. After all, many leaders regard their good-looking full-time service staff as tool people. It is also a very common thing. Luo Xu is a gentleman. Well, don't worry, I will stay outside. If there is anything, I will contact Mr. Tong in time. Luo Xu nodded confidently. Sometimes, between people, it is actually the connection between trust and distrust. He has almost no friends. Li Qiang was one before. Unfortunately, after graduating from high school, Li Qiang went to Jiangbi and has not been in contact since then. Luo Xu also thought of contacting Li Qiang to ask about his recent situation. A few months ago, Luo Xu turned over the communication records and found that he could not contact Li Qiang. Every day is a week. Although the other party regards Luo Xu as a tool for his rise. But during this nearly 1 year of class time, for Luo Xu, every day is what you want. When the white robed player appeared in the mountain city, I could still stand in front of Luo Xu. Let Luo Xu be grateful. There is another one. It is Zhang Ting. Although the other party had some inappropriate behavior at the beginning, but in Luo Xu's view, that is also for survival. He can understand. And during this year, Zhang Ting is dedicated, busy, and personally involved in everything. The service is very thoughtful. In fact, Luo Xu also tried to transform the spirit with spiritual civilization. I found that I could not successfully transform this spirit with intermediate civilization. The energy of the planet is naturally limited. Although, ordinary people can also strengthen themselves through spiritual power when practicing. And in spiritual civilization, the strongest transcendent is also in human form. But on Luo Xu's planet, it is ordinary people who really evolved from single cells. The energy of the planet is also the light energy converted a year ago. The spirit of spiritual civilization, after transformation, is also spiritual to a large extent. There is a kind of restraint between spirit and light energy. First of all, it is the degree of restraint. Spiritual power belongs to intermediate civilization. Light energy is not even a low-level civilization. If it is really transformed and fused, the telekinesis is likely to devour the light energy. At that time, Luo Xu's planet will lack a sun. In addition, there is another incompatibility between the two. Luo Xu can transform the spiritual civilization of the warrior, This is because, as an ordinary person, it is better to exercise all year round. People with extraordinary talents can also exercise their anger. So relatively speaking, the role of the spiritual restraint of the fighter civilization is very small. Only in this way can the transformation be successful. The planet itself also needs some spirit to improve itself. Therefore, the planet in Luo Xu's body directly devoured the spiritual civilization with warriors. Since it cannot be transformed, let's change it. Luo Xu's will entered the awakening space. Britain, whose temples are already grey, is correcting this memorial. There has never been a huge change in 100 years. The development of Jiangnan in this 100 years is really too big. Only he is here, the palace. It has been rebuilt several times. Today, only some of the palaces of the year are left. The rest of the places have been expanded, or even rebuilt and turned into high-rise buildings. There is a landmark building in this palace. It is called Shuhua Tower. This building is 136 meters high, and can be regarded as towering. There are all kinds of central offices in the Chuhua dynasty, and most officials also work in it. It is the political hall of Jiangnan. As for behind the Chuhua Tower, it is Britain's back garden. Some palaces and gardens of the year are still maintained. The traffic outside is very congested. After Britain corrected the memorial, he turned on the video screen. Then I explained and instructed some things in the memorial. The development of Jiangnan in appearance has indeed changed more in the past 100 years. But in Luo Xu's opinion, even so, it is only the seedlings that help. Because there are many aspects of knowledge that cannot actually be communicated. What Luo Xu wants is definitely not a Jiangnan where entertainment is supreme. What is needed is a Jiangnan of science and technology. In Jiangnan, what is the most important thing? It is a breakthrough in the field of science, which is the most important. To this end, the UK has set up various awards to encourage the people and students of Jiangnan to make scientific innovations in various fields. Indeed, great achievements have been made. For example, spaceflight. For example, flight. For example, high-speed rail. For example, subway. For example, satellite. For example, space station. For example, atomic energy is used in the lives of the people of Jiangnan. For example, intelligent robots, field, etc. Projects have also been established, and these projects are also under study. However, the foundation for the development of Jiangnan is still a little worse. It is incomparable with the planet where Luo Xu lived in his previous life. The planet where Luo Xu lived in his previous life, how to say, is also the true evolution of 5,000 years of human history. How many years is Jiangnan? Of course, Luo Xu did this in order to compete for the Xianjiao list. At that time, the extraterritorial battlefield will be open to defeat the leaders of various planetary civilizations. He needs more and more powerful weapons. Mushroom clouds and atomic laser cannons are not enough. Far from enough. Participate in youth competitions. Naturally, Luo Xu will not despise it, because every year, very talented leaders may be produced. Nothing. The point is that those leaders who were very talented back then, this year's promotion efforts will not be small. He has a system. Yes, kryptonite. No one has a system that can crypt in gold. But sometimes, it doesn't need a krypton gold system. Talent can also determine everything. Just like the former warrior and the genius who shoots girls, the talent is also very high. Even gods like the Duke can summon. Ordinary shooters don't have this ability and talent. It must be every day. He is also the leader of the shooting civilization and has a very powerful shooter. However, facing more powerful players, his shooter is not enough to completely kill those players. If Zhao Xianshan's archer can summon the gods, I don't think Mile has to self-destruct. For Luo Xu, the youth competition is also an opportunity to test and prove himself and get higher returns. Now he needs a lot of gold coins and mental power to crypt in gold. Because of this reason, don't hesitate to upgrade with your own planet level, and then the transformed spirit will also use this as an excuse to upgrade. Get the spirit of intermediate civilization. I can see Luo Xu really has no way. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62 Treacherous. It is impossible to go out for private work like before. Because Luo Xu himself also felt it. When you are in the mountain city, as usual, there will be people secretly monitoring you. This is the result of the system calculation. Luo Xu naturally dared not take private work and use gold coins to Krypton gold. For more than 10 months, they are all fighting in the mountain city of the class, relying on the daily accumulation of civilized spirit of the soldiers in the class to exchange for technology. Only then did he get to this point. After 5 days of self-cultivation. In the past 5 days, Luo Xu has never relaxed himself. 5 days later, Luo Xu met the other 4 members who participated in the youth competition with him. The 3 leaders of Zeuxan civilization. Also the leader of shooting civilization. One was the leader of last year's awakening day. Through a year of cultivation by the family, he stood out among other leaders. Successfully promoted. Qualified to participate in the youth competition. The other 3, also on this year's awakening day, awakened the planet. After more than a month of training, absorbing spirit every day, then upgrade the levels of several supernatural creatures on the planet. Force the level of the planet from level 1 to level 3. This is just a way to encourage seedlings. It looks like a level 3 leader, but compared with the level 3 leader, it is really a small witch compared to a big witch. There is still one level short. The real level 3 leader, his planet is at least about 1000 kilometers. Then there may be tens of thousands of extraordinary people. Whether it is a monster or not, or a human. At least there must be enough extraordinary people, and a corresponding number of extraordinary people. This is the real level 3 leader. In the youth competition, they are usually wrong marks. This is just based on the strength of the strongest transcendent on the earth in the leader awakening space. Hello senior. My name is Zeuxan, a graduate of number 1 middle school, and I awakened this planet last year. I watched the battle of the seniors last year. It gave me new ideas for development, and I really admire the seniors. Zeuxan is a young man. He looks okay, and a little handsome. But compared with Luo Xu. But no one is mature and calm, and no one is confident. The other 4 also introduced themselves one by one. Luo Xu also said hello. Well, the boss has shown me your information. This time, I also hope that we can help each other, integrate well, and then compete for the championship for the class. I also hope you can have this confidence. Zeuxan quickly replied, please rest assured, we will actively cooperate with you, and we will do whatever you ask us to do, and we will never hesitate. In fact, they also know the results of the other 4 leaders who won the championship with Luo Xu last year. The leader of the players, Zhao Xianshan, is now a civilian. There is no future at all. If it weren't for everyone else knowing that Zhao Xianshan is Luo Xu's friend, this young leader is now favored by Fang Wei. Won the championship with Luo Xu. Perhaps, some leaders have complained. As for Zhao Xian and others, until now, they have not fully recovered to a very strong strength. Become the bodyguard of other very talented leaders. Follow the leaders in the mountain city and complete the tasks of star chasers. It can be said. In fact, there is no lofty future. However, this kind of thing also has advantages and disadvantages. If they can hold on to the end. Persistence can restore strength, or like Zhao Xian and others, there is nothing bad. At least, these leaders of Zhao Xian have obtained certain resources. In addition, there is a reputation of competing with the champion leader Luo Xu. Many leaders also know this. For Zhao Xian and others, there is a bit of courtesy and tolerance everywhere. They don't want to, really, how to Zhao Xian and others, and then spread to Luo Xu's ears. What does this leader who has been rewarded by Fang Wei and trained vigorously by the whole class think of them? Whether it is deaf in front of the boss, or deaf in front of Fang Wei, they may lose some resources or even become the target of public criticism. So, I was selected, and even qualified to participate in the competition. For them, it is to improve themselves, and give themselves a good choice for the future. Success. You can also get more resources in the future. Failure. In the future, you can also rely on the reputation of fighting Luo Xu and be treated with courtesy. This wave, not a loss. Luo Xu and 4 people together entered the mountain city. This time, the planet they want to fight against. It is an ownerless planet with shooting civilization. On this planet, we seem to only focus on cultivating more powerful extraordinary people and ignore the cultivation of the planet's own environment. Look, it is an endless grassland. The diameter of the planet is not large, about 1000 kilometers. On the grassland, there are some big stones or stone pillars. It looks a little strange. After Zhao Zixuan and the other 5 set foot on Luo Xu and the planet, there are no extraordinary people. However, the information of the planet shows that this is an ownerless planet with photographed civilization. It is still level 3. There are 2 kinds of creatures. Array. Luo Ming called out. After Luo Xu read the calculation results of the system, he immediately gave instructions to Marshal Luo Ming of the Chuhua army. This time, the foreign enemies they encountered are not ordinary enemies. At the forefront of the Chuhua army, there is a solid defense wall composed of shield teams. In the back, there is Chuhua Jun's Kriesman team. In the back, there is Chuhua Jun's flight team. Finally, there is Chuhua Jun's atomic laser cannon. And they formed a special formation that can attack and defend. It is very mobile. Luo Xu's skills. This shocked the other 4 leaders. They also saw the projection of Luo Xu's several actions and experienced the strength of the Chuhua army cultivated by Luo Xu. At that time, they felt that this time's youth competition must be a sure win. It will definitely be a lot easier than last year's game. Now, really fighting side by side with Chuhua Jun, only to find out this can be completely flat. They should let some of the strongest extraordinary people on the planet play. Look now. These extraordinary people can also lie flat like them. The grassland is very quiet. There is no wind at all. Only some strange shaped stones stand there. The information given by the system is also a bit strange. There are only 2 kinds of creatures here, and they are very weak. But their winning rate this time is only 70%. It seems that the winning rate is already very high. But compared with the previous ownerless planet, it is really a bit low. Because of the 70% winning rate, it also means that Chuhua Jun may suffer losses. The enemy will be very strong. It is still in the newly developed Shancheng area. It belongs to Jiangnan and is adjacent to Shannon. Luo Xu said to Zhao Zixuan beside him, "Brother Xuan, send a shooter to explore the way first. This ownerless planet is a bit evil." Zhao Xuan nodded. So far, since they came to this planet, they have not seen a transcendent person on a planet. It seems to be a dead star. However, once the strongest transcendent is gone, the planet will lose its medium and then slowly shrink and become spiritual. This ownerless planet has not yet become an elf. It means that there are extraordinary people on this planet. It is very likely they are hiding. A gunman stepped forward and walked straight east, but there was no response. Zhang Chen, the leader of the civilized shooting, was also one of the team members this time. He frowned. Feedback. I can feel that he is still there, but I can't connect with my will and see clearly what happened to him. Luo Xu asked, "Where is he now?" Zhang Chen pointed and said, "Right there, behind that pillar. Visible sight range." The gunman who just went out to explore the way seemed to have disappeared there. Luo Xu frowned and thought for a while. In high school, the teacher also talked about what kind of shooting there is in the shooting civilization. Only then can the current situation be caused. Mirror space. Luo Xu felt that this stone pillar seemed to be a shooting animal. They formed a shooting formation. It is called mirror space. That is, the space on this planet is divided into different dimensions, and people are like entering a magical world. If you can't shoot, you will never get out. Zhang Chen heard what Luo Xu said. It is also understood. If it is a mirror space, it may be a bit troublesome. Mirror space. It looks like an ordinary shot. However, for the shooter, this is one of the strongest shots. The shooter knows where the origin of this mirror space is. He can cross the origin and never get lost in the mirror space. Here, he is like the creator. Change the existing state of all objects in the mirror space at will. Just like the Pathfinder shooter. If he can't solve the shooting case, it seems to him that he is walking. In fact, he has been marking time and never walks that coordinate. Luo Xu asked people to walk in the direction of the forward who had just explored the path and fired a flare. Swish. Bang. The flare flew into the air and then exploded. The red smoke dissipated after a while. However, there was still no movement. Zhao Zixuan said, "This should be a very advanced mirror space. Ordinary shooters may not be able to see through or get out after entering our signal. He may not be able to see it." Zhang Chen nodded. Someone else said, "That means we are now powerless against this ownerless planet, mirror space. Unless you have a strength of about level 4, you can use Chuhuali or other methods to break this mirror space. Or find the extraordinary person who can take action directly. Only in this way can the mirror space be broken." Now, Luo Xu is only the leader of technological civilization. What is important is technological weapons. Then take these extraordinary people back, and I will try with the strongest weapons. Luo Xu intends to use his mobile forces. I also hope that the mobile forces will cooperate with these extraordinary people. After all, in the extraterritorial battlefield, we can't rely on his Chuhur army to resist the opponent. Okay. Zhao Zixuan and others also think this method is good. Before they take back the extraordinary, Luo Xu lost a mushroom cloud. Bang. The explosion of the mushroom cloud is enough to shake the planet with a smaller diameter. The soaring energy is enough to destroy everything. But these energies turned into broken mirrors one by one, and then scattered. Finally together again, absorbed by the stone pillars, on the earth, intact. It seems that there has never been a big explosion here. Good guy. Zhang couldn't help but grow up and marvel. They have seen the power of Luo Xu's technological weapons. If this happens on their planet, maybe they have become ordinary people. Chapter 63 Eat More. However, this planet not only withstood it, absorbed the energy of such a big explosion, restored this place to its original state. It's really too strong. Luo Xu was also surprised. This is the first time I have encountered such a shooting civilization planet. It is worthy of being an advanced civilization. In some ways, they are really powerful. This spirit, it is definitely valuable. Bombard that stone pillar. Luo Xu sent Luo Ming out again. This time, there was only an atomic laser gun. He wanted to give it a try. Can these pillars withstand or absorb atomic laser cannons? The result, as you can imagine. There are shooting spells on the surface of these pillars, and blue light flashes. The stone pillars are like soft sponges, absorbing all the atomic laser cannons. This planet has such a powerful transcendent person. How did you die? Luo Xu couldn't help but have doubts in his heart. But the most important thing at present is how to conquer this ownerless planet. How to find the hidden transcendent. Just a mirror space should not be enough to have such a low winning rate. Luo Xu thought. Just then, he felt something was wrong. The green light of the stone pillar rose again. He immediately recalled Luo Ming and others. Swoosh. The atomic laser cannon absorbed by the stone pillar was actually shot out. If it weren't for Luo Xu, the action was very fast. Luo Ming and others might have been killed. This should be a taboo shot. Seeing the atomic laser cannon shot out, Zhang Chen said hurriedly. Another person asked, "Then what should we do?" Zhang Chen shook his head and explained, "One mirror space is already one of the most powerful shots in shooting. Only a stronger shooter can break this mirror space. Now, there are still big changes. Unless it is stronger than the extraordinary attack, all our attacks can be transferred. We may not be able to conquer this ownerless planet." The others, after hearing what Zhang Chen said, were speechless. Maybe, for the first time, the 5 of them will end up in such a failed way. Luo Xu said, "Wait a minute, let me think of a way. The system already has calculus. The final result is also a 70% winning rate. This means they can still find a way to conquer. The system will never tell Luo Xu what method to use to calculate this mountain city. And what is the final success rate of these methods? There is also salvation. Do what Luo Xu meant. If it is in the extraterritorial battlefield, the system will display the success rate of each action at the end. Luo Xu can also follow these suggestions. Develop the most correct strategy. Mushroom cloud is not okay. Then I'll have another mushroom cloud. Because it absorbs energy. Luo Xu intends to let the other party have a full meal. Bang! The energy of the mushroom cloud burst shocked the other 4 leaders again. This is already the power of Conan the Destroyer. But in the end, it was absorbed by the star. It seems that it has not been spit out yet. Luo Xu used it 3 times in a row. Finally, there are some changes. Looking at a big pit on the planet, Luo Xu said, "It seems that my idea is correct." Everyone else couldn't help but give a thumbs up. It's really unparalleled. Even if they show the most powerful law, they need 4 people, all of whom take turns. It is likely to cause half of the effect of Luo Xu's bombing just now. This is the gap. Faced with such a gap, they are like a soy sauce maker. Luo Xu lost another mushroom cloud. This time, the gunner seems to have absorbed most of it. The rest, he can't absorb it either. The smoke dissipated. A bigger hole appeared. If you come again, it is estimated that the planet will be blown out of a big gap. The strange stone pillar moved. They changed positions. The green light was flowing, showing a very special symbol. It should be a shooting spell. Then, the hole that had just been blown out was slowly repairing. Will this bring about self-repair? The leader was also very helpless when he saw this situation. This is too difficult to fight, isn't it? Those who have not met each other don't say anything. Now even the most powerful attack can be absorbed by the opponent, and there is also the damage caused by Luo Xu to the planet. It can also be repaired. I just can't die at all. Zhang Chen said with a heavy face. It's not repair, it's the most powerful shot. Time reversal. Someone else was stunned for a moment and asked, what does it mean? Luo Xu said directly, one of the 10 taboo shootings of shooting civilization. It is also a rare shooting. Time reversal, as the name suggests, is to let time flow backwards and return to the original time point. In this way, the damage we have caused to the earth can also return to the beginning. Others did not fully understand this. Remember it too. This was in high school. In a certain class, the teacher specifically talked about this taboo shooting. So, this leader's talent should have been very high before. Zhao Zixuan analyzed. Look at the planet information. It's just a level 3 planet, and this extraordinary person is also level 3. But he can use such a powerful lens, which shows that this leader is very talented. However, you don't seem to have heard of it in Jiangnan history? Luo Xu also thought of this problem. Zhang Chen guessed, no, it may also be a level 5 boss, but after his death, due to lack of energy, this planet has slowly dropped from level 5 to level 3. Although the talent is very strong, it may be because of some reasons that my own state cannot be stabilized. It may also be that the promotion is too single, so after his death, this planet has dropped to level 3. This guess is also reasonable. A team member asked, what should we do now? Luo Xu looked at the repaired Xiangkang and said, if time goes backwards, we can't reverse it. That is, the other party just wants to repair this planet. Well, it depends on the situation. Is his energy enough? Luo Xu directly sent out 10 atomic laser cannons and began to shoot at the stone pillars and grasslands. It has been absorbed by the other party. Not good. Just as Luo Xu recalled the atomic laser cannon, it didn't take long. Suddenly, a beam of light shot straight at them. In other words, the Transcendents had also found their traces, although they had starship protection. But Luo Xu knew that this atomic laser cannon was powerful. Array. Zhang Chen immediately asked his shooters to line up and then form a light gate. The atomic laser gun went straight through the light gate and shot towards an unknown place. Good guy. Does the other side want to kill us too? A team member was scared and broke into a cold sweat. Swoosh. Another beam of light. Luo Xu thought about it. Or on their own planet, for the time accelerator. The production of mushroom clouds also requires a lot of resources. It is not a weapon that can be mass produced. He has used several of them. There are not many stocks left. Bang. Another mushroom cloud. This time, the damage to the planet is even greater. And it seems that the stars have changed too much. A thin old man with grey hair finally appeared in front of everyone. The green grassland has disappeared. There is only a desert in the south. Grey soil formed by a special substance. The white-haired old man is standing on the hill. Looking at Luo Xu, he raised the scepter in his hand and muttered to himself in a low voice. An ancient and mysterious voice sounded. so far away. Luo Xu and others can hear it. A team member asked Zhang Chen in a low voice, "What spell is he casting?" Zhang Chen shook his head. "I don't know, but from my feeling, it shouldn't be easy." Luo Xu saw this. Let Chu Huajin form a death squad immediately. They came to find this planet. Immediately started the atomic laser gun. Hey. In front of the old man, the space was like glass. Broken. Swoosh. Another laser cannon. Then another mirror was shattered. Wind appeared on this planet. The dust began to follow the wind and formed a tornado. Then in this tornado, lightning and thunder. It's summoning shooting. Zhang Chen saw this scene. I finally know what the gunman shot. The wind and sand finally formed the shape of a person. Then, a tall god with a grey body, wings on his feet, a hat on his head, and a double camera stick. As the leader of the shooting civilization, Zhang Chen has a systematic understanding of the shooting civilization. In summoning shooting, generally, some gods are summoned. This is also one of the areas of knowledge they know. One of the many sons of the god King Zeus is extremely capable. The point is that this god can cheat and is relatively intelligent. Hermes directly held the double snake staff and fired a beam of atomic laser cannon at Luo Xu and others. You can't shoot. Luo Xu felt that other atomic laser cannons were different from what he saw. For safety reasons, he immediately sent out the shield team of Chu Huajin to block everyone. It hasn't reached the first floor yet. It's still 3 layers of protection. Sure enough, Zhang Chen's light gate is useless. The other party is a shooting god and is very familiar with shooting. Naturally, it is much stronger than Zhang Chen's several shooters. The atomic laser gun passed through the light gate and hit the shield directly. Even Jin Zhen's shield can't completely stop these shots. The shields in the hands of the Chu Huajin soldiers turned into grey matter, like sand, scattered in the air. Counterattack. Luo Xu immediately ordered the Chu Huajin to counterattack. What about the gods? Luo Xu firmly believes that his technological civilization can sometimes rival the gods. And in the battle just now, the other party suffered a large loss. Now summon the gods. This should be the last battle. If the most powerful god summoned by the other party is the god of war in the Olympics, perhaps this will make Luo Xu feel some pressure. And now, he believes that he has improved Chu Huajin's strength for a year, enough to become the god of war. Zhao Zixuan and others are not idle either. They also let Choran come forward to cooperate with Chu Huajin to defeat this god. As for the wild boars on this planet, after summoning the gods, they have withered and turned into a little bit of starlight energy and entered Hermes. In other words, the shooter finally chose to sacrifice himself. Swish. Bang. Hermes' defense is really bigger. His pair of snake sticks can use a lot of shots while absorbing the attacks of the transcendental. Can be released again. However, as time goes by, with the frequent attacks of the transcendental, the grey matter on Hermes' body, the drop is also obvious. In other words, in fact, he has reached the point of exhaustion. He can't hold on for long at all, because the shooter has completely sacrificed himself. Without the energy continuously transmitted by the shooter, Hermes can't hold on for long. Chapter 64 not accepted. Such a title. It is impossible to summon these gods. This is a ray of God's will, or an avatar. The real god is not that weak. That is a god who is superior to the level 5 leader, and maybe stronger. It is a strong man of another ideology in the universe. An extraordinary person who can be summoned by civilized shooters. No one knows. Where exactly do these gods exist? Fang Wei, Zhao Xian and others are very powerful. They can cooperate with each other. I quickly became familiar with Chu Huajin's attack methods. When John counterattacked with an atomic laser cannon, they could also use shooting to divert the position of Chu Huajin. Such cooperation let John only injure a few Chu Huajin soldiers. However, they kept invading, causing huge energy consumption. He could not bear it directly from these extraordinary people and the attacks of those technological weapons of Chu Huajin. Only part of these attacks can be absorbed by energy. Then use the archer's action to counterattack. Otherwise, just a few explosions. John was summoned by the gunman. Will become a scum. John waved his fist. Hit the Chu Huajin shield team. More than a dozen Chu Huajin soldiers were injured. Zhao Xian's archer immediately used healing shooting. John shot several unusual people with an atomic laser gun. The grey matter on his body fell even more. It was a tall god. Now it has become a tall and thin god, not as majestic as it was at the beginning. You can tell at a glance that this is John. Bang! Fang Wenli was unusual, soaring with a punch, hitting John's head. The head, formed by a relatively large grey matter, was directly blown up by a punch. Good. Fang Wenli couldn't help but shout a good. The Crown Prince's atomic laser gun also came out at this time. He aimed at John's legs and fired 5 shots in a row. Bang! John lost his legs and fell directly on the planet. In his hand, he raised the double snake stick. A strange energy shot out directly, and himself. It also turned directly into a pile of loose sand. Retreat. Luo Xu immediately asked his Chuhua army to withdraw. Fang Wenli and others did the same. Build a rainbow bridge. Let your transcendent people withdraw to their own planet. And they also used shooting defense, as well as the seal of the sky, etc. To stop this strange energy. The soldiers of the Chuhua army had not had time to retreat. Directly weathered. Turned into grey matter, grey mud men. Finally, this shooting civilization planet suffered a heavy blow. The stone pillars also slowly turned into grey matter. The diameter of the planet is shrinking. Finally, it turned into a spirit. Luo Xu sealed it up. They all breathed a sigh of relief. The last war was a big test for them. A mirror space was enough to make them helpless. If this was an overseas battlefield for the youth championship, they might have to work harder. Because of the battlefield outside the territory, mushroom clouds cannot be used. One bad one. This is the end of mutual destruction. There are many different shooting spaces in the mirror space. These spaces can absorb some energy. Unless it is not long, the mirror space will be shattered. However, the mirror space capacity generally used by wild boars is very large. Go back to class. Luo Xu handed the spirit to Zhao Xianshan. At the same time, and the records of their battle scenes. Read every day. Reveal your eyes. Yeah, this kind of shooting civilization spirit should be able to sell for a very high price. It looks like it should have the potential of level 5. It's just that the realm is unstable. After death, the planet becomes level 3. In fact, Zhao Xianshan herself has already wanted to take action. There are very talented shooters on this planet, even if they are returning to the spirit. That kind of spirit can also improve his shooter. Zhao Xian is the leader of the shooting civilization. Such a spirit. It is also a great help to him. But this is the result of Luo Xu and others. He will not do it directly in front of Luo Xu and others. The data division of the class needs to be scored according to the data, and then a reasonable price is set. At that time, it takes several weeks to take action, so as not to leave something to seize the fruits of Luo Xu and others. This kind of spirit, the final price is 7 million gold coins. This is already a relatively high price. According to the market, the general level 5 spirit planet, the starting point is only 10 million. And the level 4 spirit power starts at 7 million. A soul that is analyzed and rated as level 3 will eventually sell for 7 million. It is also, because it is not an ordinary level 3, Luo Xu received a dividend of 4 million pounds. There are still 3 million left. Fang Wenli and Zhao Xiank's 1 million, and the other 2 team members, 500,000 each. This has been regarded as a rich overnight. How many people work hard, didn't make so much money. This is the advantage of the leader. Just like Luo Xu's past life, many people want to be stars. Because the money comes quickly. Even if it is taxed, it is hundreds of millions. 80% of the resources are always in the hands of 20% of the people. The leaders of this world are generally the same. 80% of the resources are always in the hands of the 20% super leaders. They are like gods high above. They have always controlled the development of this world of leaders. Luo Xu got the gold coins. Another luxury item. Jiangnan's technology has surpassed the previous life, but the people's living standards are still not too high. In this way, there will be problems. For this reason, Luo Xu thought of another scenario. That is, on another continent, raising wild boars. Wild boars can create all kinds of beasts and improve the physique of Jiangnan people, which can be called a panacea. Raising wild boars allows them to hunt, which is also a resource supply. Stimulate the consumption of Jiangnan people, increase the industrial economy in the north. and improve their requirements for material life. This is also a good external environment stimulus. Thinking of this, Luo Xu began to let the system calculate. Do this. No matter whether the final result is good or bad. The system gives 4 conclusions that are neither good nor bad. Conclusion 1. Wild boars cannot adapt to the energy of the planet, degenerate into ordinary beasts, and are eventually hunted, with a probability of 50%. Conclusion 2. The wild boar adapted to the energy of the planet, turned into a powerful wild boar, reproduced faster, and finally became another powerful creature on the planet, with a probability of 20%. Conclusion 3. Hunting wild boars has improved human physical fitness and lifespan. The economy of the North industry is dominated by various beasts, the infrastructure is more powerful, and the mental development has surpassed that of ordinary humans, with a probability of 30%. Conclusion 4. Humans hunt wild boars to enhance their physical fitness. Because of the competition for wild boar resources, different opinions emerged, and eventually a battle for wild boar resources was triggered. In the end, it was quelled by the British leader Chu, and development regressed by 5 years, with a probability of 30%. So, it doesn't matter whether it is good or bad. What kind of ending can there be? According to the final calculation results of the system. In fact, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages. The possibility of wild boars being completely eliminated is greater than the possibility of wild boars eventually dominating the Earth. Chapter 65. Bull. Because this planet is Luo Xu's internal planet after all. He is equivalent to a creator. Dominating this planet. Would Luo Xu want his planet to be ruled by wild boars in the end? Unwilling. So he used 300,000 gold coins, at the lowest price in the class, to buy 200 low-level wild boars. The level of these wild boars is not very high, and they are not too aggressive. But if you put them on a continent, an ecological chain will naturally form. Otherwise, these wild boars are likely to lose their natural enemies, leading to the development of another wild Chu Wei. Using Luo Xu's system calculations, a total of 200 people who swim in water, walk on land, and fly in the air were selected. Put them on another continent on the Earth. The diameter of this planet is less than 2,000 kilometers. But relatively speaking, the area of the continent here is not small. The effectiveness of the rules forming this planetary law can't be seen by common sense. A wild boar. Luo Xu saw Britain again. Today's Britain is already a centenarian. His energy is not as good as before, and the princes are over 50 years old. Over the years, Britain has also cultivated several princes with both virtue and talent. They have made great achievements in some areas. As for the coveted leadership position, there must be some who doesn't want to be above 10,000 people. But Britain has only built the current Jiangnan in recent years. This is a great achievement. The calculation is also perfect. Who dares to act so purposefully in front of Britain? Self-force or flattery, etc. Can't let Britain, the leader of Jiangnan, favor any duke. So these dukes can only work hard to improve themselves and contribute to Jiangnan. Let Britain, as well as the whole of Jiangnan, be able to see their contribution to the prosperity of Jiangnan. King. Britain's hair has turned white, but over the years, he has also been exercising for a long time and absorbed a lot of basics. So, it looks like it hasn't weakened much. Luo Xu floated in the air. I just released 200 bison in the western regions. You can ask the people of Jiangnan, Chuhe, princes and nobles, etc. to set up a hunting team. You can do one yourself. Hunt those bison, and then make a beast pill, to improve the physique of the people of Jiangnan. Britain saluted. Thank you, King. Britain also thanks the king for his great kindness on behalf of the people of Jiangnan. Luo Xu looked at Britain with a satisfied expression. Then he drew a big cake for him. Work hard. In this world, life, old age, sickness, and death are the way of heaven. However, you are a generation of emperors. Really the son of heaven. When you die, you will enter another world that is stronger and broader. The south and the north will wait for you there. England heard it. Only then did my eyes bulge out. The spirit of the whole person also changed. Don't worry, England will definitely continue to lead Jiangnan to a stronger future. Live up to the king's expectations. Luo Xu nodded. He had to draw such a big cake for England because of the intelligence of these lives, as well as his own knowledge, and the development of the dynasty. Naturally, many ideas will be born. Betty once asked, can he live forever? Almost reached out to pursue the concept of immortality. Luo Xu immediately proposed this unrealistic idea in the north. For England, it's the same. Luo Xu can also see this. Now England has the concept of immortality. I dyed my hair black. However, I was later dissuaded by the ministers. In fact, the discouragement of these ministers also contained Luo Xu's will. Luo Xu can't impose his will on the British directly, because he can't do it either. Secondly, Britain is a human being, although he exists on this planet with his own body. But anyway, this is an old man who has grown to more than 100 years old since birth. I have experienced a lot in my life. He has his own subjective ideas. Luo Xu can't change. Due to his arbitrary interference, Britain may also become a more contradictory individual, or schizophrenia appears. After appeasing Britain, Luo Xu began to speed up time a little. Because Britain is old, it takes a long time to accelerate. Once Britain perishes, it will face a struggle for leadership. Before that, he must select the next generation of successors. There is a bull. Many northern teams began to recruit very powerful soldiers, then go to another continent. For you, it is a place that Jiangnan has never set foot on. Turn over from the West Mountain, then cross a river. The other side of the ferry is another continent. There is also a crossing of the Western Mountains, and it is very likely many people all died on the way. When the body of the first bull was transported back to Jiangnan, Britain personally held a celebration banquet. It was a feast. Tell the people of Jiangnan that with the bull, there will be beast pills. This is a gift from God. In the future, people in Jiangnan can live 100 years in good health. The message was sent out. It caused a warm response. Jiangnan was bustling. When the first batch of Wan Xiaodan was produced, it was sold at a high price. Since then, more people want to hunt bulls. In this way, you can make a lot of money. Britain also arranged for the Chuhua army to form a team to hunt bison in the western regions every year. This is also to train the bloodiness of the elite soldiers of the Chuhua army. There is a trend of hunting bison in Jiangnan. Even after that, the live broadcast of hunting bulls has become the most popular video. Rest for a few days. Luo Xu, Fang Wei and others embarked on a journey to the mountain city again. It took almost a month to hone. The youth competition finally started. This year, the youth competition will be held in Yiling City. In the main city of Yiling City, on the upper floors of Yiling building, 10 bosses sat there. Behind them, some members stood. Last year we thought it would be a hero from Jiangnan or Beijing, but we didn't expect a dark horse to appear halfway. We have received accurate information that this year, the leader of scientific and technological civilization will continue to appear. As for his strength, how strong is it? I think everyone here can imagine that there are many people here, and the defense is strong. In another year, there will naturally be more powerful weapons. With such a leader, it is unlikely that we will win the championship. Some people are worried. In fact, he is not the only one who is worried. Even Yiling City Lord Yi Lanshan is worried. He is not only worried about this year's youth competition. Yi Jia wrote a letter asking us to pay attention to Zhao Ming. Zhao has been making too many small moves in recent years. I'm afraid there are bigger plans. It's just that the Zhao family hid it very well. We haven't been able to find out what they are trying to do until now. And Jiangnan has the last supply of materials in this year's development. Everyone can see it. I'm worried that, if Jiangnan wins the championship this year, then it will be unprepared for the tiger. Everyone listened to Shan's words. They also frowned. With only the Zhao family, can it still hold up? Some people think that this worry is unnecessary. There is also a river in Chuzhou. There is also a super leader in Jiangcheng, Sikeng Jiawang, and there are many super leaders. Can't these people suppress a member of the Zhao family? Yi Lanshan shook his head and said, some things may not be what we see. 10 cities co-founded, and now 6 city lords have made friends with Zhao Ming. There are also 2 actors with unclear attitudes. We are in Yiling City, too far apart. Besides, Zhao Ming has never courted us. We may have known about our relationship with Lord Xu. In this way, what they do is even more unpredictable. Xian sighed and said, Lord Jiangnan means that we should find a way to delay time. As a result, the leader of the scientific and technological literature woke up and could not participate in the competition according to the regulations. We will have a chance to, after Yi Lanshan finished speaking, with eyes of scrutiny, want to see everyone's reaction. Because if the youth tournament is really delayed, Yiling City will suffer very great losses. The first is about reputation. The youth tournament is not only about the contestants from the 10 cities, but also the civilians who are looking forward to it. There are also some big guys watching from behind. The second most important thing is the Dark Beast Tide and the players on that day. Delay. That can only be delayed for 1 day. However, the annual Awakening Day and the annual youth competition are 3 days apart. Of course, unless the day is against the Dark Beast Tide. 10 strong men can be present. Once there are not many strong men present, it's just the strong men of the Yiling City, or 4 or 5 cities. It's far from enough. Delay. Duke, this is absolutely impossible. The first person to stand up, Xian has a good relationship with. I naturally know this. Even if others want to say something, they naturally have to weigh it. If this is delayed, the consequences and impacts are great. Yi Lanshan didn't see what he wanted to see, nor did he see the reactions of some people. After all, they are all in high positions. This mood is not bad. Yeah, it's impossible to delay. Since the Duke of Jiangnan thinks that Zhao can't get resources again, let him train a leader who can defeat technological civilization. Let's postpone the youth competition. Isn't it farting to take off our pants? When the Dark Beast Tide comes, if we can't stop it, the whole Yiling City will become hell. This does sound reasonable. But the person who said this, but too indignant. How contrived. When someone saw the speaker, they thought, a little disdainful on the surface. Yi Xian made a prompt decision and said, well, I definitely know the consequences of delay. It's impossible to postpone. By then, the arrangement of this competition can be changed. I think Zhao Ming won't turn against us on this matter, right? Fang Wenyi also saw it. This matter. We can't get any results from discussing it here. Although there are 9 extremely powerful people in Yiling City sitting here. But they are also involved in Jiangnan, Jiangcheng and other forces. People have mixed feelings in their hearts. It's difficult to lead a team. This is how Fang Wenyi feels now. So there are some words. Just say it directly. I think it's okay. Well, at least it can be regarded as an explanation to the Duke of Jiangnan. Lord Li Dan. Fang Wenyi rubbed his eyebrows. Jiangnan has a relationship with the Lord of Jiangcheng, Second Jiuang. In addition, Jiangnan is the second largest capital city in Chuzhou, stronger than Jiangnan. Such a powerful force. He doesn't want to, let alone offend. However, it is impossible for the youth competition to be postponed. According to the information he investigated, the leader of the technological civilization awakened the planet on last year's Awakening Day, and this year, there are only 3 days left before the youth championship. If it was last year, it would be possible to advance the youth championship by 1 day. Just be careful of the outbreak of the Dark Beast Tide. The outbreak of the Dark Beast Tide is not always on that day. However, according to Jiang's super strong detection, the time is calculated, and the youth championship will be held around this time point. And the outbreak of the Dark Beast Tide is actually not too far apart every year. It takes about 3 days at most. Since it can't be postponed, then you can only do some small moves on the field. Leave Jiangnan's team empty. Exhaust the army of the leader of the technological civilization. And this year's Jiangnan player, the talented shooting girl, has made great progress. I don't believe you can't win. Luo Xu conquered an ownerless planet again. Find a spirit. This kind of continuous conquest. Not only has it trained Chu Huajin, but it has also prompted the institute to innovate technological weapons. Similarly, I get a lot of rewards and can go to luxury. Look, the time for the youth competition is up. Luo Xu didn't stop. Give Chu Huajin a break. Every day, in order to cultivate, Zhao directly gave the spiritual power of more than 20 civilizations. This is a drop in the bucket for some very high-tech scientific knowledge. but some slightly lower level scientific and technological knowledge can still be communicated. The road is long and arduous. When scientific and technological knowledge is instilled one by one day, it will bear fruit. Let Luo Xu improve himself. Zhao even directly exempted the cost of buying bull gold coins every day. How much money does Luo Xu want? Report directly. It will be delivered to his lounge soon. Back in Luo Xu's lounge, I checked the information of my own planet. Planet civilization. Technological civilization planet level. 2 planet diameter. 2156 planet. 175,689. The outbreak of creatures was after Bull was introduced to this planet. Every time a new creature appeared before, it was a lot of small creatures, mostly insects. And now, there are some larger creatures. This also gave Jiangnan a good source of goods. Because the population of Jiangnan is increasing rapidly, more meat protein is needed. The emergence of these large creatures, as well as the hunting of bulls, and the production of Wan Xiaodan, have improved people's physical fitness. The birth rate began to be much greater than the death rate. The population will grow faster. Luo Xu's will entered the awakening space, and landed on the planet. He did not visit Britain. Because Britain is now training the Zhuhua army. I haven't fought for many years. I heard that there will be an extraterritorial battle in the later period. Britain took the initiative to plead. Want to fight again. As for national affairs, he has handed it over directly to Zheng. Among his many dukes, Zheng is the most courageous, skillful, and scheming Duke Yuan of Qi. It seems plain, but Britain knows. Over the years, Zheng has kept a low profile. He has woven a very large network of relationships. And this network, in fact, Britain acquiesced. As long as the mind is not bad. Don't cut off the foundation of Jiangnan. He can accept it. Don't test these dukes, and don't give them a chance. How do you know who is the most suitable duke to inherit the throne? What Luo Xu wants to see is the bull on the land of the western regions. Chapter 66. Are you right? A lot of bulls have been introduced. If one is not good, it is actually very easy to overturn. After crossing Ziliang Mountain, go a little further west. Pass a small canyon and a small river. This is another continent. Jiangnan is called the Western region. Here, you can see bulls hiding in the depths of the forest, and hunters wearing various armor shuttle among them, looking for bulls. Hua! A dragon jumped out of the water, opened its bloody mouth, and swallowed a hunter. However, the hunter's hard gold armor and the sword made of alloy directly broke the dragon's mouth. Hiss! The dragon screamed, and the body swung wildly, directly swept away many hunters. The two sides launched a fierce struggle. Another place, a group of people surrounded 4 elephants, and tried to kill it. In this way, Britain cultivated the bloodiness of Zhu Huajin's elite soldiers. Never let go of a place. It was not until the ecosystem of the western region was determined that it did not collapse. Luo retracted his gaze. Wait until the reward for conquering the ownerless planet this time arrives. It is a luxury again. A lot of scientific and technological knowledge of scientific and technological civilization was exchanged. About this youth competition, there is also a lot of debate on the river. Last year, after witnessing the rise of a technological civilization, many people thought that this year's championship would still be taken away by Luo Xu, the leader of technological civilization. Because Xu Huajin left too many shocks in Luo Xu. From the very beginning, there can be 5,000 battle records directly, up to 10,000. Amanda, the last monster, defeated so many extraordinary people who were several times stronger than himself. Although, in Jiangcheng, there are also many netizens who think that Luo Xu can win the championship because Xu Huajin has more soldiers in science and technology, win the numerical advantage. Another reason is that the opponent's extraordinary point is that he has experienced several overseas battlefields. I'm exhausted. At this time, Luo Xu has been completely dominated by Xu Huajin. Of course, to win the championship, you must have a certain strength and luck. Luo Xu won the championship. Even if there are more people on the river, it feels tricky. Everyone dares to really stand up. Even the Duke of Jiangnan, the other dukes of the 9 cities, said nothing. How dare they say that these net names are unfair? And this year, Luo Xu will participate in the youth competition again. There is also the triennial Xianjiao Championship in Jiangcheng. Many people believe that Luo Xu will still be the strongest dark horse this year. Someone has specially analyzed the technological civilization, made the data. The youth competition has not started yet. It has become the biggest hotspot. Jiangnan level Zhao and others are waiting quietly at the top. Looking at the end of the red carpet, Luo Xu has mixed feelings because of the person they are waiting for, Duke of Jiangnan Zaoming. This time, the youth competition is held in Yiling City. As one of the top 10 village owners, Zaoming is also going there. Moreover, he brought several strong men. After a while, the light appeared, and the fairy Zaoming floated. Walk out of the lighted door. Welcome to the Duke. Zhao and others hurriedly saluted Xianxun respectfully. Zaoming waved his hand and said, "Okay, are you all ready?" Zhao Xianxun stood up straight and replied, "City Lord, you are ready and ready to go at any time." Zaoming nodded and looked at Luo Xu. This time, the youth competition may have some difficulties. I heard that several talented leaders have appeared in Jiangnan and Beijing. Moreover, the talented shooting girl last year may be stronger. Are you confident? Luo Xu looked at Zaoming. If there were no ethereal desires, he might still think that Zaoming was upright. It is very likely he himself is the leader of Xiuxin. So accompanied by a fairy temperament, there is naturally a kind of affinity. Not only that, Zaoming is also a very pretentious person, always appearing upright and majestic. People can't help but think that he should be a good person. This kind of person. It's really terrible. But Luo Xu had to pretend to be very respectful, saluted, and said, "Please rest assured, I will do my best to win the youth championship for Jiangnan again." Fang Wei had a terrible breath of the afterlife. Patting Luo Xu on the shoulder, he said, "Your technological civilization is very good and has great potential. Live well and work hard. When the time comes, if you are on the Xianjiao list, I will pay you. In any case, for the young talents who have contributed to Jiangnan, you can be regarded as a hero of my Jiangnan. I have never been treated unfairly in Zaoming." Look at Zaoming, so much respect for Luo Xu, so optimistic about Luo Xu, and so close to Luo Xu. Fang Wei and others, this is already very sour. They will be jealous. Zaoming, the role model and idol of thousands of leaders in Jiangnan. It can be said, in their hearts, Zaoming is the most terrible person. If Zhao said a word to them, there would be no regrets in this life. Unfortunately, Zaoming didn't even look at them. "Thank you for your love for the Duke." Luo swears allegiance to death. Luo Xu, by horse. I still have to say something against my will to coax the Duke. Zaoming glanced at the others and said, "Let's start now." They took the most powerful ship, and it was only a blink of an eye from Jiangnan to Yiling City. We have arrived at the meeting point. In Zaoming's top box, and Luo Xu and others entered the exclusive box of Jiangnan class group. This time, Zhao Xianxun led the team personally. In another room, it was their data engineer. In fact, it doesn't matter whether you want a data technician or not, because Luo Xu himself is a strategist who sees far. The data segmentation brought may not be as good as Luo Xu's idea. Of course, a data technician is still necessary. There is strength in numbers. At the venue, the audience began to enter one after another, and there were almost 500,000 people in the whole venue. Wait until the audience took their seats. The event officially opened. First is the opening ceremony. Between Fang Wei's waves, 4 shooters in red robes appeared in the southeast, northwest and northwest directions of the venue. Then, they raised their scepters. Dark clouds began to appear in the sky, gathering over the heads of their 4 extraordinary people. 4 dark clouds and whirlpools were formed. It looked very spectacular. However, this is not the first time I have seen such a scene. In the vortex formed by the dark clouds, 4 gods appeared. The first is Ares. It is the god of war of the pantheon and the shooting civilization, possessing powerful divine power. Compared with the strength of the 4 immortal beasts, it may be even more powerful. The second is Poseidon, the god of the sea, a god wearing blue armor and possessing great power. He is also one of the 12 gods in the shooting civilization. The third is Apollo, the god of light. The fourth is John, the messenger of God. Together with the 4 generals, he guarded the 4 towers of the venue. Directly raised the defense of the entire venue to a great level. Want to attack from the outside? At least you need a leader at the peak of level 5, and you can also have such a powerful 4 gods. To be the master of a city, its strength must not be underestimated. After the arrival of the 4 gods, it is a list of teams from 10 cities. Then, this is a team. Jiangnan class group vs Wuling city class group. It seems nothing. But after this list appeared, Xiaoming knew. This is the Lord of Yiling City, or it is the Lord of Jiangnan City who is operating in secret. Everyone can see the relationship between the Lord of Wuling City and him. And Fang Wei led the Jiangnan class group against the Wuling City class group, which was obviously intentional. Interesting. It's a pity that you don't know how powerful Luo Xu's technological civilization will be. Will the god of war I like be easily defeated because of your little conspiracy? Humph. Xiaoming snorted coldly. After all, such means. In fact, he used it once in the Jiangnan youth tournament last year. These days, everyone else is giving it to others, so he naturally won't be obsessed with this matter. We have to say that Yiling City is fighting each other for him and Wuling City. After the list of the first 200 teams was announced, some people in Jiangcheng, they started the annual carnival again. After the history of the planet, many festivals have been lost. It is really a grand festival, that is, the youth tournament and the triennial Xianjiao list. Because at this time, they can get something for nothing. Even if someone loses everything, because of these 2 things. However, there are still people who can make a fortune from this. Naturally, many people want to take advantage of this rule. And the overseas battlefield of the competition is also a very exciting show. Ordinary and boring life. Such unbridled carnival. Who would not like it? The first game. There are a total of 20 groups. Among them is last year's genius goddess Zhao Xianshan, the strongest player. This time, her players are stronger. Just 1 punch. You can't beat your opponent. 3 punches. It's over. Be strong. Fang Wei and others saw it, and they were also envious. As for those barrages, they are all the same. The history of leaders. Speaking of it, talent determines everything. Zhao Xianshan is on the awakening day, and the diameter record is more than 30 kilometers. Such talent, such strength. To be honest, I'm not surprised. What you said upstairs is right. I agree. Who is in favor, and who is against? Talent is really the starting point of a leader. Yeah, if the talent is not good, no matter how hard you work, it's still a street fight. Jumping the street is always jumping the street. Goddess Wu. Goddess Wu. Goddess Wu. Just 3 punches. The opponent who hit over gave up. This is not uncommon in youth competitions. It happens every year. Because the leader who is slightly higher in level, the cultivator on his planet, is much stronger than his opponent. The second game. The most amazing leader. He is the leader of a kind of immortal cultivation culture. But his brother is an immortal beast. It is called Linglang. It is one of the 12 immortal beasts of immortal cultivation. Although its strength is not as good as other powerful beasts such as Qilin. But it should not be underestimated. It is only level 3. There are many magic skills, including shooting like a shooter. Through the opening of the void different time and space are generated. Some are like mirror space. Then, there are various magic attacks. Only 10 minutes. The game is over. Many people who watch are amazed. When it is fully talented. The third game. That is to say, Luo Xu came on the court. This is just the beginning. Soon, more than 5 million people watch the war. And when Luo Xu and others sat on the battle chair, then after entering the foreign battlefield, there are already 10 million people watching. And when Luo Xu's side just send a robot to the foreign battlefield, there are already 30 million people watching. What is this? Robot? Can a robot from technological civilization defeat an opponent? Isn't this crazy? Or are we out of date? Really? Just a robot? You want to defeat a god? Too arrogant. Yeah, it's not even a monk, just a robot. Not even enough for a fairy sword. Crazy. This is simply not taking the opponent seriously. Inside the live broadcast room, barrages were flying all over the sky. Some people were also talking about whether the Wuling City group was going to let it go. After all, the relationship between Jiangnan and Wuling City is indeed very good, which is obvious to all. I will definitely let it go. Can't you see such a big and side story? Wuling City must have admitted defeat and let the Jiangnan group move forward directly. I also think what the above said is right. I originally thought that the leader of technological civilization would send Xu Huajin like last year. Now even Xu Huajin doesn't send it. This is obviously intentional. I advise the above not to say too much. Then the spectators in Jiangnan and Wuling City began to spray others. Because Luo Xu just sent a robot to the battlefield, many people didn't dare to gamble. I was afraid that I would lose it directly. However, someone saw the bet of 10 million. I finally joined Luo Xu's Jiangnan group because they thought Wuling City would definitely give up. There are also Wuling City's class group members of the competition. Seeing that the opponent just sent out a robot, there is dissatisfaction. What's wrong with this? Do you want to play a good show? We all sent out so many monks. Although they are not very powerful, we have to play a play anyway. Because of the secret operation of the Lord of Wuling City, we can't even play a play. Another member was also a little dissatisfied. Yeah, what does it mean to send out a robot? We can't even cooperate well. However, the leader said, anyway, we have done it very well. As for the other party, let the Duke decide. You can play a little after a while. What a bad heart. After they saw the battle list, received the order, cooperate with the Jiangnan group, stage a play, and send the lowest level monk. Then let's fight. Then admit defeat. Even their strength is very strong and there is a chance to enter the top 50. But you are unlikely to stick to the end. In that case, then give the Jiangnan class a chance. Following the master's order, start timing. The battle begins. Look, the robot moves. It is made up of footprints on your feet. When you move, it will make some sounds. Not very fast. It's a straight line. Team leader, what do you think? This one on horseback. I really want to blow up that robot with a sword. What are we talking about? It's also a brother city. We are all acting. They should treat us like this. The team leader has been observing the robot until the robot walked in. It's the real look. Okay, we don't have to do anything. It's over. It will be announced soon. Other team members. Team leader, what do you mean? I haven't spoken yet. Extraterritorial battlefield. Bang. A mushroom cloud filled the entire battlefield outside the territory. As a result, the space of this extraterritorial battlefield is about to collapse. Fortunately, someone was guarding it and immediately stepped forward to repair it. Live Studio. Chapter 67 unlocked. What did I miss? Just now, what was that? They thought the two sides were going to play a play, so they thought, let's see how Wuling City will play. After all, a dozen monks, if they can't even beat the robot. It's too fake. Isn't this deceiving everyone? As a result, with a bang, the battlefield outside the territory collapsed. Too fast. Speechless, what a surprise. In the blink of an eye, it's over? Yes, I think. Depends on how they act. As a result, is that it? Too early. No, not too soon. Too strong. The barrage is still abusive. As a result, it came to the end. It became amazing. It was really Luo Xu's action this time. It shocked many people directly. They thought of the beginning, but they guessed that this would be the end. Too fast. Too strong. Let them all react. Outside the battlefield will face collapse directly. What kind of weapon is this? Many people began to speculate. There are also many leaders who have taken a fancy to this weapon. This weapon does not require two strong monks to exert such a powerful attack power. It is really suitable for leaders who are not very talented and powerful, because they also need to conquer the mountain city to collect souls. Only in this way can they improve themselves. At first, their strength was not very high. In that case, this weapon is their best choice. I think this weapon is very useful to me. I don't know. Can I buy it? The one upstairs. Don't even think about it. Such a weapon must be very expensive. What would you buy? Luo Xu and others returned to the lounge. Zhao Xianshan took out his spirit and said, take this opportunity to improve again, and the battle behind will be stronger. Luo Xu and others did not mention this. The tactics just now were also proposed by Luo Xu. This result. In fact, they had expected it. Another lounge. Milan, who was watching the battle, took a deep breath and said, he has become much stronger again. She still underestimated the other party. She even despised Jiangnan's protection of Luo Xu. Their people wanted to get close to Luo Xu, so they dug this person out. Unfortunately, their contact failed. Monk Zaoming found out and killed him directly. As for entering the mountain city, they don't have coordinates. The starship can't reach the mountain city area. As for killing Luo Xu, that is also impossible. Luo Xu is always in class and rarely goes out. Even this time, Zaoming also led the team. They don't have the strength to confront Zaoming directly. If a war really breaks out, it's not just about dealing with a strong man like Zaoming. It's that simple. There is also the entire Zhao family. Even the entire Jiangnan and several other village chiefs who are on good terms with Jiangnan. And Jihuang will not let this happen. Brother, according to the analysis of our data technicians, this should be a nuclear weapon that appeared before the history of the planet. Such a weapon looks very powerful. However, it is not an energy weapon after all. A monk shoots, and the power of the nuclear bomb explosion can still be controlled. You can also use suffocating shooting to suffocate that Chuhuajin to death. Plus this time, our people will consume each other first, allowing the monks to save their physical strength. In the final battle, the four gods of the monks can crush the technological civilization. Milan shook his head, blinking bright eyes, looking at the members. You think too simply. Last time, I failed to completely defeat him, and it was not just my duke who was hit hard. On a battlefield like this, it's not luck to win the championship in the end. He does have a bye. However, my shooter just can't completely crush the opponent. That's the gap. We must face our opponents bravely, especially such a strong opponent. The members nodded quickly. Milan waved his hand and said, go, let the data technician analyze it more vividly, and analyze the opponent's battle situation last year and now. I want an optimal analysis plan. The member bowed and replied, yes, princess. Milan sat on the sofa, crossed her legs, ate the fruit of shooting, and looked at the projection of the battlefield outside the country. She always felt that Luo Xu would be stronger this time. Civilization is the first time in the history of this planet. Everything is unknown. And the development of science and technology. In fact, it is unknown. Because in this year, Milan actually let people study scientific and technological civilization. Discovery. The end of technological development. There is no end. Because anything can happen. It's a pity that such a genius was born in Jiangnan and was controlled by Zaoming. Milan murmured in a low voice. Another box. Jiangba is contestant, that is, Niu Jing's his team leader. I also watched this game in Luo Xu. When the robot appeared, he felt that things must not be simple. I didn't expect it would be so powerful. Very strong. This is how he feels now. If it was in the later stage of the game, Linglang couldn't swallow such a big explosive force, nor could he bear it. Even if these forces were introduced into the void, it would require a very powerful magic method. The city lord sitting behind him smiled and said, yeah, Zaoming's selection of people is not weak either. If you are really right, you don't have to be exquisite. Improving your cultivation can make you a powerful leader. In 3 years, I hope you can also enter the Xianjiao list. In fact, it's only 5 years. It's been a year now. Only 4 years. The next Xianjiao list battle. It's also when they start to attack Jiangcheng and other capitals. All plans. In order to break through. They have been at level 5 for a long time. I haven't been able to reach level 5 yet. I don't know if there is level 6 after level 5. And level 7, etc. In short, another leader of the Shancheng region, Zhao, got the news. Level 5, maybe just a starting point. This sentence. It's too lethal. Force them to unite and find ways to get more powerful resources. For example, then the spirits of those powerful leaders. If you can transform those spirits they have already taken a fancy to, maybe you really have a chance to make a breakthrough. After entering the purple area of the mountain city, take a look. What kind of place is that? Take a look. What will it be after level 5? The Lord of Linglong nodded. In fact, the relationship between Jiangbai and Jiangnan is not good or bad. The two capitals are not far apart, so there are always some interests. The first day of the game slowly passed. The next morning, this is the final of the 200 teams. Several outstanding leaders also showed their greatest strength. 1 minute can solve the battle. Definitely won't delay time. Spend 10 minutes to beat the opponent to give up. Wait until the top 100 competition opens in the afternoon. The list was also announced afterwards. Some people naturally saw that the organizers seemed to be deliberately targeting the class groups in Jiangnan. Jiangnan class group vs Chuhua. In the promotion of the top 2, everyone saw it. Chuhua's team, the delicate strength of the bulls, can be said to be comparable to those of the bulls in the 4th level shooting civilization. The key is that Jiangbai and Jiangnan have a good relationship, not to mention the brother cities. The two have a lot of cooperation. In the eyes of most people, Jiangnan and Jiangbai are brother cities. The last game was Wuling City, and this game is Jiangbai. There is always a feeling of letting the other side bite the dog. Therefore, some insulting voices appeared on the barrage. This is obviously targeted. Yiling City itself failed to cooperate with Jiangnan and began to secretly harm people. I can't afford it. What can't afford to play? This list has always been based on roulette. Whoever it goes to, it's who. Why, if you refuse to accept it, you let Fang Wei come forward. The person who sent the barrage disappeared before he finished his words. Upstairs, are you okay? The speechless barrage was blank in an instant. Then it returned to normal. Because the game has also started, everyone has to place a bet. However, the ending is also obvious. Jiangnan side has not yet shown its full strength. Jiangbai must also hope that Jiangnan's team will advance and preserve its strength. Sure enough, Jiangnan side, or a robot. Chuhua's exquisite master did not send exquisiteness to the game, but an ordinary bull. This even disdains the performance. This is completely the stupidity of the audience. But dare to continue to denounce anything. There is no point in betting. Who would be stupid? In this case, do you still think Chuhua will win? Under the command of the master, start fighting. There are already people on the edge of the extraterritorial battlefield, ready to repair the extraterritorial battlefield. The robot slowly walked straight. The cow just stood there. Bang! A mushroom cloud rose from the battlefield outside the territory. Immediately afterwards, someone immediately stood up and began to repair the battlefield outside the territory. Slowly dissipate the power of the explosion, and then let this extraterritorial space return to normal. Be strong. Too strong. Jiangnan is good. Jiangnan, always tough. I love you, Jiangnan. On the barrage, everyone will express their dissatisfaction again. The audience in Jiangnan are cheering. Can't afford to play? Hey, some people really can't afford to play. After the battle, Luo Xu and others returned to the lounge. 2 top 100 advanced, and 1 top 100 advanced, completely without damage. This made Fang Wei speechless. It seems that tomorrow's battle, their team must be sent, and they can't think about consuming each other. This is obviously acting. You act in the dark. Then I'll show you clearly. Anyway, it's shameless. See what you can do. The first day is over. The next day, the top 100 continued. Wait until noon. That is the opening of the Dark Beast side. Outside, the sky is dark. Under the venue, the abyss appeared. The strong men from 10 cities have entered. They not only want to suppress this Dark Beast tide, we should also grab some precious resources on the day when this animal tide opens. Among them, there is flax. Powerful dark monsters will leave black crystals after death. This black crystal, that is, flax, a sealing stone that can be used to seal the soul. In the lounge of the Jiangnan class, Zhao Xianshan looked around every day, but I waited until the evening. This player didn't show up either. Luo Xu and others didn't know why Zhao Xianshan was so nervous. The dark beast tied outside. This gave them enough shock. I have never seen such a scene. Luo Xu thought about it too, as if it was last year. In the fields of Jiangnan, he had seen it. However, when the third day came, he seemed to have forgotten the dark beast tide again. The top 100 promotion was completed. This time, the top 50 competition began. Luo Xu faced the class collective Jiangnan Knights. Two groups of people sat on war chairs. Then, the will entered the extraterritorial battlefield. The team of the Jiangnan Knight class directly sent more than 50 monks. This almost sent most of the monks from the primary to the advanced. There is a wave that will send Luo Xu's team to the west. Luo Xu welcomes you. 3,000 Chuhua army. There are 100 atomic laser cannons. There is also a mushroom cloud. And their newly developed lightning chariot. In addition, there are Fang Wen's monks and others. The appearance lineup is also relatively strong. I always feel that this wave, Jiangnan's technological civilization is going to lose. There are so many monks on the opposite side. Almost all the monks on the earth have been sent out, right? Yes. The group in Jiangnan just let the monks self-destruct one by one. So many monks can seriously injure Chuhuajin, right? How dare I bet when you say that. Jiangnan, always tough. Support Jiangnan. The audience suddenly felt a little embarrassed. It really looks like both sides. It's obvious that I want you to die. Whoever loses wins. Not entirely. In the end, more than 100 million people supported Jiangnan, and more than 90 million people supported Jiangnan. It can be said that the ratio is not much different. Some people began to have a gambler mentality. With the master's order, start fighting. Luo Xu immediately let the Chuhua army soldiers drive the lightning chariot to open the way in front. First, lightning strike. This chariot has Zhao Shan's strongest shooting defense and can hold on for a while. On the contrary, 8 monks rushed up directly. They have immortals, players, and shooters. They launched an attack. The target is not the lightning chariot, but the Chuhua army behind the lightning chariot. Bang! Just as they rushed up, the lightning chariot started. The two tips emitted huge electrical energy, forming lightning like lightning. This is also a technological weapon within the system. Whether it is magic or shooting, failed to pass through this lightning field. At this time, the monks began to attack the lightning chariot. However, when the soldiers of Chuhuajin drove the lightning chariot and rushed up directly, the 8 monks were directly electrocuted to death. Even rushed to the opponent's camp. However, a monk cut off the lightning chariot with the powerful power of fairy fantasy and fairy sword. Then, Luo Xu asked Chuhuajin to fire atomic laser guns. Swish, swish. 100 atomic laser cannons turned into dense beams. The other side put forward one defense after another. TSK, eye-opening. I've said that technological civilization is very powerful, and there are still people who don't believe it. Technological civilization, the strongest. You have a lot of monks, so what? Can you stop the howling atomic laser guns? What a wave of consumption. More than 50 monks on the other side also said they were tired. Of course. They are not that stupid. Only 2 monks blocked the atomic laser cannon. With the strength of other monks, they don't have this ability. They are estimated to be killed before they finish chanting the spell. After the atomic laser gun, it is also a small guidon bullet. It is the kind that is very smart, looks like one, and will be divided into several in the middle. Such a missile. Chapter 68, Stand Out. It also made other students have to passively defend. Some monks rushed out. As a result, a guidon display called people. Although the power is far less than that of a mushroom cloud, for some low-level monks, the power of this burst is enough to kill them. More than 50 monks. Now there are only 40 people left. The opponent has been passively defending. Anyone who rushed out may die. Can only hide behind stronger monks. But it's so strong. These weapons actually have a suppressive effect on immortals. If you ask me, that immortal can kill those ordinary Chuhua army soldiers by taking advantage of a direct martial arts opportunity. Upstairs, you didn't see the previous battlefield. Martial virtue is not enough to cause damage to the Chuhua army. The opponent's defense is very strong. I heard that the special metal has been sold for $5 million in the market. It's more expensive than the previous Zhengjin, Lingxi, Shejing, and Ma. Awesome. This is the first time I've heard of this. What kind of metal is that? I don't know. I heard that this young warrior once bought that metal and forged a sword. Maybe we can see it on the Xianjiao list this time. You don't need this Cheyenne Geo list. Maybe you can see it in this king competition without having seen the world. Metal defense, martial arts, players' strange skills, shooting attacks, etc. can all be defended. It can be said that this metal should be the metal with very strong defense that we know now. On the live broadcast platform, the audience's attention slowly shifted from the battlefield to the special metal that Luo Xu possessed. Because this topic has actually been talked about a long time ago. Luo Xu did it 3 times. The first time was the youth tournament to help Zhao Xianshan take out some real gold. The second time was for luxury to make 10 million. It is impossible in a short time. I had to take out the vibranium again and let Zhao Xianshan sell it. The third time, it was also for luxury. Later, Luo Xu also sold a large number of weapons. If so, Luo Xu believes that it can be developed into the most powerful weapon in the future. First make powerful weapons. Then develop the defense system of this weapon, that is, anti-weapon equipment. Wait until you have equipment to defend against those powerful weapons. Sell those weapons. In this way, you can relax and be a weapon northerner. Don't worry, the other party will use those powerful weapons and hit yourself in turn. It is also because of the sale of gold, vibranium and weapons. In this year alone, Luo Xu made a lot of gold coins and squandered several times. Use lightning chariots. There are also many powerful technological weapons. Xiaodao and bombs are running out. The opponent's supermasters finally couldn't hold on. This is often attacked. They have to protect themselves. As a result, this energy is almost used up. Waving a white flag, the artillery battalion stopped the attack. Then, he drew his sword. In front, the soldiers of the Chu army also drew their swords. They had daggers and round shields. Kill. Cheyenne Lei rushed up with people. They rode fast horses and quickly rushed out of the camp of the Chu army. And another fairy also rushed up. Halfway, Cheyenne Lei immediately turned over and dismounted. Then he rushed up with 500 Chu army soldiers. The immortals immediately used immortal arts, either ice cones, fireballs, or martial arts. And the 500 soldiers immediately formed a defense. The golden shield directly blocked this energy attack. There are players, just rush up towards a soldier. It is a punch. There is something in his fist. If he punches down, ordinary people will die or be directly disabled. However, Chu Hejun blocked it. They used Wan Xiaodan and Lang Sudan. Coupled with the exercise in the past few years, it is already very strong and much stronger than ordinary people. The body is full of muscles, in addition to some divine power. Beiki quickly killed the immortal behind the Chu army. Seeing this, Aang also drew his sword. Then more than 1,000 Chu soldiers followed the British and rushed up. With teamwork, they also have their own strong power, fast action and strong defense. It is impossible to fight with these more than 30 monks. The sense of the scene is very strong. Let people see. I also have to admire Chu Hejun's courage and their strength. In Luo Xu's opinion, there are some soldiers in this Chu army. In fact, it is about the same as the captain, and it has a 50 to 50 strength with the 3rd level immortal. When it exceeds ordinary soldiers, those beast pills and dragon blood pills are not bought in vain. It's worth it. Time passed slowly. There have been several battles on foreign battlefields, and the battles are over. There are also here. There are more than 30 monks, and only a dozen people are left. These dozen people are also very powerful monks. The 1,500 man army of the Chu state also lost 500 people. They started to fight and then retreated. When the front line of the Chu army was not far away, 4 monks, including Fang Wei and Zhao Shan, also rushed forward. They began to take advantage of the fatigue of the remaining dozen people and launched a fierce attack. They also have vibrating gold armor defense and vibrating gold shields. So it was one-sided, and a dozen monks were beaten across the street. On the front line of the Chu army, there were more than a dozen snipers, strikers, and hands. I was always looking for opportunities. If I could sneak attack, I would never let it go. The monks who defeated the opponent fell one by one. The power of technology. At this time, it began to show. Although there are many ordinary people on the planet Luo Xu, But the soldiers of the Chuo army have been improved a lot after the 1000 beast pills and dragon blood pills. And the key to their defense lies in the vibration of the golden armor and the vibration of the golden shield. Let their damage be minimized. Of course, those with poor qualifications died in this battle. Not all soldiers have the strength to share the monks with 50 to 50. Bang! The last monk of the opponent blew himself up. Britain put down the round shield in front of him. Looking at the battlefield on the sand, the Crown Prince already has very powerful weapons, atomic laser cannons and so on. There are more powerful weapons that are not taken out as the trump card for this hegemony, however, compared with these weapons. In fact, Britain prefers this kind of bloody battle and direct hand-to-hand combat. Only in this way can he show his strength. The old horse is far away, and a person's ambition is thousands of miles away. He also notes that maybe my time is up. There will be few opportunities to fight again. In that case, why not go crazy? Although, more than 500 Chuo army soldiers died in the end. Many wanted those soldiers to use their lives to accompany him to fool around. But life is only 100 years. It's not just Britain that wants this kind of battle. Some soldiers of the Chuo army also want this kind of battle, instead of relying on current technological weapons. Perhaps this is also a basic concept conflict between soldiers in the old era and soldiers in the new era. This conflict is very prominent in Britain. Because of the first expedition that year, it was Britain that defeated all enemies with the Chuo army. Now, he also wants to live in his lifetime, for the last time, lead the Chuo army to defeat the enemy. Luo Xu acquiesced to Britain's behavior. Appearance is actually quite useful. After the First World War, many people also saw that the Crown Prince is still passionate. I have goosebumps. Chu Huajin is so handsome. I now feel that Chu Huajin is a truly humane monk on this planet. And those monks are actually tools, completely emotionless creatures. Yes, it is precisely because Chu Huajin has emotions that they can invent such powerful weapons. Looking at the entire history of the leader, monks who are truly emotional and very emotional generally appear on the planet of a level 5 leader. The truth. For Chu Huajin, such a bloody battle. With a war loss of almost 17 to 1, he killed another monk. He won a lot of praise from many people. The battle was over. Luo Xu withdrew the Chuo army. The promotion to the top 50 passed just like that. And many people have not seen where the low point of the leader of technological civilization is. Luo Xu seems to have many powerful weapons. It seems that he can really go to the end. Although, there are also several leaders who defeated the enemy with the fast battle method. But it gives people the feeling that in front of technological civilization, these leaders may still be fragile. 3 games. There is nothing good to see in the first 2 games. Only this third scene. Yelling City is to weaken Luo Xu's strength. I found a class group in Jiangnan and used more than 50 monks to resist. However, the effect is not ideal. Under the analysis of data division, Luo Xu may still have powerful weapons. Because technology has reached the point of atomic energy, as long as there is enough spiritual blessing, it will inevitably promote many technological weapons. What they see may be just the tip of the iceberg. Suddenly, many bosses also began to wonder, how many technological weapons does this leader of technological civilization have? Next is the top 25, the top 17, the top 8, the top 4, the finals. There are 5 events in total. In these 5 games, Luo Xu will definitely be a bye. Of course, unless they can let Luo Xu continue to participate in the competition to see if he can spend a lot of money. Persevere to the end. The third day, the top 50 compete for hegemony. It's over. Luo Xu entered the top 25 for hegemony. This time, his opponent is a Dingsheng company group in Yilin City. The 5 heroes of Zeuxin. They are also level 3. One of them, who was also a genius last year, woke up on the awakening day, and the awakened planet was 31 kilometers in diameter. Now, there are several powerful immortals on his planet. A man, holding a magic weapon in his hand, is called Zhao Xianshan. Although this is not a powerful immortal weapon in the first generation of the real cultivation civilization, but it can be cultivated, and is also a replica with good material. It is also very powerful. The point is, this is a sonic attack. This time, Luo Xu is still the same as always and sent about 5,000 Chuhua troops. Some information about each other. Before he came on stage, Zhao Xianshan had confessed. Luo Xu also deliberately asked Chu Huajin to wear gold earplugs, and at the same time, he mainly used gold shields for defense. He also added his own sonic attack method. Once again, the two sides were evenly matched. However, it was a bit difficult for the audience of the game. The monk on the opposite side, that is a magic weapon. They all look very powerful. What about Luo Xu? It seems that there are not many powerful instruments. In this way, which group can win? Ordinary people really can't tell. The final betting result. It's almost flat. The betting is over. Start the game. Ding. The opponent directly formed the best defense system, and then the fairy sat in the air. I put Zihi on my legs, sat cross-legged, and started playing. Luo Xu also ordered immediately. The Chu army soldiers hurriedly opened the chariot and drove to the center of the battlefield. The first note of his piano was played. A kind of martial arts is like an arrow feather in the sky. There is also a powerful sonic attack, and the sound sounds very clear. Even his teammates were affected. The chariot of the crown prince. There is a stereo. Boom, boom, boom. I planted a seed. The appearance of this music. An invisible resistance was formed instantly, strengthened by several immortals of teammates. It was also a sonic attack. It was quite sudden. A burst of cheerful music sounded on the battlefield outside the territory. As for what Zihi played, everyone can hear it. It was directly covered by a very loud sound. Some people can't help twisting when they hear this cheerful rhythm. I can't control myself. What should I do? Isn't this really amazing? Look, that fairy vomited blood directly. Ha 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 ha. I laughed to death. God stepped on the horse and was attacked by sonic waves. I think I can watch the projection of this battlefield outside the territory for a long time. I can't do it. I looked at the square outside, and many spectators were distorted. It's so spectacular. Is this a distortion of the nature of immortals, or a carnival of human nature? I would like to call it a divine song. You are mine, little apple. I love you enough. Fire, 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 fire. Sonic attack. Or a replica of he. It's really amazing. In the first note, Luo Xu's teammate was killed by a monk. But this sonic attack is not invulnerable, because the fairy has only practiced for a year, and has been forcibly improving with mental power. He has not experienced the mortal world. It seems that there is no worldly desire. He is a toolman without emotions. But this is the reason. There are only martial arts and murderous aura in his notes. Because he killed many monks on the ownerless planet with sonic attacks. This is the first emotion, that is, killing. But Luo Xu also used the same method. In an instant, it is equivalent to breaking the sound wave with a divine song. The calculation success rate given by the system is very high. Luo Xu directly exchanged this song. Through a very large sound equipment, the entire battlefield can also hear it. Then through the immortals of teammates, a fairy sound is formed, which is a replica of the sound wave attack. It can go around for 3 days. It is easy to give people an illusion and can't help but twist with this rhythm. It violates the rhythm of the divine song. The fairy squeezed out the second note, killed the monk who was standing in front of Chu Huajin to protect the sound, and himself. But because the divine song was in his ears, the magic sound filled his body. The whole person went straight into a rage. This shot solved the opponent's most powerful fairy. The means were also very cunning. Where can an ordinary person get it? Even if I thought of it. He doesn't have this equipment. There is no such divine song. The moment the other fairy fell, Luo Xu immediately asked Britain to attack the enemy. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69. How do I know you? Atomic cannons swept. The opponent is also about 50 immortals. The stronger kind can use immortal magic to block the atomic laser cannon. Some weak ones, as long as they are touched by the laser cannon, they will be seriously injured. The energy of the atomic laser cannon is very powerful. This light energy is comparable to the energy of dust. If it is a fairy above level 4, this light attack is actually nothing, but their magic is more powerful. With such equipment, Chuhuajin can be extinguished. However, the 3rd level monks who were promoted with the help of Mio, facing the laser cannon is even more difficult. Because their strength is far from those top level monks of level 3, if they use a formation, they can also block these light energies. Atomic laser cannons are consumed wave after wave. Let the opponent also be overwhelmed. Everyone dared to go out. You can only start with the defense law and passively resist these atomic laser cannons. The last battle. This also gave those leaders a warning. Brothers with lower strength. You can't stop the atomic laser cannon. Don't say that. Even the small guide and the bodyguard are not low level immortals, so they can stop them if they can. Consumption. The crown prince can be said to have an innate advantage. Because as long as they bring enough weapons, they can always have a certain impact on the enemy. There is no need for specific energy replenishment, and there will be no lack of energy due to the continuous use of magic, shooting, and strange skills. You may be exhausted. Just like this, Luo Xu brought almost all the weapons and equipment in Jiangnan. Of course, some cards were left. After all, in the next few games, he is likely to face a top level 3 level real monk. They have more powerful strength, as well as unique skills or magic of various levels, etc. However, in this scene, everyone can get offside support, that is, some magic weapons, that do not belong to them. It will not be too intense, but it can last for a while. Facing the opponent's atomic laser cannon, only at the end, did the most powerful defensive magic weapon be used. Luo Xu directly stopped the attack of the atomic laser gun. They also have magic weapons. Brother Fang Wei, it's time to play. Bang. In response, the two sides had a competition on battlefield offside support magic weapons. In the end, both sides lost. On the other hand, Luo Xu began to let the Chuhuajin launch densely covered atomic laser cannons against the enemy. How the hell can you beat this? I finally believe that man can conquer nature. Ordinary people can actually turn things around one day. Everyone says that. If we can buy these technologies, can we make them in reality? Speechless, I have to say. Your idea is very good. If it really works, then don't we have weapons that can beat monks in reality? You think too much. First of all, how many scientists are needed to make such a technological weapon? We are now studying planetary civilization. Have you studied science? I only know that 1 + 1 = 2. Can you know those technological knowledge? Even if I tell you about technology, I'm afraid you don't understand and can't learn it. After a while, someone poured a basin of cold water in the barrage. It dispelled many people's magical methods of making technological weapons in reality. Sometimes, maybe mortals are mortals after all. Technological weapons like this may also come from the talent of the leader. After all, being able to go from 1 to 35 is a proof of talent. Facing Luo Xu's atomic laser cannon, it doesn't cost money. One after another, yelling group monks. They all fell one by one. Finally, Britain rushed up with the Chuhua army. Use white, blade, and water kill all without leaving any. It can be said that at this time, technology is truly famous in Chuzhou. It has also entered the annals of the history of leaders. As for which grade, by now everyone will give a real scoring result. Because it also depends on Luo Xu's final development. It cannot become an advanced civilization, or even a super civilization. It also depends on whether Luo Xu can go to the end and get there. You know, super civilization. Those are gods. A monk can destroy a planet or even a world. Possessing supreme divine power, he can also master some basic laws of the strong. The power of the 7 laws such as the law of time and the law of space. So what is the end of technology? In the barrage, everyone has their own rhetoric. Everyone is speculating that this is a planetary civilization beyond the norm. It is also a technological civilization that has been ignored by the previous leader. What form will it eventually develop into? Can you master or resist the power of the law? Even if you can't become a super civilization, can you enter the sequence of advanced civilizations? Only time will give them the answer. Luo Xu doesn't know what the end of technology is. After the initial ordinary period, scientific and technological civilization does have a lot of room for development. Of course, this is also because he has a luxury system. No matter what civilization, it will not be too bad if it has a luxury system. Immortals can live forever and do whatever they want. And scientific and technological civilization, if there is no support from some top scientists with extremely high intelligence and extensive knowledge, in the end, it may return to ordinary. To be honest, the strongest are still those gods and spirits. Unless Luo Xu can build his planet into the most powerful cosmic hegemony civilization in the science fiction universe. Two-way film. This is just one of their commonly used weapons. When you have the most advanced scientific and technological weapons such as causal weapons, maybe you can fight against those gods and spirits. Luo Xu doesn't care about this. Now, he is just moving towards the strongest step by step. As for what the final result is, leave it to the calculation of the system and the development and changes of the planet in his body. He only needs to work hard to create the strongest technology. Go to Jiangcheng. Someone edited Luo Xu's 2 battles. You have to include it in the perspective of Wuling group. Really, I won't lie to you. Thief exciting. Upstairs, you're done. Don't believe him. If you bring this in, you'll be scared to death. Suddenly, many people were really included in the perspective of Wuling City Group. They became monks of Wuling City Group. Then, they faced dense atomic laser cannons. That kind of energy seemed to be inexhaustible. Shoot it how? Some people felt a burning stinging pain. Then the whole person fell to the ground with serious injuries, looked up at the sky, and finally fainted. Then, under their gaze, the sword of the strongest warrior of Chuhuajin pierced his body. The projection is a virtual world. However, there is just no stinging feeling, and no one will die. But the Chuhuajin in the projection is not a virtual person, but a real person recorded by the projection. This feeling is very real. This technology actually comes from cultivating immortals. They conceal these records and spirit stones through immortal arts, and make them into jade slips. These jade pieces are activated and become projections. You can be there. Feel the battle in this extraterritorial battlefield. Very exciting. Ordinary people, it must be, to win over the most powerful monks and enjoy the thrill of victory. And this time, many people were brought into the Wuling Cheng group. Feel the helplessness of being crushed by technological weapons, and the heartbreak and fear of the soldiers hunted by the Chuhua army. Of course, many people were incorporated into Luo Xu's group, and became soldiers of the Chuhua army. The next event, that is, the top 17. Luo Xu's opponent is the HS City No. 1 middle school group. It is also a group with great potential, including the most powerful dragon, the Lord of the 3-clawed red scale. It is already the most powerful dragon in the Dragon Soul civilization. The defense of the south is not ordinary strong. Even if it is a single impact, it may not be able to break their Changlin. It's nothing. The key is that as the supreme dragon clan, the red scale lord knows a lot of southern dragon clan tricks. It rains, and they are all relatively small moves. Powerful things, such as lightning, such as magma, or wind blades. This is the strength possessed by a level 3 lord. When the lord reaches level 5, it is the peak of cultivation, and the body can be reshaped, and have a second form, that is, human form. At this time, the dragon will become more powerful. When they wave their hands, there is the power of the law of the Great Way. It can be said that the Dragon Soul civilization is superior to the Night civilization and other civilizations, and ranks below the Immortal civilization. It is because, if the dragon is cultivated into a human form, it can be said that it is almost immortal. Even if the leader dies, the planet has become a soul. They can also forcibly extend their lives to ensure that they have the opportunity to reincarnate. However, the strength is definitely not as good as before, and it is only a little stronger than ordinary people. This can also be called immortality. This war started from the beginning. Once again, I entered a scene where no one could be sure who would win or lose. Luo Xu's 5,000 Chuhua army, plus the monks of his 40 mates. On the opposite side, there is also a lord, plus a dozen monks. From a normal point of view, the gap in strength between the two sides may be worse than Chuhuajin. After all, the opponent's lord can destroy the entire Chuhua army directly with lightning. or it was flooded. The Lord has many abilities, and Chu Huajin is also an ordinary soldier. Facing floods, they are naturally not as agile as on land. In addition to water, there is ice. Absolute zero. How can ordinary soldiers of the Chu army carry it? Even if Luo Xu has teammates, can teammates withstand the absolute zero imposed by the Lord? It's not easy to gamble. I always feel that some of the Star Alliance cards in my hand are hotter. Has anyone got the analysis results of the data department? Come out and whisper, who has a greater chance of winning? Don't worry, I will definitely not tell the second person. On the barrage, many people are hesitating. Of course, there are also many people who bet on Huangshi City, but pretend to praise the technological civilization of the Jiangnan class group. Want to win a big one? There are indeed people who bet on the technological civilization of Jiangnan, and then pretend to praise the Lord of Huangshi City. I also want to win a big one. The most difficult thing at this time is the audience who are pure gamblers. They don't understand analysis and have no vision. You can see where the biggest gap between the two groups is. Who wins and who loses. It really depends on luck. Not just their own luck. There is also the luck of the participating teams themselves. In the end, the betting channel was closed. There is not much time left for the audience. No matter how entangled they are. The battle in this extraterritorial battlefield is still about to begin. The host gave the order. The event has started. Start the timer. Luo Xu directly asked his teammates to sacrifice defense. The opponent's main also started spraying water at the first time. Luo Xu even asked the people of Chu Huajin to immediately start splicing the chariots they had prepared long ago. The chariots taken out are all dual-purpose chariots. Although not as good as aviation and mother-in-law, there can be a lot of space after splicing. The chariots are spliced. Defense lifted. Atomic cannon fired. What about the main? This atomic laser gun shot at Lord Red Scale. That's also difficult. The main burned the red scales. That's crying. The main will never spray water again. Because the flood has too little impact on Chu Huajin. Originally, the battlefield outside the territory was not very large. The entire small space was already a vast ocean. However, Chu Huajin survived in the ocean with his amphibious tank. Not only that, they also had a tank that could dive. Using this vast ocean, it rushed to the feet of the enemy. God can soar in the sky. Other monks can also fly in the air. So, they didn't see that behind Chu Huajin, there were 3 tanks that slowly dived into the water. Even those who watch the war are for visual reasons. I didn't see it in this vast ocean. 3 diving tanks entered the feet of the enemy. They slowly surfaced. Before the other party reacted, an atomic laser gun was fired. Swish, swish. 3 atomic laser guns aimed directly at the target. The other party hasn't reacted yet. The 3 monks were shot. And the diving tank also immediately dived and entered the ocean. The enemy did not react. But what's the use of reacting at this time? The 3 monks are already dead. These 3 monks, even if they are not strong, are monks and people. As long as they can hold on to the end, there is also a chance to defeat Chu Huajin. Knowing that the Chu Huajin has a submarine tank, the monks of the Yellow Lion group hurriedly defended themselves. Instead of defending the Chu Huajin in the ocean, the Demon King resisted the atomic laser cannon, and then roared, and the wind and lightning suddenly appeared. The entire battlefield outside the territory was shrouded in dark clouds. The light energy generated by magic failed to penetrate these dark clouds, leaving the entire battlefield outside the territory in darkness. Only when lightning strikes, in other words, under the irradiation of the atomic laser cannon, people will appear. The Crown Prince immediately used a searchlight, illuminated the entire foreign battlefield. But the Demon King had already rushed in front of them. A hot flame spit out of the mouth of the Red Scale Lord. The Chu soldiers immediately put up shields to block the flames. The fire spit out by the Lord was also very hot. If it weren't for the golden shield, Chu Huajin might have burned many people to death because of this dragon breath. The Lord rolled again, and then the Lord shook his tail. The round shields held by these Chu army soldiers were painted with huge dragon tails. When a loud noise came, many soldiers, unable to withstand such a large kinetic energy, flew upside down. Fortunately, some soldiers caught their bodies and let them fall into the water. The Red Scale Lord once again flew into the clouds and breathed the dragon's breath. At this time, a vast ocean immediately began to freeze. This was to freeze the entire Chuhua army. Zhao Xian immediately asked his brothers to form an effective defense so that the dragon's breath with ice attributes could not hurt Chuhua Jun. However, the enemy was not without monks. At this time, it depended on how powerful the monks on both sides were. Chapter 70 God closes his eyes. The crown prince is now in a slightly passive state. Because Lord Jiangcheng's one water dragon breath and one ice dragon breath did cause them some trouble. After all, when the temperature drops sharply, they, that is, ordinary people, can't withstand such low temperatures. Once the temperature is too low, without any defense, they will face the end of freezing to death. Vibration will weaken kinetic energy, but it can't reduce the cold. Obviously, the enemy also knows this, so Lord Jiangcheng can do this. The atomic laser cannon always takes this opportunity to shoot at Lord Jiangcheng and the enemy monks. It's a pity that Lord Jiangcheng has a relatively high defense, and the enemy monks can only stop. At this time, Chu Huajin must make a choice. They sent out some robots. These robots are also weapons. Not only that, they also have smaller robots that look as big as mosquitoes, but they all carry atomic weapons in their bodies. Don't look small. Once you get close to the enemy, their power should not be underestimated. In the face of densely packed robots, there are still some that require them to perceive through magic. Only in this way can I find out such weapons. It is one of the most powerful weapons in the third level technological civilization. They are small and very secretive. Ordinary immortals are hard to find. Even the Lord of Jiangcheng, while roaring, I didn't notice that a macro robot had entered Nan's stomach. Bang! The first macro robot that approached the fairy exploded. The fairy could not be found. It was directly hit by this atomic energy explosion and fell on the ice. At this time, only the immortals felt that there seemed to be many microorganisms around. Bang! Bang! Microorganisms, coupled with the interference of atomic laser cannons. Fang Wen's monks and other teammates launched an attack. The monks of the Huangshi city group, who originally seemed to have the upper hand, were in chaos in an instant. The audience didn't know what happened. What's wrong? Look, that lord seems to be injured. Nan is actually scared. What happened? Why, we didn't see it. Who can tell me what happened in the battlefield outside the domain just now? Why, those immortals suddenly started to mess up. There are immortals who fell directly on the ice. What exactly exploded? I didn't even see Chu Huajin shooting. Can that kind of laser gun cause such a great power? Shouldn't it be? The audience was very curious. They felt that this phenomenon was too sudden. This is a powerful fairy. How come all of a sudden, one by one? I really want to get some kind of sneak attack. They saw the explosion. But what kind of weapon is it? When the projection lens began to zoom in, there is talent to discover. It turned out that this is a macro weapon. It looks as big as a mosquito, and it is really hard to see with the naked eye. And those monks in the Huang Shicheng group must have encountered such a situation for the first time. It was quite sudden. Come down. Lord Jiangcheng was seriously injured and couldn't even spit out dragon breath. And a dozen monks. Only 3 powerful monks are left, still supporting them. At this time, Luo Xu once again ordered Chu Huajin to attack the target with the help of Jack's guidance and bullets. This kind of guidance and bombs are also very powerful. There is also the ability to automatically track the target. Whoever is designated is immortal, unless the other party directly defends this power or uses clever body movements and clones to block this kind of guidance and bullets. Otherwise, you can only wait for the guide and bullets to hit before stopping. Lord Jiangcheng's external defense is really high. Who would have thought? Can you attack from the inside? The reason why Luo Xu wanted to invent this kind of macro weapon came from a film and television drama he had watched in his previous life. This is Fang Wen's 72 changes. Fang Wen can enter the enemy's stomach and force the enemy to surrender. This method of severely injuring the enemy from the inside also gave him an inspiration. Occasionally, look at the world system, use macro weapons. The price is reasonable. Luo Xu will exchange it directly. In short, It is also a weapon that is difficult for ordinary monks to notice, and it is difficult to form an effective defense in the end. This is also Luo Xu's current card. At the time of the 17th National Congress, I took it out and used it. No, I can't. In fact, I want Amanda to go out. I have eaten so many powerful bulls, and I have eaten a lot of nuclear and atomic energy. Amanda's strength is also very strong. But there are still a few games to come. With Chu Huajin's current strength, he should be able to survive this game. Several monks among Luo Xu's teammates rushed up directly. The 3 monks used their postures to get close to each other. Then self-destruct. Bang. Self-destruction drama. From last year to now, it has been used as the most powerful weapon by some leaders. For example, some leaders are no longer focused on improving the power of monk on earth this year. It's about cultivating a lot of talents and potential, or good monks, to achieve a balance. Not only that, they once abandoned some monks. I think cultivating these monks is a waste of their hard-earned resources. But then, the Chuhua army appeared in Luo Xu. These leaders also began to consciously cultivate many monks. One is really powerful, but 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. When many monks appeared, their strength was okay. After all, there are still some benefits. Just like this battle now. A monk self-destructed, which was just a little damage to 3 powerful monks. But when 4 or 5 monks rushed up one after another, they chose to self-destruct. The damage caused by this has changed from qualitative change to quantitative change. Bang. 3 monks, 1 died. 2 people were seriously injured. Lord Jiangcheng is still resisting the atomic laser cannon. The micro weapon exploded in his body and penetrated Nan's body from the inside. This kind of injury is the greatest damage. The vibration gold system attached to the micro weapon is on Nan's body. With the dragon soul of Lord Jiangcheng, it cannot be directly refined, so that Nan moved. It's just severe pain. Ho. Lord Jiangcheng rolled and roared in the air. The dragon breath in the south continued. In order to make the entire Chuhua army an ice sculpture, the entire battlefield outside the territory turned into absolute zero, which affected the entire space for a time. Several shooters of Zhaoshan were also trying to prevent the Chuhua army from being frozen to death by the breath of ice and snow. Lord Jiangcheng got the instructions from the leader. Enduring the trauma on his body, he wanted to rescue the 2 monks who were besieged. Once these 2 people died too, the battlefield outside the entire territory, only 1 lord in the south was left. Ho. The burning flames of the dragon. The blazing flames permeated the entire space, divided into large and small flames, looking for targets. Once contaminated, it will be immortal. Even the most powerful players, when facing the dragon soul of the most powerful lord, may not stop. Defense is also burning under this burning flame. The vanguard Chuhua army blocked these flames with a vibrating golden shield. However, the vibrating golden shield could not stop the burning flames. After a while, the shield had turned red and became extremely hot. The Chu warriors did not step back. Zhaoshan's archer immediately burst out the energy in his body and then stepped forward to show his shooting defense again, to extinguish the burning flames. Then the low-level archers stepped forward and began to treat the burnt Chu Huajin soldiers. Luo Xu and others measured with their voices. Lord Jiangcheng is seriously injured, but with the power of Shenlong, he should be able to hold on. The most critical thing now is how to make the other party admit defeat. On the battlefield outside the territory, the atomic laser cannon has been chasing Lord Jiangcheng, consuming the Lord's energy. As for the 2 monks, they died on the overseas battlefield as early as in the siege of monks like Fang Wei. The burning appearance. It also turned the originally icy and snowy external battlefield into a place like a crematorium with fire everywhere. Some of Zhaoshan's shooters could no longer hold on. Compared with Lord Jiang, their strength is still a little worse. Especially Lord Jiang has used the secret skill at the bottom of the box. Fang Wen is burning flame. Fang Wei is the unique skill of the dragon in the Dragon Soul civilization. There are 3 levels, almost 108 kinds. This is what is happening now. There are also some powerful Fang Weis that may not have been developed yet. Fang Wei is much more powerful than Billing. It can also be regarded as an enhanced version of Dragon Breath. There are many elements. The most powerful Fang Wei among them is called Xian Jioji and Liting Jioji. It is the most powerful Fangwei in the Thunder system. It is also the strongest Fangwei in Fangwei's history, with a record of killing gods. Luo Xu replied, if you want the other party to admit defeat, then find a way to seriously injure the Lord again. The other party certainly does not want the Lord to die. Then let's kill the evil dragon. Immediately, Luo Xu started a conspiracy. There is no need for systematic calculus. He already has a solution for this battle. Lord Jiang took advantage. The temperature of this extraterritorial battlefield is getting higher and higher. The flames have never been extinguished. Go on. I can't stand being a gunman in Zhaoshan. Then Xu Huajin is in danger. The other party must have planned so. Luo Xu naturally won't let the other party succeed. They have monks and stronger weapons. Monk Fangwei and 2 other teammates took the opportunity to set up a large formation on the battlefield outside the territory. The devil has been avoiding the atomic laser cannon of Xu Huajin, so there is no way to chase monks like Fangwei. These people also have a strong posture. Lord Jiang was injured. There is no way to catch up. The array is open. Lord Jiang's speed was affected in an instant. The atomic laser gun can finally strike accurately, and it hits Lord Jiang. Lord Jiang felt threatened. This is the first time Nan felt a threat to his life. The wounds on the body have not healed yet. The external trauma is getting worse and worse. This dilemma of internal and external blows. This also caused Lord Jiang's rage. A pair of big eyes, full of anger. The temperature of the entire outer space rose again. Zhaoshan's shooters have begun to spit blood. However, they are still struggling. England looked at the trapped lords, and looked at the lords who were seriously injured under the attack of atomic laser cannons. Bowed. This is a bow made of alloy. Then pull out an arrow, made of vibrating gold. Aim at the lord. Swish. A cloud-piercing arrow went straight through the shooting line of defense, passing through the line of blazing fire, shooting at the trapped lord. In front of the cloud-piercing arrow is a bunch of atomic laser cannons. This beam of atomic laser cannons directly caused some damage to the lord. A long forest fell. Ho. Lord Jiang felt it. He was roaring. Fear was generated in his eyes. Until a cloud-piercing arrow shot into his body. Puff. Lord Jiang suddenly curled up and cried. Nan was scared. In fact, it didn't take long from birth to growing up to become the Lord of the Three Claws River. Therefore, the intelligence of the lords is not high, and most of them maintain the wildness of the Dragon Clan and some basic wisdom of the Dragon Clan. This Nan who kills without blinking even knows what fear is. Our Chuhua army is still strong. Even the most powerful lord of Jiangcheng in the Dragon Clan can surrender and be afraid, and none of them will be left. It depends on who it is. Lord Jiang's growth only lasts for more than a month, even if he has the best mental support every day. That's just barely level 3, not really level 3. Okay, if you give Lord Jiang a year of growth period, then fight the Chuhua army, and see if the Chuhua army can beat it. Jiangnan, strong and eternal. In the barrage, some people think that Lord Jiang's growth period is too short. Some people think that this cannot be blamed on the growth period. It can only be said that Chuhua has not met the strongest yet. Give up. The Yellow Lion City team lost the ball. Let's congratulate the Jiangnan class for winning this game and advancing smoothly. The host shouted loudly. Many spectators on the field cheered because they won the bet. Of course, many people still lost the bet. Although it's not to the point where he can't even eat after losing. But losing gold coins must be depressing. Luo Xu breathed a sigh of relief. There are still a few games, and he can't show bigger cards at this time. Because he knows that in the back, he will fight against those more powerful monks, and some monks are even on par with gods. So he has to leave some cards. This is not last year. Last year's youth competition was held in Jiangnan. To say that there is no inside story is definitely uncertain. Promise. Naturally not for human nature. Back to the lounge. Luo Xu entered the awakening space with the spirit of spiritual civilization. At the bottom of the river, Amanda is still sleeping. 10 days ago, Nin boarded the mainland and went to nuclear power plants and other places, absorbing a lot of nuclear and atomic energy. Went to the western regions and ate a wave of cattle. Still digesting. Tomorrow is the quarterfinals. Although there is a group that can be worshipped, It looks very likely to be the group in Jiangnan that was last year's shooting girl. It is said, in this year's time, the opponent's shooter has been greatly improved. Its summoning technology. It can be said that it is already very powerful. This time it is on the court. The other party summoned only one god, that is, Athena the Valkyrie. Several groups were suppressed. Luo Xu felt that her biggest enemy might also be the shooting girl who narrowly won in the finals last year. It's over, Amanda. Luo Xu's will came to Jiangnan. Today, there are 9 states in Jiangnan, and there are many counties in Kaishu. 100 years of development. These places have undergone earth-shaking changes. High-speed rail. Airplanes are basically realized. The diameter of the planet is still relatively small. But for the people of Jiangnan on this planet, it is already very large. The most prosperous place is naturally the imperial capital of Jiangnan. PS. Vote. Thank you. Chapter 71 Swearing. The imperial capital of Jiangnan, which is expanding every day, should be the economic, financial, and political center of the entire Jiangnan. The development of society will inevitably change with the development of the times. It's like being in Jiangnan. If you want to buy a suite in Huangdu, it's a small room, and it's also an astronomical figure. It's a place that an ordinary person may not be able to afford in his lifetime. As for other places, in fact, it's the same. Speculating on houses, buying houses, etc. Because Jiangnan is developing fast, there is no data. Within a year, various scientific and technological inventions were created. Various factories have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. Even the older generation can go to the factory, learn a craft, and then eat until old age. Agriculture has been fully mechanized and operated on a large scale. The 3 relatively large plains have achieved very scientific farming, high-yield agricultural products, and the output is increasing every year. It's not just because of science. Because Luo Xu is also transforming the spirit of spiritual civilization, and transforming the spirit of spiritual civilization of some soldiers. This is what Blue Star did not have in Luo Xu's previous life. Strong spiritual power can also make these crops grow better, coupled with scientific control. Luo Xu can overlook the entire plain from the air. Here, it is a very large farmland area, with ridges crisscrossing, and mechanization can enter every piece of fertile land. As an ordinary person, 3 meals a day are inseparable. Food, clothing, housing and transportation. It is the material life that everyone in Jiangnan needs. After crossing the plain, the modern capital is almost exactly the same as the prosperous city on the Blue Star in Luo Xu's previous life. Viaduct, light rail, subway, etc. Some modern locomotives shuttle through the city. Young people are using small drones to overlook the entire capital. This is a city that combines the ancient and the modern. In some places, you can see the city walls built 100 years ago. These walls that were painstakingly built for defense in those days are still there today. Although there were few civil strife and civil wars in Jiangnan, there were many monsters in the past. Because in the process of evolution, Luo Xu did not cause mass extinction of species. At that time, people in Jiangnan needed these powerful monsters as their food. To become stronger, they must ensure their wildness. Not only that, strong people also need to supplement very high quality protein, especially meat protein. I'll talk about it later. The monsters were almost eaten. In order to maintain the biodiversity in the Jiangnan area, hunting is prohibited. This is why Luo Xu put cattle in the western regions, not just beast pills. It is also necessary to use these bulls to fill the gaps where monsters are lacking. It is also to improve the physical fitness of all people in Jiangnan. How many people in Luo Xu's previous life lived in Blue Star and lived directly in the hospital? Many causes and pathogens that have never appeared before after the development of science and technology are like dog skin plasters and can't be thrown away. Technology is advanced, but there are more tests for humans. Now there is less Yiguang in Jiangnan. Every capital needs a very large Yiguang to be formally established. In recent years, with the development of science and technology and Yiguang, medicine and traditional Chinese medicine exist at the same time. There are Chinese medicine practitioners and physiotherapists in the hospital. The doctors in the hospital will recommend the other party to take medicinal materials, drugs made by modern chemistry, or surgery according to a person's physical condition. Of course, there are still relatively few people who are really sick. People in Jiangnan generally have a longer lifespan, and 100 years is the average lifespan. Luo Xu witnessed the development of the entire Jiangnan. Only then did he look at the Science and Technology North City and the Science and Technology System. Various scientific and technological knowledge. However, none of them is free, and they all require gold coins or spiritual exchanges. Only after the youth competition here, after receiving huge rewards, find a way to start luxury. The leader of the Xianjiao list, stronger than the leaders of these youth tournaments. Some of their leaders have been developing for several years, even more than 10 years, or even decades. The diameter of their planet is already very large, with various sects, forces, organizations, and so on. Almost a general social relationship belonging to a real planet has been formed. At this time, to defeat them, it is not just a small extraterritorial battlefield. Because such an extraterritorial battlefield is not enough to fully demonstrate the strength of these powerful leaders. Therefore, if you want to enter the Xianjiao list, the first thing you have to face is the full-scale war between your own planet and the other planet. This is a more brutal war. Luo Xu's came to the imperial capital. In the past, the British sat on the top floor of a tall building to correct the memorials. Today, it is already a secondary government. The British are old, but strong, and went to the Chuhua army, where there are former veterans and young generals, who are analyzing the various wars they have encountered. This is also an idea proposed by Zizeng. Luo Xu believes that such research is actually promising. To this end, he exchanged all the knowledge about the 3 levels of planetary civilizations in the system. Some people urge the military department to study the civilizations of these planets. At present, the Chuhua army has actually encountered most of the planetary civilizations, and only the super civilization has hardly been encountered. In addition to this, what kind of cultivation civilization, or night civilization, or martial arts civilization, or shooting civilization? In fact, we have seen it. He also has experience in war, but the Chuhuajin military department does not have a very clear understanding of the strength and development of these civilizations. However, with the information about various planetary civilizations provided by Luo Xu, their understanding of these civilizations has been greatly improved. Britain, who ranks first, has grey hair and a long beard. It looks like an old man with a long beard. He stroked his beard, looked at the screen and said, "The strongest is Xuexin." This is the experience accumulated by the British expedition team over the years. The other generals nodded, because they are also familiar with the history of Chuhuajin's expedition. There are several games. Chuhuajin's losses are relatively large. Among them, when fighting against the Xuexin civilization, the losses are very large. Shooting civilization is second, because the shooting at all levels is not bad. Even our scientists can't see through it. At the beginning, a mirror space and a suffocating lens cost us a lot of money. And the summoning shooting and the shooting civilization can summon a very powerful cultivator, comparable to some gods. Of course, we have gods and gods to protect our country, so we are not afraid. But just like the guidance of the gods, we are not afraid does not mean that the other party will not attack us. So, in order to cultivate immortals and shoot civilizations, you must find a way to find their weaknesses. At this time, Zhao Xian and Luo Ming stood up as veterans. They are also old. Coupled with years of exercise, exploration, and some trauma, the body began to weaken. Nowadays, he rarely goes to the battlefield, but as a veteran, he stays behind Chuhuajin and trains Chuhuajin's recruits. They know something about these planetary civilizations. Zhao Xian said, no matter what kind of planetary civilization, there are high and low ones. Just like us, we could only use arrows in the past, but now we have technological weapons. This should be a process of development. In this process of development, our strength has improved, and the enemies we face have become stronger. Why is this? Britain naturally knew something, so he replied, this is because after we advance, the starfield we are in will also advance. It should be like this. The weak are the prey of the strong. The weak will only become weaker, and the strong will only become stronger. Zhao Xian saluted Britain and also expressed his affirmation of this answer. Because there are some things these people don't know as much as they do. Only the strongest wise man in Jiangnan, that is, the leader of Jiangnan, will know the origin of the world through the guidance of the gods. After Zhao Xian's ceremony, he said, then we need to increase our efforts to understand the civilizations of these planets, and at the same time, develop more powerful technological weapons. Take today's battle as an analysis. We use the spirit and civilization of the dragon to fight against a dragon, and we were actually at a disadvantage. Without the help of those monks, the Lord might have been trapped. It is very likely that our Chuhua army will be wiped out. Britain affirmed, it is unreasonable. Sitting here, they are all generals who can fight, and there are also tyrants who have fought from the western regions. For example, Xian Lei. This person was just a farmer at the beginning, because the government unified the management of fertile land. Let the people have enough food and clothing. Self-sufficiency is no longer suitable for this era. He joined the hunter team, crossed the snow-capped mountains, went to the western regions, hunted a large number of bulls. It can be regarded as a veteran, and became a legend in the hunting and gathering team in the western regions. Britain took a fancy to Xian Lei's strength. He was recruited into the Chuhua army. After the exam and the subsequent expedition, he became the current general of the cavalry in Jiangnan. This person is also Zhao Xian's apprentice. Luo Ming also stood up and said, from our current technological weapons, there should be no problem with this expedition. But according to the guidance of the gods, after this expedition, we will have more arduous expedition. You will encounter more powerful enemies. Everyone, time waits for no one. After that, he saluted Britain again and said, Great Emperor, I request to give the director another fund and recruit more scientists to explore various fields of technological weapons. Only in this way can we have more powerful technological weapons. At the beginning, many people were not optimistic about macro weapons. However, in this war, macro weapons became the key to our defeat of God. In the final analysis, I think no matter what weapon it is, as long as it can pose a threat and is unique, we can all support it. Because we encounter strong people from various planetary civilizations, we encounter extraordinary people with various abilities. Jiangsu Jian and the military should unite to set up a research institute to study the extraordinary civilizations of these planets and develop technological weapons to deal with them. In fact, this point has been proposed a long time ago. The first person to propose this idea was Zizeng, who was sitting in a tall building. He believes that, since the Chuhua army is going to go on an expedition, it must defend the safety of Jiangnan. Then why can't we study those enemies? Special strikes against enemies of various abilities, such as using real gold to defend against immortals, use lightning to defend shots, etc. The immortals of Zeuxan civilization have many methods of immortals, and the physique of immortals is also very strong, and ordinary artillery cannot threaten them. They also have an elegant posture, and can be wasted. You can also fly with a sword. The sword of the immortal is also extremely powerful. At the beginning, they met and split the earth with a sword. The shock gold of the prince could not completely block such martial arts. I have also encountered it, like the mirror shooting in shooting civilization. People are in it. I don't know the east, south, west, and north, and I can't find the direction, and it doesn't conform to the law of universal gravitation. People can walk freely in it, completely unaffected by gravity and magnetic fields. How to defend against such shooting? An idea of anti-supernormal weapons, at this time, is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Luo Xu saw it. I couldn't help but applaud. This is a manifestation of the strength of scientific and technological civilization. This is not a unilateral defense or attack. The coordinated creation of anti-supernormal weapons by offense and defense is one of the current ways to develop scientific and technological weapons. Of course, we should also build some powerful and real technological weapons. For example, battle suits. After spiritual baptism, the vibration of gold has a certain elasticity. Of course, in terms of defense, it is also relatively strong. Technology has developed to today's Jiangnan. If you go all out, you can still create the first generation of steel armor. If you add laser weapons, the strength of steel warriors should be no less than that of monks. And when steel armor can have powerful performance, such as anti-supernormal ability, perhaps there are more monks and less porridge. However, this can only be an idea. Zeng proposed this idea. Luo Xu is following this line of thought, expanding their ideas, and perfecting their model. Rest for a night. The quarterfinals are here. Luo Xu's opponent is the strongest combination from Chuha. 4 powerful Xiuxin masters, and 1 more, are all masters of Buddhist Xiuxin. 5 leaders of Xiuxin civilization, from 200 groups, stand out. Their strength is very strong. From the very beginning, solve the battle in minutes. When we reached the top 50, top 25, and top 17, we didn't try our best. Only rely on the 4 immortals who practiced into the immortal civilization, and the 18 arhats of Buddhism. Defeat all opponents. Zhao Xianshan looked at the others carefully, and introduced the situation of the group. According to the analysis of the data analyst, there should be a powerful bodhisattva sitting in this Buddhist temple. In order to quickly solve the top 8 and advance smoothly, the opponent will let the bodhisattva sit on the ground at this time. As for which one, we don't know yet. Luo Xu and others watched the first few overseas battlefield games of the group. I found that it was just the 18 arhats. It is very powerful. Invincible defense, plus the various magical powers of Buddhism. It is simply unreasonable. Even the most powerful archers were defeated by the 18 arhats. Now, they have to face the bodhisattva, possessing invincible physical defense, whether it is shooting attack, martial soul attack, or the origin of the body. As for the bodhisattva, if the golden body cannot be broken, it can't be killed at all. A legal world. It can be said that, even if the shooting girl summons a few gods, it is possible to defeat a Buddhist bodhisattva. This battle, it's difficult. Fang Wei and others have lost a lot of confidence. For this year's battle, they practiced for a year. Although it is only auxiliary. However, they can also play a huge role in foreign battlefields. Now facing such a powerful enemy, their role could be a slap in the face of their enemies. Chapter 72, Remaining Calm. Zhao Xianshan said, I didn't expect you to meet this opponent so soon. In fact, he had expected it. Before that, the people of Yiling City had to make arrangements. However, they also knew that once they did so, not only the Duke of Jiangnan would overturn the table, even the Duke of Chuhua would overturn the table. Both sides knew how powerful the other party was. If we had met at the beginning, this was a matter of life and death. They had prepared for this group for so long, in order to improve their reputation. If this was at the beginning, I failed to make it into the top 20. All preparations were in vain. And at this time, in the quarterfinals, if they met, there is nothing to say. After all, the opponents of the group are actually very strong. No matter how hard it is, we must fight. Luo Xu had not met a powerful Buddhist leader, so he had a timid heart. When Fang Wei and others saw Luo Xu's high morale, they were all moved and showed a firm look. Yes, no matter how strong the opponent is, we have to fight this battle. Play the momentum of our Jiangnan. Zhao Xian reached out and patted Luo Xu on the shoulder and said, okay, do your best. Luo Xu and others walked onto the court. On the other side, Chuhua's lounge. As the leader of Buddhism, Lao Wang also watched several battles in Luo Xu, especially the Lord of the Great War, and several classic battles against the shooting girl at the beginning. It looks ordinary, but it's actually very strong. The members around him were all puzzled. How did you tell? Lao Wang wore a white robe, his head was a little shiny, with a fire ring on his hand, and his right hand in front of his body. In him, you can see the Buddha nature of Buddhism. It's like a young bodhisattva becoming a Buddha, and people have a kind of awe in their hearts. If he is just ordinary, how could he win the championship? There will always be some outliers in these planetary civilizations, but they are also in line with the road. 3000 on the road. In the history of this planet, there have been many planetary civilizations. What we see is not these planetary civilizations, but the best and the most powerful. The Buddha said that one flower is a world, one leaf is a body. Existence is the truth. The committee member was very confused and felt that this said something, as if nothing was said. What he wanted to know was, why did Lao Wang say that the other party looked ordinary, but was actually stronger? Where is the motivation? Liao Wang didn't say. Tell a plausible truth. Both sides entered the arena. The whole studio was boiling. Chu Jun's journey is really not easy, and many ordinary people actually feel the same way. They also hope that Chu Huajin can be strong. It also means that they, ordinary people, can also be strong. However, this time it is Chu Jun's opponent. It is a more powerful Buddhist master. Just the 18 Arhats formation, those immortals, players, warriors, and shooters, all admitted defeat. Now, Chu Jun vs. Buddhism. What is the result? On the barrage, there is also a saying. Lying on the war chair, it turned into an extraterritorial battlefield. This time, Luo Xu not only sent out 5,000 Chu Huajin soldiers, there was also Amanda, who had regained her sanity. Amanda at this time had grown taller. It looked like a monster too. The monks of Fangwei and others were in the center of the Chu Huajin, mainly to protect the Chu Huajin. The opponent was just a little monk in a white robe. He had beautiful eyes and eyebrows. It just looked like he was only in his 20s. Some temperament was out of the world. In addition, there were 12 monks. The formations of both sides looked. There were still many Chuhua soldiers, almost occupying half of the overseas battlefield. Gambling was also going on at the same time. This time, there were obviously more people betting on the Chuhua group than the Jiangnan group. There were no 18 Arhats. But those who understand the Buddhist method of cultivating immortals naturally know that the little monk in a white robe should be a bodhisattva. How strong Buddhism is, even those who don't know much about it, have clearly realized it in the battles on the overseas battlefields in the past few days. The bets are over. The host announced loudly. Fight. This is just the beginning. The 12 monks of Chuhua's group flew directly into the air with swords. On Luo Xu's side, Fang Wei and another team member were responsible for fighting against the 12 monks. These 12 people will be handed over to us. Zhao Shan, you are responsible for guarding the Chuhua army. Be careful of the other party's legal world. Zhao Shan replied, I know, don't worry. Luo Xu didn't speak. First, he began to let the Chuhua army use atomic laser cannons and small guided bombs. Attack the 12 white monks. Although these 12 people were handed over to Fang Wei and another team member. But in the early stage of long-range strikes, the Chuhua army naturally would not miss this opportunity. The 12 immortals have a good posture. Escape the atomic laser cannon. For the careful shopping guide, the bullets also bypassed from the beginning, and after finding that they were tracked by this weapon, just use a fake body. It's just the time of a shell. The 12 immortals have rushed up. Fang Wei, a monk from another team, also flew into the sky and stood in front. However, these 12 immortals actually came from a planet. They belong to the kind of immortals who specialize in cultivation. Standing in 12 directions, the law of the 12 palaces is formed. This formation comes from Xiuxinmen. It has strong defensive capabilities and attack effects. Another team member, Fang Wei and his brother, were suppressed by the 12 palaces after entering the sky. Fang Wei immediately thought of self-explosion. However, the monk's self-explosion does not affect the law of the 12 zodiac signs. In this formation, they are like gods, with very strong energy support and slow consumption. Luo Xu looked up at the sky. His atomic laser cannon also failed to pose a threat to this array. On the contrary, the white-robed monk who had been standing had a golden bell hanging on his body. This should be the opponent's strange skill. Form an effective protection. No matter how powerful Luo Xu's atomic laser cannon and the bombs of carefully guided bombing were, they could not have any effect on this defense. This powerful defense was the first time Luo Xu had seen it. However, this was already expected, because at this time, the gap between scientific and technological civilization and advanced civilization was already quite obvious. The real immortal is powerful, a hand that can pick stars. Its physical strength, even the will of heaven, can resist, break through an obstacle, and rush out directly from the awakening space. Just ask, under the suppression of a force of rules, can technology have such power? What is the power to break the rules? When the prince saw that he could not break the defense of the monk bay, he stopped shooting. This ineffective attack would only consume their reserves. The other party should be waiting for the effect of the zodiac. Zixuan Pavilion, what can you do? Zhao Shan saw the technological weapons of the Chuhua army and could not hurt the other party. Know the other party's intentions. Don't do it. If you can't do it, recharge your energy and wait for the next event. Fang Wei gritted his teeth and said, "This is a bit difficult. This formation is very powerful. Give me some time." They are also the class leaders of the Jiangnan Knights who have been trained for a year. It is impossible to have no strength at all. Monk Fang Wei directly burned the special energy in his body and became very powerful. Ah! The monk roared, and his body became very tall and covered with golden runes. The same is true for the monk of another member. It seems that at the cost of burning the core ancient relics energy of his own life, he has become a powerful monk. Its strength barely reaches level 4. The result of this forced improvement of strength is actually not very good. But on this foreign battlefield, if they want to defeat their opponents, they can only do this. Even if they really died, that's what they should do. For these leaders of Fang Wei, the life on the planet is a special kind of energy and can't be considered human at all. For example, a long time ago, someone had done a test. When a monk enters the real world, his lifespan will be shortened and his growth will be restricted. Moreover, he needs to return to the planet to replenish energy from time to time. Once there is a lack of energy replenishment, in the end, probably because of the lack of energy in the body, I became a thin man. Until you die. With Fang Wei and another team member, he sacrificed his most powerful monk. Finally, the law of the zodiac was suppressed. The white-robed monk who had been chanting scripture saw this until the function of the zodiac was completed. He just wanted to prevent some of the most powerful monks from giving them accidents at the end. Before we get rid of these people. Then the law of heaven and earth. The sky was full of dark clouds, lightning and thunder. The white-robed monk chanted faster and faster. The land became very deep, giving people a very stuffy feeling. Bang! Behind the white monk, or in his body, a golden bodhisattva dharma body appeared. Its height was more than 90 meters. Chujin felt like an ant at such a height, and saw living things. This is a favorite sentence of many super strong people, because they have been standing at a very high height to look at these sentient beings. So, to them, the people on the earth have become ants, looking as small as ants. You can step on it to death. Look. The bodhisattva stretched out Nan's right hand. It was like Mount Te pressing down. Slowly pressing down. Vampire. A seemingly insignificant palm. For Chu Huajin, it felt that the whole space was suppressed. They had a feeling of kneeling. Britain looked up at the huge golden palm in the sky. A strong unwillingness flashed in his eyes. Ha! Amanda roared. Nan Yangshan sent out an energy beam. The energy beam passed through the zodiac. It actually shot directly through the formation, and the 12 monks were backfired by the formation and vomited blood. Fang Wei saw this scene, regardless of the huge golden palm above his head. Let the monks immediately launch a counterattack against the 12 monks. Don't pursue the victory at this time. Letting them go is a disaster after all. Kill. Monk Fang Wei burst out the last energy again and rushed to the front of the 12 monks. One punch. The same was true for another group of monks. In the end, they joined forces to kill 6 monks. At this time, Amanda's energy beam also touched the golden palm. It went straight through, but there was a hole in the middle of the golden palm, and it was still falling down. Not an hour. The remaining 6 monks, together with Fang Wei's monks, were covered with golden palms. They were pressed under the palm. They didn't even have the ability to escape. On the other side, the little monk in a white robe, with a calm face, was looking at Amanda's energy beam. Unexpectedly, after breaking free from his own Vajra demon clutch, there were also some surprises. You know, this is a superb skill of Buddhism, and even immortals may not be able to break it. What on earth is this, Amanda? Seeing Amanda's energy beam start to work, Luo Xu immediately asked Amanda to send out an energy beam again. And this time, the golden palm fell faster. Bang! The golden palm finally fell to the ground. The space of the entire extraterritorial battlefield was shaken, and several extraordinary people who were too scared to maintain the extraterritorial space hurried forward and started the magic circle. Only in this way can the extraterritorial space not be smashed to pieces by this palm. I bet that Chu Huajin must have turned into a meat pie. I dare not even look at it. Is this really too bad? The palm method that fell from the sky. The barrage here suddenly soared. Everyone felt that Chujun could not survive this kind of Buddhist palm method. I also think that the crown prince has died from this palm method. Even in the independent lounge on the high shelf, Zaoming is a smart man who has entered the era of sages. This palm, even the space of the battlefield outside the territory can't bear it. Chuhuajin, is it okay? Amitabha. A mysterious scripture sounded in the battlefield outside the territory. It seems that the little monk in a white robe is chanting and transcending. The golden palm was taken back. Many spectators also stood up and stared at the battlefield outside the territory. Zhao Yetian clenched his hands and looked at the golden palm, looking for the figure of Chuhuajin. Impossible. Someone exclaimed, because the body they imagined did not appear everywhere. There were indeed more than a dozen broken bodies and more than a dozen balls of blood. But the crown prince has 5,000 people. It is impossible that there is no red at all. Then, where is Chuhuajin? At this time, everyone is looking for Chuhuajin. They also saw it. The dozen bodies should be the first few monks of the Chuhua school and a few monks of the Jiangnan school who flew into the sky to block the zodiac. Now, they all died under this huge golden palm. However, Chuhuajin is gone. Old Wang, how is it? The members of the Chuhua team couldn't help asking. They didn't find Chuhuajin either. Either the other party used mirror shooting or used other hidden postures. With the help of the perception of the white-robed little monk, Old Wang has explored the entire external battlefield. I feel their presence. But Qiu is a weakling. Old Wang was also very curious. The first is curious, what is the other side of the monster? What is the position? Why did the monster's attack break his realm? The second is very curious. Just want to know how the other party did it in such a short time. Under the claws of Dharma Heaven and Earth Vajra, he escaped. Old Wang asked Fafa to sweep across the world one by one. It seems to be looking for something. Finally, his golden palm seemed to touch something. Directly swept away more than a dozen Chuhuajin soldiers. They directly showed their human form. Luo Xu saw several soldiers of the Chuhuajin being swept away. Take a deep breath. Directly according to the calculation of the system. Let Chuhuajin enlarge Amanda. Quantum field. Enlarge and shrink. A technology formed by special particles. This is also a card of Luo Xu this time. After the size is reduced, the other party can't sense their existence at all. Of course, unless the other party has super perception ability. After Amanda was magnified. Chapter 73 Analysis. This number directly exceeded 100 meters. In terms of shape, it suppressed Buddhism and Amanda's appearance. It also attracted everyone's shouts. Because Chuhuajin held on, Jiangnan's team hasn't lost yet. Of course, there are also many people who regret it, seeing that they can win. As a result, the Jiangnan group persisted. This life-saving method is too much. The point is that Amanda has become so big, giving many people a message that the Buddhist world may not be able to beat the Jiangnan group. Ho! Amanda's roar, with a powerful wind blade, blowing the space in front. Then, opening his mouth as an energy beam. And the little monk in a white robe immediately shrank his Dharma realm, and he flew, at the fastest speed, flew to Amanda. Then a palm. People are in the Dharma realm, and the outside is the Buddha formed by the golden layer of energy. This palm. There are actually many scriptures. Just like many monks chanting scriptures. Yes, Luo Xu, the power of this palm must be very strong, and Amanda can't be a tough guy. Immediately shrank Amanda's body. The Dharma world stopped in the air. Once again, he could not sense the enemy's presence. Swish. After Amanda hid, she immediately grew larger, and then a beam of energy hit the white-robed monk. After the opponent hid, he slapped her again. This time, he seemed to have captured Amanda's changes in shape. After Amanda became smaller, she slapped the ground directly. Then she attacked from another direction. Looking at the audience in this live broadcast room, they were a little confused. What does this mean? What kind of technology is getting smaller and bigger? Why, we've never seen it before. Is it impossible to film it? No, it won't be filming. Even if you meet a shooter, you can restrain yourself. The 18 Arhats formation can even beat a cow. What's more, it is said that the Buddha's Dharma is heaven and earth. I'm sure it must be technology. Only phenomena in physics, without all the energy changes, can make the Buddhist world so embarrassed. You are right upstairs. This should be a technological concept. I remember that before the history of the leader, there were some records of technology, which should be 4-dimensional technology. 4-dimensional space? What does this mean? Who can explain it? After the arrival of the history of the leader, many documents before the history of the leader disappeared in the long river of history. Because everyone began to cultivate their own planets and became leaders, there will be some mathematics and physics to learn. They know more about the history of the leader and various knowledge about planetary civilizations. Everyone is talking about it, but no one knows what kind of technology the Chuhuajin used to evade the laws of heaven and earth. Lao Wang knew very well that he could not hold this stalemate. There are still 5,000 people in the Chu army hiding in the dark, and in front of the monster, the master can break his ability to imitate heaven and earth, and his brother can't completely suppress the other party. The result of the continuous stalemate, that is, his monks will consume most of the energy without the support of planetary energy. At that time, it will not be a world. It is even more impossible to pose a great threat to the opponent. After all, I underestimated the opponent. Of course. Lao Wang did this to save his physical strength. With his current ability, there is almost no chance of winning against the shooting girl. So we must maintain the strength of the team members. In this way, you can also have a chance of winning against the shooting girl at that time. But Lao Wang misjudged the overall strength of the Chuhuajin and the strength of technological weapons. The monk Bei no longer chased Amanda, because Amanda, who can grow bigger and smaller, can only feel the existence of Nan, but can't completely chase to a very accurate position. The monk in white sat cross-legged directly in the void. Avoid the energy beam from Amanda, and at the same time, avoid the atomic laser cannon from the Chuhuajin after he appeared. While chanting, the sound seemed to come from every corner. No matter where you are, no matter whether you are big or small, you can hear these verses clearly. This scripture has a kind of magic. It can infect everyone. Unless it is some Chuhuajin soldiers with strong will. As long as it is a weak-willed person, will be affected. Zhao Shan also noticed it and said immediately, no, the soldiers can't hear this scripture. This is a unique skill of Buddhism. Anyone who hears this scripture will be assimilated. After a long time, I will become a monk completely. Without worldly desires, I can only chant scriptures. Fang Wei has also heard of it. But this strange skill is really hard to stop. What should I do? Hundreds of Chuhuajin soldiers have appeared. They sit cross-legged on the ground. Just like a monk, sitting there, chanting scriptures with the little white-robed monk in the sky. Aang drew his sword, and used his will to resist the voice of temptation. Chuhuajin, kill. The other soldiers did the same. Raised the weapons in their hands. Shouted to the little white-robed monk, kill, kill, kill. Luo Xu immediately thought that they could sing divine comedy together. In fact, the scripture is just a unique sound wave attack that can affect people's minds through the scriptures. In this case, the influence of the scriptures was directly broken. You are my little apple. I can never love you enough. The entire Chuhu army soldier was speechless, singing while aiming his weapons at the white monk in the sky. Amanda on the ground was very angry. Nan's energy beam could no longer chase the enemy. This shows that Nan seemed a little incompetent. As a result, he became as big as the white monk and actually flew up to chase the white monk. Seeing this, Luo Xu frowned slightly, because he had never given Amanda this order, and he always thought that this was Amanda, who could not fly and could only walk on land. Now it seems that this is not the simple Amanda he imagined. It can only be said, maybe when it evolved, this monster evolved according to Luo Xu's impression. Nan's essence may be a unique monster. Luo Xu just thought about it and then immediately let the system calculate. According to the final result of the system, that is, the best calculation of the winning rate, Amanda can defeat the little monk in white robe. Sure enough, in less than a moment, Amanda suddenly exerted force and swallowed the white monk in one gulp when the atomic laser gun made him dodge. Fuck me. What's going on? Fuck again. Blink your eyes, and the battle is over? The monster ate the Bodhisattva. It was said that the Bodhisattva came, but the Bodhisattva came. Retreat. Whether it was the live broadcast room or the audience, At the moment, when the white monk was swallowed, they were all desperate. Some people stared at the battlefield outside the territory, trying to see a miracle, because Chuhua's team has not given up. This also means there may be another chance. However, they waited and waited, like a few seconds, until Amanda grew to more than 10 meters tall. The crown prince also appeared, and the Chuhua team finally pressed the gesture of surrender. At this time, the gamblers just accepted this ending, because at this time, there are too many gamblers betting on Chuhua. If there are many people, there are always some people who will boo and instantly find some water army and start clamoring. However, this kind of voice, after a while, also completely subsided. It happens every year, but it doesn't work every year. War chair. Luo Xu was also quite surprised. Amanda's sudden ferocity exceeded his expectations. Even Buddhists can eat it in one bite. What did you do at the beginning? It's like Ultraman fights monsters and finally has to be enlarged. Are you performing here? Luo Xu doubted Amanda's character, and the soldiers of the Chuhua army, seeing Amanda swallow the white monk directly, eliminated the temptation of chanting in their minds, and were excited. The divine beast is invincible. Divine beast. We won. We won. Britain was also very happy. Originally, he was a little disappointed that the Chuhua army failed to completely suppress the opponent with technological weapons. Now seeing Amanda is so powerful, as a national security in Jiangnan, that is equivalent to Jiangnan winning, and the Chuhua army winning. The battle is over. Luo Xu and others returned to the lounge. Zhao finally showed a smile and said, "Thank you for your hard work." The team members quickly replied, "It's not difficult. For the glory of Jiangnan, it's worth it, no matter how tired it is." Zhao nodded every day, and then took out a sack. "This is what the city lord prepared for you. A special spirit may be a bit similar to the one given to you last year. This is just recently obtained. The city lord thought of you. Next, there are 2 more tough battles to fight. You can absorb them earlier, or you can improve yourself earlier." Luo Xu was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly took the flax. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, city lord. Luo will not live up to your expectations." After speaking, he saluted, returned to the lounge, but he was not in a hurry to absorb the spirit in the flax. He remembered, Amanda, isn't that what the special spirit evolved from? As long as it's about that Zaoming. For Luo Xu, you must be careful again. A planet that builds technological civilization. Why does a monster like Amanda appear? This is not a monster movie. At first, Luo Xu thought that there was no warning in the system, and the appearance of Amanda was like a monster movie. Because of some kind of energy change, such a monster was born. But now it seems, it doesn't seem to be the case. Good. Look for it in danger. If you start to be afraid because of these things, it's not Luo Xu's character. Luo Xu thought. Anyway, this special spirit still needs to be absorbed. What he needs now is to improve his strength. Technology is still weak in the early stage. Although he has been exposed to the quantum field and has particle technology, even in the later stage, we will build a robot army of technological civilization with more advanced weapons. However, now he needs to defeat these opponents. I need to improve myself. This special spirit is extremely important. Just like this, when you meet a Buddhist master, if you don't have that Amanda, it will be very difficult for him to win the opponent. The success rate is also very low. Luo Xu picked up the flax and began to absorb the spirit here. This spirit is a bit special. No planetary civilization is attached to it. But it is not like that pure spirit. Absorption is not a waste of time. But it contains a very powerful spirit with some overbearing. One night passed. Luo Xu finally became this special spirit. Then the useful stored spirit of the intermediate civilization was replaced with some scientific knowledge about biology and medicine, such as heart, liver, and kidney transplants. In this system, the most powerful biomedical technology is the biocapsule, which is a high-tech technology that can lock people in the biocapsule for tens of thousands of years and can be resurrected. There is another kind, which is biomedicine, using the most advanced materials and artificial intelligence. Create a bionic character. Most of its functions are similar to those of humans, but more powerful than humans. Every day, Zhao would see a slightly haggard face. When he came out of the lounge, he asked, "How do you feel?" Fang Wei and others have absorbed the spiritual power and restored their strength to their peak. They also care about Luo Xu. How is the progress after the anti-Buddha war? So no matter what Zhao Ming wants to do, for Zhao Xianshan, Luo Xu's heart is more or less grateful. Because he can also see that Zhao Xianshan's concern is from the heart, and he also paid some emotions. Fortunately, that spirit is slightly overbearing. However, I finally absorbed it completely successfully. Every day, Zhao would breathe a sigh of relief and say with a smile, "Just absorb it. Just absorb it. Please sit for a while. The list of this competition will be announced soon." Luo Xu nodded and sat down next to Fang Wei. Fang Wei handed Luo Xu a spiritual fruit, and he also took one and took a bite. "We are all your light. I didn't expect that we could enter the top 20 of the youth tournament in a lifetime. Next time, whether it is self-explosion or something else, we will send the monks to the police station. You only need one word, and we will not hesitate." Zhao Xian also nodded. Being able to enter the top 5 was something they dared not think about a few years ago. Now, they have realized this unimaginable dream. Even if their monks die in the next game, or even later, they can no longer train monks. They have no regrets. Sometimes, the youth tournament is really meaningful to these players. It seems that I have the honor to participate in this time. It is also a great blessing in life. Luo Xu nodded and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't let you send all the monks out. I still want to leave seeds, and I hope to continue to fight side by side with you in Shancheng in the future." Fang Wei pretended to smile and said, "Ha ha ha, just based on your words, even if we go to be civilians, it is worth it. Not only for the glory of Jiangnan, sometimes, it is also for our own glory." Everyone else nodded. In the conversation, this list finally announced. Luo Xu's Jiangnan group was eliminated in this game, according to the analysis of the data department. In fact, this result has long been expected, because if Luo Xu is empty, next time, he will face 2 teams. Only in this way can we win the championship, and it is not easy to win 2 consecutive events. The organizers of Yiling City are likely to calculate this way. This situation also happened in last year's Jiangnan Youth Tournament. It is possible that a way of mutual resistance has been formed between these castles. Use this time to upgrade again. There are still spirits here, and you can choose the one that suits you. Chapter 74, the original inner one. After the list was announced, Zhao Li came in with the analysis report of the data analyst. According to the analysis of the data department, Luo Xu will face the shooting girl in Jiangnan. There is also the strongest group in Yiling City, the Fire Phoenix Zhao Zhao, who has the strongest martial spirit. These 2 groups are likely to win the next game. Luo Xu and others did not mention this matter. He directly picked a few mental powers and went to the lounge. Luo Xu's will entered the awakening space. He should pay attention to that Amanda after absorbing a special spirit this time. What will happen to Amanda? Amanda, who was sleeping on the seabed, has become much smaller. Because he has particle technology on him, he can control his body size through this particle technology. From the outside, Amanda does not seem to have changed. After absorbing that special spirit, that is, the diameter of the planet has increased a lot. From more than 1,000 kilometers in the past to more than 2,000 kilometers now. The surface area of the planet has risen again, and the sea water has dropped a lot. There are many islands in the north and south. Luo Xu will go to the imperial capital, where he met the generals who were discussing the analysis of the situation on the battlefield outside the domain this time. In the words of the British, ZHU Huajin is not strong enough. Particle technology has a strong effect on the battlefield. If we can expand the atomic laser cannon, can the atomic laser cannon become more powerful? This needs to be further developed. In addition, when developing particle technology, scientists have come into contact with the quantum field. It's there. It seems that you can travel through time and space and see the past. So, can we also see the future? They must speed up the research and development of scientific and technological weapons in order to face the more powerful battlefield in the future. This is Jiangnan's current priority. Today, let's focus on the field. Because today, the annual youth championship is about to appear. Who is it? Is it our genius shooter, with the Jiangnan group that can summon the 4 gods? Or is it the strongest wizard soul master who has the fire phoenix witch soul? Or is it the leader of scientific and technological civilization who won the championship last year? Let's wait and see. The host spoke freely on the stage. With music and cheerleading, it really looks exciting. The group atmosphere in the audience also heated up the atmosphere. This kind of competition is the real concern. At least, the whole Chuzhou land knows about this event, and will also care about this event. Whether it is betting or watching, the strength of these leaders is worth mentioning. Always bring some entertainment to your life. There is no drama, no movie. For extraordinary people and the whole Chuzhou, the only thing they can pursue is the youth competition and various challenges on weekdays. As for travel or other entertainment activities, it has long disappeared in the long river of history. Because if they don't work for a day, they may lose their living resources, and even their future life is not guaranteed. This is an era in which personal strength is completely unequal. The leaders are very powerful. Not only the leaders, but also those extraordinary leaders are equally powerful. Rather than extraordinary real ordinary people, it is much weaker. As an event that attracts the attention of hundreds of millions of people, the influence of the youth competition can be imagined. The final list of the top 3 hegemony came out. Jiangnan Group vs Jiangnan Group. In fact, it is the technological civilization versus the Knights civilization. Use practical conclusions to prove how powerful the technological civilization is. Once the 2 sides fight, it is really a matter of life and death. Luo Xu, go this way. Fang Wei and others, this is true. There is only the fire. The rest of the monks were sent. Luo Xu also sent out 10,000 Shuhua troops to directly occupy more than half of the overseas battlefield, forming a very large semi-encirclement. The Jiangnan group has only 1 knight division, with more than 30 monks and knights. All members of this group are leaders of chivalrous civilization. Knight civilization is a special supernatural power that can summon various powerful knights. The strength of its talents and powers are distinguished by the level of the knights. The Fire Phoenix, one of the 10 supreme knights, is very powerful. What a pity. This knight division has only been trained for a year. Although its planet level is level 3, the knight division has not yet reached the level of Soul Master. But in the previous battle, we have seen the strength of this Fire Phoenix. Its flames, even immortals, were burned to death. Of course, in the Jiangnan group, there is a special civilization leader, that is, the technological civilization. Based on the leader's previous battles, it is easy for us to find that the opponent's defense is also very high. That shield and armor can prevent Michelle from self-destructing, and there are some shooting and martial arts. I just don't know if this Fire Phoenix can also defend. In addition, there is a monster in the technological civilization. In the last round, it ate a bodhisattva in 1 bite. I don't know, have you digested it? And this time, can you still eat the Fire Phoenix in 1 bite? How is the battle going? Let's take a look at the situation on the battlefield outside the territory. Now, I declare, the competition officially begins. The host took advantage of the audience's betting time. It shows the strength of Jiangnan Group and Jiangnan Group. In fact, it seems that there is something about stepping on Jiangnan and holding Jiangnan Group. However, the real intention is naturally to let people bet more on Jiangnan Group. When the battle started, Luo Xu asked Chu Huajin to take the lead and blasted a wave. Whether it was a fire gun or a cannon. First, use this conventional weapon to bombard the opponent without stopping. The soldiers at the front of Chujin blocked these energies tightly with their shields. Bang, bang. Suddenly, the opponent can only use knights to block these attacks. There is no chance to rush out. During the bombing, the Fire Phoenix Knight Division had resisted the bombing of this conventional weapon with the power of the Fire Phoenix. However, the range of his defense is not very large. In addition, the heat energy, kinetic energy, and smoke generated by this attack have an increasing impact on them. There are already monks, and I can't eat them. They were blown to pieces. This is just the beginning. Let the monks of the Jiangnan gang suffer a big loss. Without the strongest shooter, there is no strongest shooting defense. The knight's defense is really poor. Of course, this is also because Chu Huajin's weapons are very powerful now. Don't underestimate those small guns and bullets. Once they explode, they are enough to blow a big hole. Outside the stadium, several monks have been using formations to repair this extraterritorial battlefield. Because of this attack, even foreign battlefields have been affected. Half an hour later, 8 low-level knights have died. Britain waved its national flag. It directly stopped the attack. It immediately switched to an atomic laser cannon. Swish, swish. See, this atomic laser gun actually killed more than a dozen knights directly. The rest of the knights were struggling. This time, it was not just other knights. Even the Fire Phoenix could not withstand the attack of this atomic laser gun. Because the energy generated by conventional weapons is actually the energy of flames, which is nothing to the Fire Phoenix. However, the atomic laser cannon is different. This is a light energy weapon built with physical knowledge. It belongs to the light element, not the fire element. Suddenly, the opponent was completely beaten. However, Chu Huajin's strength really surprised Luo Xu himself. What? Is that special spirit so powerful? Is it just a conventional weapon? Why did he hit the other monk just now without even having a chance to come? Is this a conventional weapon? The atomic laser gun seems to have become more powerful. Amanda aimed at the Fire Phoenix, which was an energy beam. Sure, the blue energy directly hit the Fire Phoenix Knight. Produced an amazing effect. The audience. Everyone was stunned. The live studio. The barrage was empty. Xiaoming looked at the scene on the projection with great satisfaction. Beside him, the genius in a colorful skirt with white clouds seemed to feel Fang Wen's joy. Is the master happy? Fang Wen smiled and turned around, sitting back on the sofa, hugging the genius. Yes, the god of war I value, has never let me down. Technological civilization is still too weak in the early stage. So, I have to give him a little backing to let him get through this early training. So that he can be my Xiaoming invincible god of war. You say, should I be happy that he won? The genius lay in Fang Wen's arms, but his face was slightly pitiful. Fang Wen touched the genius's hair. He didn't notice the genius's expression at this time. In order to let my god of war get through this period, I asked the ancestors to spend a lot of money to find that special spirit. That's not an ordinary spirit. It can be said that once other foundry workers or leaders know about it, the Zhao family will feel guilty. With that kind of spirit, our god of war will be stronger, and I can control him better in the future. The genius just knows all of Xiaoming's plans, their imaginations and layouts. It really makes her admire him. However, thinking of what this person did to him back then, he secretly hated him. This hatred can only be buried in the bottom of his heart. Dare not express it. In her current state, it can be said that she has been completely controlled by Xiaoming. What does he want? Perhaps no one can completely stop it, because he can try his best to plan slowly from the beginning. Not only is it powerful, the boss also has a strong strategic vision. Much better than those top data analysts. Out of domain battlefield. Amanda's energy beam did hurt the Fire Phoenix. You know, the Phoenix is a knight. This is a special energy. However, Amanda's ability beam actually extinguished the Fire Phoenix, a knight form that exists in the void. The leader of the chivalrous civilization on the opposite side was stunned. It's okay. According to the feedback from the monks, the Fire Knight was just suppressed by the energy beam and did not completely disappear or be destroyed. The Phoenix has the ability of Nirvana rebirth. It is usually difficult to destroy. After getting this news, the leader of the chivalrous civilization was slightly relieved. Because once the Fire Phoenix Knight is gone, then he will be reduced to an ordinary person, not even a leader. Luo Xu was also surprised. I didn't expect Amanda to play so well now. Then what kind of technological weapon should be developed? Why not directly improve Amanda's strength? However, Luo Xu thought of a person, and this person is the duke praised by many leaders and civilians in Jiangnan. In front of outsiders, Fang Wen is sunny, just, and people-loving, leading Jiangnan to glory. Amanda was born because of Zhao Xianshan's special spirit. Today Amanda's strength is also because of her special spirit this time. If it weren't for the calculus of the system, this spirit would not have adverse equally. Luo Xu must be used directly to communicate scientific and technological knowledge rather than transforming and enhancing the diameter and overall strength of the earth. Bang! Amanda caught the other party off guard. After Luo Xu responded quickly, Chu Huajin was immediately covered by atomic laser cannons again. The knights on the other side were miserable. This almost all-round long-range weapon is a torture for them. It's like a soldier encountering an archer. The archer attacks at a long distance in advance and then slows down, making it impossible for the soldier to get close. Then there is another set. The soldier was taken away directly. This is the case with the current battlefield outside the domain. The Chu army used atomic laser cannons to attack these knights at a long distance, making it impossible for them to break through the siege. With their strength alone, they can't stop such dense and powerful atomic laser guns. As for their group sprint, with the suppression of the Fire Phoenix, they are the only ones left to hold on. Until more and more knights lacked soul power, their defense became weaker. Finally, they were penetrated by the atomic laser cannon. Finally, the Phoenix Knight, who was reborn from Nirvana, appeared among the knights. Once again, a strong protection was formed, blocked the atomic laser cannon, and Amanda's body emitted blue light in order to exert force again. Give up. The battle lasted for nearly an hour. The Jiangnan team was passively beaten all the way. Looking at the audience gritting their teeth, I really don't know what to spit out. The powerful Phoenix Knight, who was originally powerful, had no advantage at this time. Just about to exert force, he was killed by the beam emitted by that monster. Even the audience began to feel aggrieved about the leader of the chivalrous civilization. At least he is also a leader of an intermediate civilization. At least in the top 3. Anyway, in the front, it was also a big kill, using the power of the Phoenix to defeat the opponent's lack of confidence to admit defeat. As a result, the situation was reversed. Finally encountered a technological civilization and was beaten without even the strength to fight back. Just admit defeat like that. After the host came on stage, he announced the final result of the game with a little emotion. Then I finished. His heart is bleeding. How could a powerful knight like Phoenix be so vulnerable? Even the technological civilization can't beat it. A few days ago, at the top of Jiangnan, he was also highly expected. Is that it? The same is true for Fang Wenyi, the Duke of Jiangnan. I can't believe that I have been preparing for so long and finally prepared this. You know, Jiangnan is the organizer of this year's youth championship. It's hard for my strongest team to enter the top 3. At least one last fight. Give it to Jiangnan and let the Duke of Jiangnan give himself some benefits. He has already taken a fancy to a volume of player secrets brought out by the same city. The above record is the leader of the strongest player civilization that was invincible at the time, and also the strongest player skill in the entire Chuzhou. As a result, the group he trained was passively beaten and then admitted defeat. My heart suddenly cooled down. What is the nemesis of technological civilization? Luo Xu won a lot of gold coins this time. Chapter 75 Height. Just vote for yourself. I have made some money. This time, it should be the most. With gold coins, I can be extravagant again. Biology must also develop, because this field also has great potential. We can't just develop those very large technological weapons, let alone abandon the technological scope of biomedicine. You know, biomedicine is actually related to high-end technological weapons such as bionic robots and steel warriors. There are also relatively strong warriors, like a super warrior made of cosmic gems in the movie. Luo Xu feels that his technological civilization planet can also develop in this direction in the future and create that kind of warrior. The result of the system, however, has a 92% success rate. Luo Xu and others returned to the lounge. This time, Zhao Xianshan applauded directly. Although this one is a direct and thorough suppression of the opponent. Chu Jun is the monk of Fang Wenyi and others, and there is no loss. But for Luo Xu and others, for Jiangnan, they successfully entered the finals. There is also a chance to win again. Next, there is another final, a final that may be difficult to play and has a low success rate. For Jiangnan, for Zhao Xianshan, these senior officials, Luo Xu can enter the finals again. That represents the glory of Jiangnan. Some people may look down on this honor and may not even take it to heart. while others regard the glory of Jiangnan as more important than their personal reputation. This is a collective feeling, and it is also a special feeling. It is just like the patriotic sentiment. In other places, they will be proud of being the leader of Jiangnan. Have a good rest. In a few hours, the finals will open. Zhao's eyes are softer day by day. For him, Luo Xu is brilliant again. In fact, it is equivalent to his own. After all, it was he who saw Luo Xu's ability and believed that Luo Xu could create miracles again. Unexpectedly, Luo Xu really created one miracle after another. Luo Xu replied, "Got it, boss. There is still time now. I want to transform my spirit again in these 2 hours." Fang Wei and others are the same. Because only at this time, the spirit given by the class is absolutely free and the quality is also very high. Every day, Zhao admires the ability to always keep a clear mind and strategic vision. If it is his leader. At this time, I must still be analyzing the opponent's cards and analyzing how to play. Luo Xu may have a plan in his mind. In addition, on the battlefield outside the territory, it has always been improvisation, not completely following the data division's plan to defeat the opponent. At this moment, every day, Zhao feels that he has far surpassed many leaders. Milan watched the battle that Luo Xu had just finished. He didn't speak all the time. He didn't even eat a bite of shooting fruit. What do you think? After a while, just ask Milan members. Because she found that this year, Luo Xu seemed to grow faster than her. You know, she is rich in resources. The whole Ming family is willing to spend their own money and give her the best spirit directly. He also invited a very senior leader of the shooting civilization to point the way. His monks have also learned very advanced shooting and can now summon 4 gods. This is no longer the strength of a 3rd level leader. In order to participate in this youth competition, Milan directly suppressed his planet level to level 3. I have never been promoted. However, Luo Xu's technological civilization is so powerful that it can persist until the end of last year. That's because the master is in Jiangnan. This year, Luo Xu almost went all out and directly entered the finals. As for the first rough way to quickly resolve the battle, there is another one, that the opponent deliberately gives way. But every opponent we met behind this. If it was her, everything would be very powerful. At this time, I'm afraid that only a god can be summoned. However, looking at Luo Xu's battle, he didn't seem to try his best, and he still had some cards. I don't know what kind of technological weapons he will take out in the next game. The members were also embarrassed. In his opinion, the analysis of the data was useless. Because the technological civilization also appeared for the first time, there was no data before, which made the data division how to analyze. Based on the analysis of those battles of Luo Xu, we can only get a relatively simple report. Such a report has no reference value at all. Milan also saw it. She took a bite of the fruit of the shooting, and then said to herself, in fact, the biggest threat, and the one we can't understand the most, should be that tall monster. Why is there such a monster on a planet dominated by technological civilization? The committee member seemed to think of something and then immediately replied, I remember that Jiangnan announced a message at the beginning. When this leader first went to the mountain city, he used a little monster to beat the monk. In the end, I killed all the monks on the ownerless planet. Milan frowned and thought, strange. It still seems a little weird to me. But since that monster is indeed a creature on a technological civilization planet, we can't say that the other party is cheating. Because we have no evidence. To defeat him, you must be able to suppress that monster. Do you think I have a chance to win? The member didn't speak. Because according to the analysis of the data analyst, Milan even summoned the 4 gods, plus some advanced auto shooting. It may be difficult to defeat the Jiangnan team. Because the other monk did not suffer a great loss. That is to say, the next performance, Milan must fight with other monks. Because the monks of their other 4 leaders have been beaten to nothing in front of the battlefield. Milan just summoned a god to save its power. If it is 4, it must be summoned in the finals. This kind of powerful shooting, with her current ability, it is the strongest in the peak, unless it is upgraded. After reaching level 4, cultivate your own shooting civilization god. In this way, even after the 12 main gods, you can directly summon them as a thug. Millen snorted coldly, expressing his dissatisfaction with the members and data analysts. Then he stood up and said as he walked, "No matter what, this battle must be fought. Jiangnan is not afraid of losing. Let the data technician analyze it again and find some weaknesses of the Chuhua army. Even if they are minor, they must be reported. I'll take a break." The members quickly knelt and saluted Millen. Then I immediately went to another room. There are many projections here, all of which are scenes of Luo Xu's various battles. A total of more than 20 people are watching these battle scenes and then making a more reasonable analysis. The members find the person in charge, the princess's meaning is very clear. Your analysis is still useless. Now find a way to find the weakness of the opponent Chuhuajin. In addition to the need to breathe, an ordinary person has many weaknesses. You use the existing information and analyze it carefully. The person in charge sighed and said, "We have thought of this a long time ago, but it is really difficult to find. Chuhuajin's shield and armor are made of special materials and can defend against some offensive shots. Only mental attacks and the suffocating shots used before. We also saw that the mirror space did not have much effect on Chuhuajin. The opponent now seems to have mastered the ability to crack the mirror space. As for other weaknesses, we have been looking for them." The member gave the person in charge a spiritual fruit, and the two ate while watching Luo Xu's battle. The member said, "You can't do anything. You have to find a way. If you don't find her before the princess goes to the competition, just wait for her to be deducted." The person in charge instantly felt that the bite of fruit was not fragrant. 2 hours. Luo Xu did not transform his spirit, but used it and gold coins to live a luxurious life. Biomedicine and other AI technology fields, as well as supercomputer technology, chip technology, and so on. There are too many technologies that need to be communicated. Because the development of science and technology has reached the later stage, the scientific and technological knowledge required is becoming more and more profound, and the gold coins and spirits required are increasing. Moreover, many scientific and technological weapons involve not a single scientific and technological knowledge, but a lot of scientific and technological knowledge. This can form a kind of scientific and technological weapon. In the quantum field, Luo Xu spent a year. In the past year, he also specialized in this field of science and technology and reduced the development of other fields of science and technology, only to get to this point. But Luo Xu knew that this was only a temporary emergency. Because of the development of scientific and technological civilization, if you want to become a truly powerful scientific and technological civilization, it is like the three-body civilization you knew in your previous life. With that kind of scientific and technological civilization, he might have reached level 4. But the three-body has a straight sun. It also has many scientific and technological weapons, teleportation arrays, and the strongest weapon, water droplets. After exchanging some technological weapons, he changed the time accelerator again. Let the flow of time on the planet accelerate again. And this time, 20 years. The diameter of the planet is about 3,000 kilometers. The territory of Jiangnan is also expanding. There were only 9 mainstream capitals with a population of about 1 million before. Now, there are more than a dozen mainstream cities with their own characteristics. It is also because of the development of the quantum field that the space has become larger and some spaces have become smaller. Various energy sources and various technologies have appeared. People's quality of life is constantly improving, from trains to high-speed rail, from high-speed rail to airplanes, from airplanes to flying cars, from flying cars. This has exceeded the technological level of the blue star where Luo Xu lived in his previous life. The service life of the time accelerator has expired. The development of Jiangnan has entered a more technological era. There is also Britain, which has been waiting for 20 years. I'm old, and I don't even have the energy to cultivate Chuhuajin. The old horse lay down. This will be his last expedition. The Chu army against the shooting civilization. At the beginning, it was what the audience expected. On the battlefield outside the territory, with the announcement of the host, both sides began to send monks into the venue. Dear audience, the exciting moment has arrived. We can see 2 groups on the overseas battlefield now. One is the Knight family from Jiangnan. This group is also the group that won the championship in the Jiangnan Youth Tournament last year. There is a leader who has caught our attention. That is, the leader who created the first technological civilization we have seen so far. He is Luo Xu from Jiangnan. Let's welcome him. It can be seen that this time, Luo Xu sent out his Chuhu army and the strongest bulls. And the other 4 members of the Jiangnan group have also sent out monks from their own planets one after another. In this battle, there is indeed a belief in life and death. Luo Xu sent 10,000 Chuhu army this time, including some powerful black technology products. Of course, this time we may still have to rely on Amanda's special energy to suppress the opponent. In addition, that is to say, Fang Wei is a monk among these members. The last one. They saved most of the monks, and the strongest monks are still there. As for the Jiangnan group, there are some lonely shadows. A total of 10 shooting girls, each wearing a black and gold shooting robe, holding a shooting scepter. This is that petite look. What do you think? It's like a film and television drama that Luo Xu has seen in his previous life. Balak-1. Of course, Luo Xu is just thinking about it. The strength of the 10 shooting girls is really extraordinary. They can summon gods. Although it is a special extraordinary energy in the shooting civilization, its strength depends on the strength of the monks. The gods summoned by Zenniu have the ability to destroy Conan the Destroyer. On this continent, there are too many leaders who can destroy this continent. However, it is precisely because of this. There will be a kind of check and balance, and those super leaders, no one dares to intervene casually. It can't destroy this continent. For those extraordinary leaders, their goal is not to destroy the continent. For them, this is just a low-level means for a few monks to burst out powerful power. Not worth mentioning. For super leaders, their real goal is the end of the mountain city, the world behind the purple area. In addition to the 10 girls who shoot cannons, there are more than 20 monks. However, their strength is not strong. The most powerful monk has been damaged in front. Milan also experienced the youth competition last year and felt that if he wanted to win in the end, he must maintain enough strength. Especially after seeing Luo Xu in this year's competition, I'm more determined to think so. Ordinary monks against Chuhuajin are not very effective. Those immortals used all kinds of immortal means, martial arts, sword formations, and those knights. The most powerful knights could not defeat Luo Xu. Not to mention the monks of her 4 team members. Chuhuajin's defense has always been a mystery. Up to now, everyone has completely cracked Chuhuajin's defense. Of course, unless it is those monks who are level 4 leaders. Their means of attack may be that Chuhuajin can't even hold on for an hour, and the whole army is annihilated. Especially when fighting alone. If it weren't for the members of Luo Xu's team protecting Chuhuajin, Chuhuajin might have been eliminated in last year's youth competition. The host is still introducing the strengths of both sides. This time, it's the same. Equally matched. The host's words are also ambiguous and can't give the audience much useful information. Everything depends on the audience's own gambling. In order to win a lot of money in this game, Luo Xu walked straight to Beilang. Jiangnan class predicted 10 million gold coins. This kind of confidence. Zhao immediately readily agreed to Xianshan. The betting time is always short. It won't give the audience too much time to hesitate, nor will it give them too much useful information. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.